The night is deep, and a massive full moon dominates the sky, bathing everything in its eerie glow. And that moon? It's absolutely blinding, cutting through the darkness like a spotlight. Bloodied and grim, Sun Jie-yang surveys the devastation, her chilling question cutting through the silence, what about the sight? She takes a slow, deliberate drag from her cigarette, her eyes narrowed as she declares, I'm waiting right now. The scene is pure horror, mangled bodies and severed limbs are strewn everywhere, a brutal aftermath of an unseen battle. Still assessing the carnage, Sun Jie-yang's voice drops, we've got a shot at escaping. Find them, find the device. Then, a sinister thought cuts through the air, so, it's you punks, huh? Humans arrogantly hunting us. And then, Cha Hyun-song appears, absolutely drenched in blood, a terrifying, predatory grin spreading across his face, his eyes burning with lethal intent. A chilling voice cuts through the silence, declaring that the arrogant days of humans hunting them are over. The stitched-mouth monster snarls, it can't wait to tear them apart, to find out what makes them tick. And it vows, to paint them black and red in their final moments. Bloody, clawed hands punctuate the gruesome threat. Meanwhile, the bloodied Sun Jie-yang looks up, a chilling thought crossing her mind, how interesting. Her face, streaked with blood, betrays no emotion. In another place, a figure wrapped head to toe in bandages utters a single, haunting phrase, I was. Then, from the shadows, Cha Hyun-song's eyes ignite with a fierce, crimson glow. His powerful arm, now bathed in a stark red light, grips a formidable blade, poised for battle. A bold title card flashes, screaming a universal thought, a shared understanding that cuts deep. Suddenly, a sharp-dressed young man with dark hair and glasses stares out, his intense gaze set against a fiery red backdrop, hinting at a hidden past or an alternate timeline. This fresh start is branded Episode 1, the first day, and a hushed apology rings out, as if from his very soul, I'm sorry. I'm late. His name is then boldly declared, Cha Hyun-song. The image jolts, showing him once more, glasses still on, but his pristine white shirt is now drenched in blood, and his face is marred by fresh wounds, a brutal transformation. Elsewhere, the director and manager Hong confer, with manager Hong coolly confirming, I'll forward to next week, okay? Back to Cha Hyun-song, a ragged gasp tears from his throat, his face contorted in agony as he bears his injuries. A gritty urban alleyway looms, a stark, black and white maze that screams of desperate flight or a brutal showdown, its shadowed depths holding untold secrets. He pauses at a doorway, his back to us, as a sharp, unseen voice from inside demands, why are you so late? A harsh voice cuts through the air, demanding to know why Cha Hyun-song ignored the warning to stay away, challenging his very intentions. The relentless voice presses on, mocking his uncle title, then scoffs at the very notion of friendship, declaring that in this brutal life, no one would ever truly carry his weight, and Hyun-song's expression hardens, a silent defiance in his gaze. Then, a different, more calculating voice cuts in, sharply reminding him of the money his mother entrusted to him, and Hyun-song's eyes fall, a heavy weight of responsibility pressing down. Beneath the cold, indifferent gaze of a full moon, his thoughts drift to his mother, still out there, still looking, and the meager pocket money that was his only lifeline. The desolate, shadowed room mirrors the crushing loneliness of his world. A grim cycle that defines his every waking moment, as he lies, a small, vulnerable figure, lost in sleep. He sleeps for his mother, long gone, and for his father, who vanished before her death, a soul trapped in an endless, agonizing loop. Now, the cruel truth, he can't even recall his father's face, his voice, nothing, a phantom memory haunting his shadowed thoughts. He desperately tries to conjure his father's face in his dreams, but the crushing reality hits, he can't hear his voice, can't forget what isn't there, leaving only the ghost of his father's powerful back etched in his mind. He flashes back to a time when one person, just one, could always make him smile, a beacon of pure joy. That person would just look at him and smile, radiating life, and he desperately wanted to be just like them. But that was then, and this was now, a desolate, unforgiving city street swallowed by the dark night. His phone screen cuts through the darkness, flashing a webmail notification, a massive 483,500 deposit to Jo Hyo-hoon. He lets out a heavy sigh, the brutal truth hitting him, even grinding through weekends isn't cutting it, he needs to hustle for weekday work too. A crushing weariness washes over him as he questions how much longer he can keep this up, barely surviving day by day, wondering if he'll ever catch a break. Walking through the shadows, a chilling feeling crawls up his spine, someone is out there, and a silent, desperate cry for help echoes in his mind. He collapses inward, crushed by the suffocating weight of his life and a rising tide of pure dread. He spins around, a strange man right behind him, and a jolt of pure terror hits him, he's being forcefully followed. A chilling whisper from the past rips through his thoughts, a desperate cry for help that still haunts him, just somehow, please. Help me. He's thrown back to that agonizing moment, the crushing realization hitting him, what's this? Out of all people. What can someone like me even do? The raw, agonizing memory slams into him, a stark realization, I remember. It was the very first time he'd ever crossed paths with someone trapped in the exact same hell he was, a pivotal encounter that would shatter his world. And from that exact moment onwards, his entire life spiraled into something unrecognizable. His entire world flipped, his life turned into a living hell, and he could only scream internally, I can't do anything. That crushing shadow of helplessness never truly left him, a brutal echo of who he once was. But suddenly, his eyes ignite with a fierce, electric blue glow, a silent, burning declaration of newfound power. He's gasping, reaching out from the ground as a figure above him extends a helping hand, telling him to get out of there, now. The stranger's voice cuts through the chaos, declaring, I'll help you. Looking up at his rescuer, Cha Hyun-song hears the chilling truth, in this neighborhood, people don't come out at night. The stranger, with a kind expression, makes a surprising offer, I'll do this for you this one time, okay? Later, Cha Hyun-song stands over the same stranger, now fallen, desperately asking, by any chance, is that person still alive? Hello. He's on the phone, his face a mask of pure despair. The memory intensifies, a red haze surrounding him, his face twisted in pure, raw anguish. He looks down at the fallen stranger once more, a quiet, heartbreaking realization dawning. His gaze softens as he reflects on the past, muttering, you're really kind. I mean, there's not a lot of people like you these days. A grotesque, clawed hand lunges, and a voice drips with menace, mocking the retards who think they're safe, boasting of their impending starvation. It's a chilling, pale figure with dark hair and razor-sharp claws, hissing a warning, don't touch my heart. Her emaciated, predatory form speaks volumes, a desperate cry of, had I not starved. Young Cha Hyun-song, his eyes blazing electric blue behind his specs, is frozen in pure, unadulterated terror. The monster turns, a chilling promise hanging in the air, she's going to devour his heart. Beneath a blood-soaked moon, under a crimson sky, an endless horde of grotesque horrors swarms from the darkness. A monstrous, fanged maw snarls their primal truth, they can't control their hunger. The horror is too much, erupting in a primal, ear-splitting scream. Cha Hyun-song is swallowed by despair as countless monstrous hands grab for him. From the inky blackness, a terrifying monster's face emerges, its eyes blazing with an infernal red, and a chilling question echoes. What exactly are these monsters? The horrifying stitched mouth of the beast twists into a sickening grin, its sheer presence suffocating. Hyun-song's face twists in pure agony, his thoughts screaming, why did it end up like this? I only wanted to help, but where did I mess up? A hand stretches out, a desperate reach for connection, for the mere idea of friends. Even a future dream that anyone could have, feels utterly out of reach. Engulfed by grotesque hands, his body drenched in blood, the very notion of family crumbles. His face, a mask of utter despair, whispers, I've never had any of this. Suddenly, a fierce resolve sparks within him, his eyes blazing with an electric blue glow, as he declares, second. Dad's coming soon. Mom. I'll make sure to stay by your side this time too. Even as monstrous hands claw at him, his electric blue eyes burn with unwavering resolve, a powerful vow escaping his lips, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you back then. But this time. I will protect you. A supportive adult kneels, hand on the young boy's shoulder, recognizing the sheer struggle he's enduring. Suddenly, a monstrous maw, dripping with gore, flashes into his mind, fangs ready to tear. The young boy, his blue eyes distant, ponders a terrifying question, what if he can't fight anymore? And in that critical moment, blood explodes. A lightning-fast blur, a devastating impact. A grotesque monster snarls, its single red eye burning with pure malice. From that terrifying crimson eye, a chilling command rips through the air, kill each and every one of them. Young Cha Hyun-song is absolutely swarmed, monstrous hands pinning him down, blood everywhere. Then, a blinding, explosive burst of red energy erupts with a thunderous quang. Suddenly, a blinding crimson energy explodes, ripping through the monstrous horde with devastating force. His eyes, once human, now blaze with infernal red light, and a feral snarl rips across his face as razor-sharp fangs erupt. The raw power intensifies, a shockwave of destructive energy blasting outwards. Transformed into a monstrous visage, Cha Hyun-song stands amidst the chaos, his body now a conduit for an unstoppable, terrifying force. His mouth opens in a silent roar, unleashing even more of the crimson power. The monstrous form is complete, a terrifying predator born of pure, unadulterated desperation. One of the attacking creatures recoils in sheer horror, its mind shattering as it tries to comprehend the impossible transformation. A chilling realization slams into it, this thing was no longer human. The monster is then violently torn apart, utterly consumed by the unleashed power. A cataclysmic burst of crimson energy explodes, obliterating everything in its wake. Amidst the carnage, he grapples with the terrifying transformation, his voice a guttural roar of confusion. What are you bastards? What? The horrifying truth dawns on him, a desperate, internal scream for answers. Happened to me. I may not know anything. But as his crimson eyes blaze with an infernal, primal fury, a single, undeniable truth ignites within his very soul. But I know one thing for sure, I have to do. Fangs bared, eyes burning with unholy rage, he roars a terrifying, absolute vow, I'll kill all of you. The scene abruptly shifts, revealing a stark, modern cityscape under a muted sky, where a blood-soaked fist clenches, dripping with the grim aftermath of an unseen battle. As Cha Hyun-sung stands triumphant amidst a gruesome pile of defeated foes, his very form a terrifying testament to his unleashed, monstrous power. A voice cuts through the silence, a single, chilling word, Cha. The voice, now tinged with shock, presses on, Hyun-sung. You're looking a little different from the photo, aren't you? From a blood-soaked staircase, a sharp-eyed blonde woman takes in the gruesome aftermath. Her piercing yellow eyes locked onto the monstrous form, a single question forming on her lips, are you? Taking a slow, deliberate drag from her cigarette, the woman lets the unspoken question linger. Before the chilling realization finally escapes her lips, a human. A new challenger emerges from the apocalyptic cityscape, coolly assessing the devastation. His voice, a stark contrast to the chaos, breaks the silence with a chilling question. Are you, even human? A grotesque, blood-soaked monster with searing crimson eyes glares back, its silence a terrifying answer. The blonde-haired enigma, cigarette casually lit, surveys the gruesome aftermath. He ponders the sheer brutality, muttering, did he do all this? Even beasts don't devour their own. His gaze sharpens, the chilling realization dawning, so, they only feast on their enemies. Nearby, a mangled, blood-soaked arm serves as a gruesome trophy of the carnage. With a puff of smoke, the blonde-haired man delivers his ultimatum, his voice dangerously calm, if you're a beast, you're coming with me, but if you're a beast, I'll end you right here. His eyes narrow, a silent challenge in his gaze as he demands, hey. What's your move? The monster's answer is primal, a deafening roar of pure, unadulterated rage, its crimson eyes blazing. The monster's roar rips through the air, and its eyes ignite with a furious, hellish red. But before it can even twitch, a blur of motion slices it clean in half, exploding into a geyser of blood and bone. Even as it's torn apart, the monster's eye burns with defiance, spitting out, I ask that your answer. The blonde-haired warrior, drenched in the monster's blood, just keeps on swinging, a chilling smile playing on his lips. I like it. Another strike, another explosion, and the monster's body just keeps on shattering, bone and flesh vaporizing. His blonde hair a bloody blur, he's a whirlwind of destruction, every move a death sentence. The monster's lower body is gone, just a crimson mist where it once stood. The blonde powerhouse isn't letting up. A whirlwind of red and white, she's absolutely shredding the monster. Every slash punctuated by a brutal kick that sends it flying. The chaotic flurry of blows just keeps coming, leading to one final, explosive impact. The stitched-mouth monster lets out one last, agonizing scream as its head absolutely explodes, blood splattering everywhere. Standing over the bloody mess, she coolly states, you gotta cooperate. Even if you don't want to, you're already drowned in this situation. Her blade still dripping, the blonde warrior declares, I'm the one who started with you, so I'll finish it. Then, with a fierce, unwavering gaze, she finally introduces herself. I'm Sun Jia-young. Her legs, absolutely drenched in the monster's blood, stand firm in the aftermath. After the brutal takedown, a chilling promise hung in the air above the gore-soaked battlefield, let's have a long chat later. But the real story was just beginning, as Cha Hyun-sung lay broken amidst the carnage, his name a mere breath. This was it. The birth of the awakened hunter, Cha Hyun-sung. But his awakening wasn't easy, inside, a crushing, suffocating pressure threatened to tear his heart apart. The pain was unreal, a searing inferno consuming his entire body, burning him from the inside out. Through the agony, a desperate, silent scream for salvation tore from his very soul. But then, a primal, untamed power exploded within him. His eyes blazing open with a mix of terror and newfound power, those electric blue irises practically screaming with intensity. Finally, the nightmare ended, and he woke up in a hospital bed, hooked up to machines, the silence a stark contrast to the chaos he'd just endured. Waking from the brink, he's met with the cold, sterile reality of a hospital ceiling. A low groan escapes him, as his hand weakly reaches for the light. His gaze snaps to his arm, a jolt of disbelief hitting him, as he whispers, it's intact. What happened? That single question rips him from the present, plunging him back into the terrifying abyss of his past. Then, it hits him, the monstrous visage of the stitched-mouth monster, its glowing red eyes and blood-drenched form burning into his mind. The sheer horror of it is overwhelming, and he violently gags, his body convulsing against the nightmare. Still choking and gagging, he fights for air, each breath a desperate struggle. The violent fit finally passes, leaving him drenched in sweat, disheveled, and with a sickening smear of blood on his chin. Just then, a hand gently enters his view, and a soft, concerned voice cuts through the silence, "You okay?" Waking up in a daze, he's instantly hit with confusion, demanding to know who's there and where the heck he is. The guy just calmly drops the bomb, like, "Dude, you don't remember the hospital? Relax, you're in a hospital." Then he casually drops, "I'm gonna take care of you. Just call me director." Hyun Song, totally confused, just echoes "director," and asks if he's a cop. But the director just shakes his head, explaining he's a civil servant, but his gig is way more intense than regular police work. Then he drops the bombshell, his organization fights those beasts, the same ones Hyun Song faced yesterday. With a dramatic sweep of his hand, he hammers home the point, they're locked in a brutal fight against those monsters. That one word just hangs there, and Hyun Song's face is pure, unadulterated shock. The director drops another bombshell, explaining that the monsters Hyun Song fought were once human, now twisted into beasts that his organization hunts down. With a serious look, he adds, there's one more critical piece of information Hyun Song needs to hear, as terrifying beast forms manifest behind the director, a chilling visual to his words. These beasts are no joke, they kill and devour humans. The director's eyes lock onto Hyun Song, whose very image distorts, revealing a monstrous, red-eyed form beneath his human facade. As he drops the ultimate bombshell, Hyun Song can transform into a beast. Meanwhile, in a sterile hospital hallway, Sun Jae-young confronts the director, demanding to know if he pulled it off. The director sighs, revealing Hyun Song's total amnesia about the whole ordeal, so he's staying under watch. Strolling down the hall, he orders Jae-young to get a top-tier bodyguard for Hyun Song, even naming Manager Hong as the perfect candidate. The director, a man of gravitas, weighs his options, his gaze sharp. From his command center, a decisive order rings out, Team Leader Yoon gets this one. But elsewhere, in the city's shadowed corners, a grim alley becomes the epicenter of a new mystery. A young man, coffee in hand, surveys the scene with a bewildered look, a single, confused, escaping his lips. A vigilant agent, blocking the path, warns him, this is an active investigation. "Sir, please, a little space." He glances upward, his eyes drawn to an unseen detail. The agent, firm but polite, insists, "This zone is hazardous, sir. Your cooperation is essential." Beside him, a sharp young woman with a sleek bob takes in the situation, her expression unreadable. He stands alone, a lone wolf in the urban jungle, ready for anything. Then, his eyes blaze crimson, and a raw, red power explodes around Cha Hyun Song as he snaps into a combat stance. In a blur of motion, he delivers a crushing blow, a crimson explosion marking the point of impact. His attack rips through the stitched-mouth monster, absolutely obliterating its body. Just like that, Cha Hyun Song stands victorious, the monster's corpse a testament to his raw power. But before he can even catch his breath, a furious shout rips through the air, Sun Jae-young's voice blazing with fury, "This bastard." Her golden eyes now blazing with a furious, yellow glow, she charges, her power erupting. Before he can even blink, her attack lands, a brutal explosion of dark energy slamming into Cha Hyun Song. The dark energy continues to surge, swallowing him whole in its destructive power. Instant retaliation. He unleashes a lightning-fast kick. Crushing blow. The kick connects, sending blood flying as her head snaps back. She's sent flying. A mere speck against the void. Unbelievable. She's back on her feet, roaring with rage, dark power surging around her. Black power punch. Her dark-infused fist smashes into him. He's launched. A bloody streak across the air. Ground shatters. The sheer force of his landing rips the earth apart. Not so fast. He's back, grabbing her by the throat, lifting her off the ground. The grip tightens. Blood drips from his hand. The battlefield is a chaotic mess, splattered with crimson and shadow, the echoes of a brutal clash still ringing. Someone just got launched through the air, a blur of black against a blood-red backdrop. And just like that, the smoke starts to clear, revealing the aftermath of that insane hit. He stares down at the fallen foe, a chilling thought crossing his mind, was that all a traitor could muster? The moves were decent, but in the end, totally useless. Bloodied but unbowed, he crosses his arms, a grim question burning in his mind, did his team really fall to someone this week? Later, in a dark, forgotten alley, he surveys the scene, a chilling realization hitting him, this was their feeding zone. His eyes narrow at a fractured wall, the question still burning, what kind of lowlife was he even up against? But then, his eyes ignite with a furious, crimson glow, a terrifying surge of power erupting from deep inside. And with a deafening crack, the wall next to him explodes, absolutely obliterated by his unleashed fury. He stands amidst the absolute wreckage, the shattered wall a brutal testament to the raw power he just unleashed. While elsewhere, a man with blood splattered across his face stares in wide-eyed horror at the sheer devastation. A single, chilling question echoing in his mind, did humans actually do this? The scene is indeed brutal, almost too violent to even comprehend. And from the deep shadows, two sinister figures observe, one casually licking blood from his lips as the other muses, almost as if it's someone like us. A single, intensely glowing red eye pierces the absolute darkness, followed by a chilling, guttural laugh that echoes in the void. Ha, ha. This. The monstrous face, with its razor-sharp teeth and intensely glowing crimson eyes, reveals itself further. As the creature concludes with a predatory grin, is a really interesting guy. The office buzzes with the mundane, a stark contrast to the chaos that usually defines his life. A mop pushes a dark, viscous residue across the floor, a grim reminder of what just went down. Later, a staff member delivers the news, food for seat number 65 is out. A quiet, almost automatic response comes from the cubicle, yes, sir. Hyun Song, mop in hand, reflects on the recent chaos, acknowledging he'd blacked out, but now he's back in the game. As he cleans, the grim reality hits him hard, more people died than he could even count. At his cubicle, now rocking glasses, he questions his powers, vowing not to be reckless again, even as a voice tells him to enjoy his meal. He's just brushing his teeth, but you know this guy's life is anything but normal. Next thing you know, he's calling someone out, straight up asking why they ditched school just to show up for work. But then his whole vibe changes, like, what's this? Turns out, he's talking to Lee Yunbai. Lee Yunbai, rocking a backward cap and her school uniform, just chills, looking totally unbothered. Outside the building, it's just a regular street, setting the scene for their daily grind. He tries to backtrack, like, whoa, I'm not judging, but isn't this a bit much? But Yunbai just shrugs it off, coolly replying, I'm just doing my job. Then she drops the real talk, muttering that if she even takes a break, she'll lose out, hinting at the intense pressure of cram schools. Cha Hyun Song hits her with a casual, hey, then drops the bombshell question, do you smoke? She's totally blindsided, demanding, what, but he's got the receipts, pointing out the undeniable scent of cigarettes. He quickly clarifies it's just the lingering scent from the smoking area, but his eyes are still locked on her, searching for something more. Lee Yunbai, stone-faced, admits he's strange, then immediately flips the script, calling him out for ditching class and ghosting her calls. But as Cha Hyun Song processes her words, a chilling question hangs in the air, is he unknowingly walking straight into a trap? The ominous voice continues, hinting that the scent itself is a clue, and delivers a chilling command, better not tell anyone what you're involved in. Meanwhile, in a different scene, Sun Jie-young, coolly puffing on a cigarette, throws down a defiant question, can't I just do whatever I want? She muses on the depth of knowledge others have about her, convinced that only those who truly know her could ever see through her facade. Her eyes burning with intensity, she delivers a brutal, direct challenge, are you really confident you can protect everyone around you? The urban sprawl gives way to an ominous quiet. Cha Hyun Song, a silent sentinel, his crimson gaze burning with an unspoken resolve, is caught in a moment of profound contemplation. But the world keeps spinning, a vibrant, indifferent metropolis. Sun Jie-young strides through the crowd, a cigarette her only companion, her voice laced with a raw exhaustion as she declares, I've had enough. I'm just tired of it all. Don't worry about it. You don't have to lift a finger. With each determined step, her internal struggle manifests, the unspoken question echoing, if this is just going to cause more trouble. Suddenly, a voice, sharp with exasperation and genuine worry, pierces the quiet, the least you could do is tell me. Lee Yunbai's expression hardens into a fierce, unyielding defiance, no. You idiot. The bustling crowds remain oblivious, lost in their own worlds as hidden conflicts simmer beneath the surface. The sprawling cityscape looms, a silent, towering observer, as the threads of destiny weave tighter for those below. A lone figure stalks through the desolate urban landscape, the city lights barely piercing the gloom around him. His hooded silhouette, a stark contrast against the towering buildings, moves like a shadow, a silent hunter in the urban jungle. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit room, a woman grimaces at the stench of booze and cigarettes, as a man groans about the brutal after-effects, kicking himself for his clumsiness and wishing he'd played it smarter. Back on the streets, Cha Hyun Song's mind races, his suspicions confirmed. He stares down, a wave of frustration hitting him hard as he realizes this isn't the way to find what he needs. Meanwhile, the target of their worry remains slumped, his legs splayed out, completely out cold. Cha Hyun Song's eyes blaze with a fierce red light as he mentally curses the clock, demanding to know if they're dodging him, or just still knocked out. His gaze remains locked downward, a silent, desperate plea for an answer. The unconscious figure, however, has now stirred, his feet planted, a sign of impending movement. He stirs, a soft sigh escaping him as he slowly regains consciousness. Still disoriented, he stands, a paper bag covering his head, trying to make sense of his surroundings. Suddenly, an unseen force erupts, sending debris flying violently through the air. The paper bag is ripped away, revealing Cha Hyun-song's face, his electric blue eyes wide as he looks up, a single word escaping him, "Boy." His expression hardens, a challenge in his voice as he demands, "You think I'm a joke?" He tries to explain himself, looking up at the figure before him, "You uncle, I." But before he can finish, another devastating impact slams into him, sending him reeling from the force. The force of the blow is immense, a shockwave rippling through the air from the impact. The unseen assailant's frustration boils over, their thoughts echoing with a demand, 300,000 won. Is it that hard to send me that money? Why piss me off? The verbal assault just kept coming. The man's fury exploded. A hand lunged forward, almost striking. The world around him shattered, a desolate wasteland. But then, Cha Hyun-song slowly lifted his head, his eyes blazing with a fierce, crimson glow. A single drop of blood escaped his lip, his glowing eyes now shadowed by something far more sinister. Behind him, a shattered door opened to a terrifying void, mirroring the chilling thought that now consumed his mind. The city lights blur into a dizzying expanse as night falls. He's just walking, but you can feel the weight of the world on his shoulders, each step a struggle against the encroaching darkness. Then, a voice shatters the quiet, sharp and demanding, "I said I'll give it to you next week." Clutching his phone, his frustration boils over as he snaps back, seriously, I told you I don't have the money right now." His voice cracks with raw desperation, practically screaming, "I already said I'll get the money from somewhere next week. I can pay you back when I win. Yeah, when I win." With blood already staining his hand, the relentless voice on the other end keeps pushing, You fucker. Have I ever kept your money? Stop the nonsense and by the time I get the money." A primal clench of his fist. And with a furious crack, the phone explodes against the pavement, its screen spiderwebbing under the sheer force of his fury. His face twists into a silent, guttural scream, his eyes blazing with a volatile mix of despair and raw, unbridled resentment. Fueled by pure, unadulterated fury, Cha Hyun-song snaps. His grip like iron, he seizes the other man's arm, a primal roar of, "What's this again?" tearing from his throat. The atmosphere turns blood red as the man recoils, screaming, "Let go, you punk." The confrontation is just beginning. But it's too late. Hyun-song's face warps, a monstrous, razor-sharp grin splitting his features, his eyes burning with an infernal darkness as his true power awakens. And his grip? It's absolutely ironclad, a chilling display of the terrifying strength he now commands. A sardonic chuckle escapes him, a dark commentary on his twisted existence. But then, a chilling presence draws near, each step heavy with menace. A jolt of agony rips through Hyun-song, his eyes blazing with an electric blue energy. The ominous figure looms, a shadow of his past made flesh. His mind reels, the face of his tormentor, the one who stole everything, now standing before him, forcing a single, choked word from his lips. Confusion and dread grip him. Why is this monster here, and what is that unsettling aura behind him, as a wicked blade flashes into view? A primal growl tears from his throat, his eyes now glowing a terrifying, blood red. The man points, a silent, damning judgment. And then, the horrifying truth, a knife, dripping with fresh, crimson blood, confirming his worst fears. A terrifying flashback hits, a syringe loaded with crimson liquid, ready to pierce, a haunting echo of a past violation. He grits his teeth, the fury erupting from his core. Drunk again? I'm sick of this. Not anymore. Why is he doing this just to harass me? The memory explodes, a raw, guttural scream ripping from his very soul, his uncle's name a desperate, furious roar. Then, a violent, crimson surge explodes, warping reality itself, a guttural, GAA, ripping through the air as he shatters. His face twists into a grotesque mask of pure agony, blood-like splatters exploding as he unleashes a horrifying, ear-splitting scream, the monstrous transformation devouring him whole. From the churning, crimson mass, a monstrous, clawed hand violently bursts forth, the sound of raw power echoing. The full, blood-soaked, monstrous figure stands revealed, a terrifying silhouette against the grotesque, organic landscape, its very presence vibrating with unleashed, primal power. But then, with a sudden, sharp intake of breath, his eyes violently snap open, blazing with an intense electric blue, a moment of absolute clarity cutting through the infernal chaos. His human hand clenches, a silent, powerful testament to his return, or perhaps, a terrifying new resolve. From the heart of the chaos, a monstrous, clawed limb erupts. His face, a twisted nightmare of agony, contorts even more as he unleashes a primal, desperate scream, a single, raw word tearing from his throat, UNC. A monstrous, blood-soaked hand clamps down on his own transformed arm. Then, BAM. An invisible force smashes into him, sending his colossal form flying. He's launched through the air, debris exploding everywhere. A thunderous pang rips through the air as he screams in pure agony, arghk. His monstrous body plummets, slamming into the ground with a devastating impact. The transformation rips through him, a primal scream tearing from his throat as blood explodes from his leg. He crashes to the ground, coughing up blood, the pain relentless. Tears stream from his monstrous eyes, as he screams, "Uncle, why? Stop this. You're not a monster." The agony is unbearable. His body twists and bleeds, the mutation pushing him past the breaking point. Then, a devastating, glowing red fist smashes into him, the impact detonating. He's launched skyward. His face explodes in a gruesome spray of blood and gore, the hit absolutely devastating. His body shatters into countless fragments, a horrifying, bloody mess against the void. And his fragmented form plummets through the air, leaving nothing but a bloody trail. His monstrous form, now fully unleashed, writhes in pure agony, bloodied and absolutely enraged. Then, as if hit by an unseen, devastating blow, his body just explodes into countless fragments, blasting apart in the void. The shattered remnants of his very being just plummet downward, a tiny, broken silhouette against the crushing darkness. More and more pieces of his monstrous form just keep breaking away, dissolving into the blood-red air. A raw, guttural scream just rips from his throat, echoing his absolute, profound suffering. His bloodied, monstrous face contorts in a silent roar of pure anguish, eyes wide with unbearable pain. He screams, his voice ragged with pure fury, "Damn you. All. All because of you, punk." But the accusation turns inward, a desperate, agonizing question escaping his lips, "Even your mother died because of you. Was it all my fault?" As his fragmented form continues its endless, agonizing fall, a final, broken thought echoes in the void, "I just want to end it now. Everything that's gone down, all this agony, it's gotta be his fault, right? Can he just fix it all, by just, not being here anymore?" A younger, bloodied version of him, glasses and all, just stares out, a haunting echo of a past he can't outrun. Suddenly, two faces flash in his mind, his uncle, all business, and Lee Yunbai, looking so fragile. The thought screams through his shattered mind, a desperate cry to just make it all stop. But his visions warp, twisting Lee Yunbai into a nightmare, her eyes burning crimson, a monstrous claw where her hand should be. Her body, now a dark, revealing horror, stands as a terrifying symbol of his worst fears. His uncle also morphs into a grotesque monster, bound and swarmed by shadowy beasts, a terrifying vision of the burdens crushing him. His own monstrous form, broken and gushing, keeps plummeting through the void, the agony never ending. He's absolutely losing it, thrashing and convulsing as if possessed by pure torment. A raw, primal scream rips from his very soul, his face a twisted mess of pain. His reality is crumbling, a shattered frame against an encroaching void, leaving him stranded on barren, empty ground. His jaw unhinges in a silent, blood-soaked shriek, crimson dripping from his bared fangs. "I don't know," a chilling voice booms, as a grotesque, skeletal claw, drenched in gore, lunges from the darkness. Drenched in his own blood, he's trapped in a mental prison, raging, "I've thought about it endlessly. No matter how hard I try, I just can't grasp it." His blood-splattered face contorts in utter desperation, "Why does all this messed up crap only happen to me? Why does everyone just want to beat me down and end me?" A final, desperate demand echoes, "Tell me," as a terrifying wave of dark power erupts around him. Cha Hyun-song's body is absolutely shredded by an invisible torment, his skin literally cracking and flaking off, revealing a terrifying, blood-soaked monster within. His mouth twists into a silent, primal scream, a raw, guttural sound tearing its way out. His spiky black hair practically writhes with the sheer intensity of his agony, all against a backdrop of swirling, blood-red chaos. His eyes blaze with a furious, blood-red light, as he screams out, demanding answers for this hell. Those monstrous eyes, now a swirling vortex of pure red and black, burn with a desperate plea for answers. His hand, a grotesque, blood-soaked skeleton, clenches into a desperate, bone-crushing fist. His voice, raw and torn with anguish, screams out that desperate plea for an explanation. Then the words explode from him, filled with an uncontrollable, pure venomous rage. His entire being is consumed by this monstrous transformation, his body literally tearing itself apart from the inside out, a horrifying, visceral manifestation of his internal scream. His body kept twisting, cracking, and tearing apart, unable to hold back the sheer, monstrous power exploding from within him. Every single tear accompanied by a sickening, bone-chilling sound. Then, from the darkness, an unseen voice ripped through the air, spitting venom, calling him nothing but an annoying little weasel since the day he was born. But Cha Hyun-song's monstrous face, now a terrifying mask of multiple glowing red eyes, just shot back the question, his voice dripping with pure, chilling indifference. The voice pressed on, laying bare a shocking lack of care, not even a shred of family feeling. And with that chilling confession, the unseen speaker declared he felt absolutely no guilt whatsoever. But then, a desperate, panicked plea ripped from the voice, begging him to wait. But the monstrous Hyun Song, his eyes blazing with furious red light, just roared back, shutting down the plea with a single, brutal command. Engulfed in a blazing crimson aura, he let loose one final, earth-shattering roar, rejecting every single piece of their damn nonsense. The transformation was complete. Cha Hyun Song's monstrous form was unleashed, his eyes blazing with an unholy, infernal red. Blood dripped from his clenched fist as he roared, "I'm sick of it all." His voice, a guttural snarl, ripped through the air with pure fury, "It all. Look at me now." One of his many glowing eyes locked onto his target, a defiant challenge in his voice. Against the backdrop of a colossal, blood-red moon, he stood on the precipice, a monstrous silhouette dwarfing his uncle. His body a grotesque masterpiece of cracked flesh and exposed bone, radiating pure, unadulterated rage. His voice, a thunderous roar, wasn't just for his uncle, but for every unseen force that had ever hunted him, "You monsters who've been chasing me." He made his ultimate, defiant declaration, "I'm not going to hide anymore." His bloodied, monstrous form stood unyielding, a testament to his resolve, or run away anymore. "I don't give a shit what your identity is." He's not backing down, his voice dripping with pure defiance, screaming out his monstrous truth. Daring anyone to come at him, to try and take what's his, if they're even strong enough to kill him. But then, a dark realization hits him. As his body fully transforms, skin ripping apart, revealing grotesque, clawed hands that drip with power. And with a final, terrifying snarl, he declares, he's the one who's going to do the killing. A defiant challenge rings out in Cha Hyun Song's head, a memory of a brutal battle or a resolve forged in fire. His body, battered and bloodied, stands as a testament to the sheer ferocity of the encounter. As a chilling resolve settles deep within him, he's going to absolutely obliterate his foe. With his eyes blazing crimson, he utterly dismisses the opponent's strength, thinking, seriously? He's even weaker than that. Later, standing next to his uncle, the older man lets out a heavy sigh, resigned to the inevitable fight ahead. Cha Hyun Song, now in a hooded jacket, doubles down on his earlier assessment, calling the opponent a total fool, not of their kind, and even weaker than he thought. His uncle nods in grim agreement, confirming the opponent's utter inferiority. As Cha Hyun Song walks away, his uncle makes a decisive move, declaring it too dangerous to let the weakling live and vowing to handle it himself. The monster's power was absolutely insane, way beyond anything he expected, hitting him with a force he'd never felt before, and leaving him no time to even think, as Cha Hyun Song was driven to his knees, the ground exploding around him. All he could think was, what is this thing? His crimson eyes blazing, he snarled, "Who gave you that kind of power?" As he lay there, beaten, a voice echoed, "You did this to yourself. Guess you won't be joining me then." The voice continued, its words sending shivers down his spine, "Perfect. Right here, right now." Before he could even process it, a massive, shadowy monster towered over him, its sheer size crushing his last shred of hope. A monstrous, clawed hand reached down, snatching at his defeated body. With terrifying ease, the shadowy beast hoisted him off the ground, his body utterly powerless in its grip. From the crushing darkness, a chilling voice booms, declaring this is it, his final breath. The monstrous entity unleashes a deafening roar, its blazing red eyes practically incinerating the air. Its colossal, chiseled form flexes, an absolutely terrifying showcase of raw, untamed power. A sinister red glow pulses from its lower body, just amplifying its already crushing presence. The creature's voice slices through the tension, a brutal invitation to battle, its blood-soaked hand clenching, screaming for a fight to the absolute death. Its colossal form coils, absolutely primed to make good on its threat. Beneath the towering monstrosity, Cha Hyun Song stands, his body absolutely wrecked and gushing blood, but his eyes are still locked on the enemy. The red glow flares, a terrifying prelude to the absolute inevitable. With an explosive surge of power, the monster's arm slams down, delivering a final, utterly devastating blow. The monstrous entity's glowing red eyes burned with pure menace. Its fanged maw dripping with bloodlust as it coiled to unleash hell. A crimson energy began to surge, exploding into a blinding, deafening cloud of smoke and debris. The first devastating impact absolutely shredded the air. Immediately followed by the creature's massive claw, already winding up for the next brutal blow. It unleashed its full, unbridled fury. Striking again with an earth-shattering, bone-crushing force. He takes another brutal kick from the monstrous entity. The impact echoing with a deafening quang, shattering the very ground around him. Before he can even recover, a massive fist descends, connecting with another thunderous quang, sending Cha Hyun Song flying through the air. Another quang rips through the space, his body contorting violently from the relentless assault, until he is engulfed in a blinding explosion of energy and debris. Finally, with a prolonged, echoing kwaang of destruction, Cha Hyan Song lies broken amidst the rubble, utterly defeated. The monster's searing red eyes lock onto its prey, a bone-shattering impact reverberating through the very ground. Its colossal arm smashes into the young man, unleashing a torrent of blood across the devastated terrain. Again, those monstrous eyes blaze with chilling intent as another crushing blow connects, sending him spiraling, his body a shattered wreck amidst the wreckage. A final, earth-shattering strike reverberates, shaking the very foundations of the world. The sheer force of the impact erupting in a blinding, cataclysmic flash, engulfing the entire area in a choking cloud of dust and debris. As the acrid smoke slowly begins to dissipate, an eerie silence descends upon the battlefield. Crows, drawn by the scent of carnage, descend ominously onto the blood-soaked earth, their wings beating a soft, morbid rhythm. While the colossal monster surveys the utter devastation, a contemptuous sigh escaping its massive maw as it sneers, "I thought it was a bit strong, but it's just an awakened." A primal growl rips from the monster's throat, its crimson eyes flaring wide as it's blindsided by an impossible hit. Another unseen strike sends its arm recoiling, the beast momentarily staggered by the sheer audacity. With a furious roar, it gathers its strength, a crimson aura exploding around its colossal frame. A flicker of genuine surprise crosses its features as it questions what the hell is going on with those arms. It had clearly underestimated him, but that mistake. Never again. The monster retaliates with a devastating punch, its full, terrifying power now unleashed. Blood streaks its arm as it declares, it's going all out. Its bloodied hand clenches, a silent, terrifying promise of the brutal fight to come. The monster's full power explodes, launching a brutal, relentless assault, driving Hyan Song back with overwhelming, bone-shattering force. Each blow lands with devastating, earth-shattering impact, forcing a guttural cry from him as he struggles to endure the relentless onslaught. Thrown violently to the ground, he hears the monster's chilling declaration, "The difference in our strength is too great." Yet, even battered and broken, a desperate, strategic thought ignites in his mind, "I can't face them head-on." The monstrous figure raises its arm, preparing another crushing, final blow. But Hyan Song, with a burst of desperate speed, brings his arm up to block. The impact tearing at his flesh and drawing blood, his mind racing, "I need to find an opening." The monster's onslaught was absolutely relentless, a blur of devastating blows ripping through the air. Each impact unleashing a fresh geyser of blood from his body, as he somehow endured the brutal force. Another strike landed with a sickening crack, culminating in an explosive, blood-drenched impact that painted the ground crimson. Yet, he stood his ground, battered but absolutely unbroken. The monster's power was just too much. This wasn't just brute force, this was a whole new level of technique, something he'd never encountered. A memory flashed, a transformed arm. Could they really just morph their bodies into weapons on command, just like that time? A terrifying possibility sparked in his mind, a desperate, last-ditch strategy forming. Then, with a sudden, explosive surge of resolve, he roared a defiant command. Not dead, the monster realizes, its senses flaring. "What's a dog doing here?" it snarls, the smell of blood intensifying. "It's not easy to hide from me," the beast declares, its clawed arm ready to strike. A lightning-fast strike connects with a brutal puffh, the monster instantly recognizing the ghost motion evasion. He's launched into the air. A desperate, mid-air dodge to escape the monster's grasp. "There you are," the monster bellows, its gaze locking onto its airborne prey. "You moron." Attacking from mid-air, it taunts, its next devastating blow already landing. "Can't even dodge now, can you?" the monster screams, pressing its brutal advantage, "It ends now." Another brutal blow connects, slamming him down with crushing force. His bloodied hand is all that's left in view as the monster gloats, acknowledging his hypersonic senses and tenacious spirit, but utterly convinced he has no escape. Slammed again, the monster's claw rips through him with a sickening crack. "But you see," it snarls, its demonic red eyes blazing in the void, "didn't you forget something? I'm." It rockets into the air, a blur of razor-sharp limbs, its talons gleaming. A monster. A twisted grin spreads across its face. "So what?" It taunts him, "You blockhead. Attacking mid-air. Go ahead and dodge it, you shithead." A maniacal cackle echoes, as it plunges down, delivering a final, devastating strike, absolutely obliterating him into the unforgiving earth. A crushing blow lands. The monster's massive hand rips through flesh, blood exploding outwards. Claws shredding, tearing, leaving nothing but a mangled, bloody ruin. The monster stands, a crimson-soaked victor, bathed in the blood of its defeated foe. Blood and shadows stain the battlefield. As the distant clash of battle echoes, a chilling hiss cutting through the air. Even with his face caked in crimson, Cha Hyan Song roars, "I'm the winner." He faces down a colossal, muscular beast with terrifying glowing red eyes and skin like shattered stone. But a brutal agony tears through him, his very being feeling ripped to shreds. Damn it! Now of all times, he snarls, his body betraying him at the critical moment. Unseen, a shadowy figure watches, his gaze locked onto the monstrous threat. Guess we've got another frontline hunter, huh? A white-haired man casually comments, a smirk playing on his face as he eyes the beaten Cha Hyun-sung. Bullshit, he snarls, glaring at the fallen beast. I can't believe I'm like one of you. I'm a hunter. This is it, huh, he muses, a lifetime of struggle flashing before his eyes. Born with a crappy hunter rank, a weak body, always on the verge of death, but I never gave up. I didn't know how to. Time to go forward, a voice echoes from above. I'm going to have a chat. I wanted to see if you guys were the same as me. But you're not. I guess I'll just have to stop the game. Still defiant, he lets out a bloody, guttural laugh. His eyes blazing crimson, he roars, screw you. The hunter stands tall, his body cracked and bleeding, a brutal monument to his victory. A man in a crisp suit stares, utterly bewildered. What do you mean? What? He stammers, as the hunter's voice rings out, why then join hands with punks like you? Oh my, given the chance to collect more of them. I'll become unbeatable. His eyes still burning with red light, he shouts, don't worry, I'm here. Then at least. Ha! A chilling grin spreads across his face, now sporting glasses, as he declares, let me have some fun, okay? He stands amidst the desolation, his back to the retreating monster, declaring that he's had enough, and this fight is now entirely on his terms. The monster reveals its terrifying true form, but a mysterious voice cuts through the air, asking if it really needed to show off for so long. Then, in a shocking explosion of red energy and debris, the monster is utterly obliterated. Cha Hyun-sung's blood-splattered face is a mask of pure intensity, his crimson eyes burning with an unyielding, terrifying resolve. A hand holding a lit cigarette appears, the mysterious voice scoffing, King hell, you're just a kid. But then, the voice shifts, admitting his power isn't bad at all, even recognizing his skill, just as Cha Hyun-sung unleashes a chilling promise, I'll kill each and every one of you. The very ground beneath his feet cracks and glows with raw red power, and the speaker can only ask, did you really say that? His eyes still blazing, Cha Hyun-sung fires back, so what? A piece of trash like you. Standing dominant amidst the wreckage, his power radiating, the speaker can only marvel, seeing you in real life. A sharp-suited man, with a subtle scar, grins down at Cha Hyun-sung, acknowledging his sheer grit. His gaze intense, he declares the monsters were no match, praising Cha Hyun-sung's incredible feat. But then, a game-changing declaration, he's going to be Cha Hyun-sung's teacher, starting now. A hand lands on his blood-soaked shoulder. Cha Hyun-sung's crimson eyes snap wide in shock, a single, stunned word escaping him. Later, a towering, sleek office building dominates the skyline. Inside, the suited man stares pensively out a massive window, his back to the world. He's now at the head of a high-stakes conference table, leading a meeting for the National Security Office's Special Operations Bureau. Inside the Special Bureau, the man in charge, Director Eugene Ho, is a force to be reckoned with. And Manager Hong Yun-ji, with her fiery red hair, keeps everything running smoothly. She's not buying the story of a C-rank soloing a B-rank dungeon, finding it totally unbelievable, just as Jo Jun-ho steps up to introduce himself. And then there's team leader Yoon Chan-woo, another heavy hitter in the bureau. He asks the director if he found anything exciting, then casually adds, what else would you expect from my guy? Jo Jun-ho boldly declares he'll take full responsibility for any screw-ups, and the director, impressed, immediately makes him team leader. He quickly clarifies that this whole thing was his idea, but he's ready to spill all the details. But the bureau's real problem? Beasts that pop up after humans get hit with some mysterious infection, these things are pure killing machines with insane strength, a total nightmare for humanity. These things just rip their victims apart, leaving a bloody, gruesome mess wherever they go. A new terror grips the world, as a mysterious infection turns humans into savage, unstoppable beasts. With glowing red eyes and raw, untamed power, these creatures are a game-changer, a threat beyond anything humanity has ever faced. But humanity isn't defenseless. The elite Special Operations Bureau is on a case, its top agents ready to fight back against the encroaching darkness. And then, a week ago, their intel network hit pay dirt, uncovering something truly shocking. They found him, a boy, a human, who could transform into a beast. Unbelievable. His name? Cha Hyun-sung. The director, seeing his strategic value, declares, the plan to nurture him is a go. But Manager Hong isn't so sure, questioning if a C-rank hunter can really handle being his guardian. This is getting complicated. Team leader Joe, ever the professional, takes charge, declaring he'll take full responsibility for this mission. With the weight of a new mission on his shoulders, Jo Junho cut straight to the chase, a sharp question on his lips. You don't normally hate that guy, do you? But the mission comes first, his gaze shifting to the imposing school, a clear directive issued. I'll have the best agent accompany him. No compromises. Back at the academy, a familiar face muses on his return, a dry thought cutting through the silence. Ages since I've been here. Not like I care about classes anyway. And there he is, Cha Hyun-sung, rocking new glasses, totally absorbed in his tablet, a picture of unexpected calm. But the peace shatters as a voice shouts, "Oh. Isn't that Hyun-sung?" The sudden call makes Hyun-sung snap his head up, eyes wide behind his new frames. A lightning-fast, almost primal reaction, his hand a blur. The force of his movement sends his glasses flying, crashing down. Before he can even process it, another student is right there, beaming, a boisterous welcome. Great to see you. It's been a while, huh? The alleyway was quiet, a brief calm before the storm of school life. But that peace was instantly shattered by a voice cutting through the air, calling him out for ghosting and ditching class. Hyun-sung turned, only for the student to double down, asking if he was dodging them and if he even cared about such small things. A jolt of realization hit Hyun-sung. This was his new normal, a life he'd almost completely forgotten. His mind flashed back to a different time, a different him, and he couldn't help but wonder, did that terrifying monster always look so pathetic next to his true power? His awakened self, a titan against the monstrous foe, was a brutal reminder of the power he now suppressed. The internal battle made his hands clench tight, a raw tremor shaking him. Then, the student grabbed his arm, and the sudden contact sent his glasses flying. The student stared, utterly bewildered, and blurted out a shocked question. With his crimson eyes now burning with an otherworldly glow, he locks onto the student, a chilling question ripping through the air. Is this fun to you? He snarls, his hand lashing out like a viper to clamp down on the student's wrist with bone-crushing power, a raw scream tearing from their throat. The vice-like grip intensifies, veins throbbing beneath his skin. He presses on, his voice laced with venom. Having fun now, huh? Beating up someone weaker than you like this? His burning red gaze remains locked, an inferno in his eyes, as he holds the student utterly helpless. You always seem to be enjoying it, he states, a chilling detachment in his voice, but me? I don't know what that feeling is. A terrifying resolve hardens his expression as he proclaims, so, I'll try to feel it and find out for once. Then, with a sickening, bone-shattering crunch, he crushes the student's hand, the sound a testament to his terrifying resolve. Towering over the now broken student, his crimson eyes still blazing, he finally understands the whispers of his past. I wondered why they called me. So this is what they called me. Suddenly, a voice screams out. And a fierce woman with blonde and pink hair, cigarette in mouth, absolutely furious, snaps, have you lost your mind? Meanwhile, a leg, clearly injured and wrapped in bandages, is visible, a brutal aftermath of the chaos. Cha Hyun-sung and his blonde companion are locked onto something below them, their expressions grim. A sharp, guttural cry escapes as a hand grips an arm with desperate force. Below, a naked figure shivers uncontrollably, and the blonde man shouts, Lee Dong-woo. You're alive. What in the world are you doing? His voice drops, demanding, why are you here, and naked, A rank? The naked man can only shiver, his hand a blur of uncontrolled tremors. Cha Hyun-sung's eyes lock onto the man's arm, a chilling understanding hitting him. Oh, this, his arm. Growing impatient with the stunned silence, the blonde man barks, why are you just standing there like statues? Amidst the chaos, the blonde man pulls Cha Hyun-sung into a tight embrace, a silent plea for reassurance in the face of the unknown. He spins around, dropping a verbal bomb on the unsuspecting crew. With a sneer, he throws down the gauntlet, a fist cocked and loaded. And just like that, the hammer drops. The dust settles on the street, the aftermath of the brawl hanging heavy in the air. A lone figure stands, eyes downcast, deep in thought. The commotion rings a bell, it's gotta be Hyun-sung's bullies, no doubt. Why the sudden exit? Then it hits her, Hyun-sung was a no-show last period too, and that's a major red flag. A wave of dread washes over her, knowing full well that snitching to the teachers is a total waste of time. With his eyes blazing crimson, Cha Hyun-sung seethes, his mind racing, what did those punks do this time? But then, a blonde woman, her eyes glowing with the same infernal red, materializes, her presence a raw, undeniable pull. Meanwhile, a black-haired student peeks from the shadows, her eyes wide with shock as she whispers, a girl? The blonde's voice, a venomous whisper, slithers into Hyun-sung's thoughts, twisting his resolve, can't hold back your power, huh? You want to go wild like you used to, don't you? Her insidious words continue, pushing him to abandon his human facade, no need to try so hard to act like a human. Just follow your instincts. Her hand, with its sharp, elegant nails, reaches out, a physical manifestation of her hold, brushing against his hip. The voice intensifies, a primal roar demanding the beast within to break free. Bare your claws. Get your teeth out. Go on a killing spree. Right? That's who you are, right? The blonde's face contorts into a terrifying, predatory grin, her red eyes burning with pure, unadulterated malice. And Hyen Song, his eyes now fully engulfed by the crimson inferno, roars back, accepting the challenge, come at me. His face twisted in a silent, primal scream, a tremor of raw power shaking him to his core. One hand clenched into a white-knuckled fist, the other's fingers practically vibrating with suppressed, explosive energy. His eyes snapped wide open, a sharp gasp tearing from his throat as the realization hit him, I had no intention to fight someone. I just didn't want to get involved with me for no reason. Then, with a decisive, almost ritualistic motion, he pulled off his glasses. His resolve hardening like steel as he declared, with absolute certainty, I'm not going to fight you. Now, standing cool and collected in his vest and shirt, he had clearly wrestled back control, the internal storm momentarily silenced. But the blonde temptress just gave him a bored, dismissive look, uttering, what a boring punk. Then, with a casual shrug, she dropped the bomb, well, I'm going to leave soon. Team leader called for you. He shot back, where is he going to send me this time? I need to tell you. His eyes, now framed by his glasses, narrowed slightly, a single, pressing question burning in his mind, me? Where to? A cryptic message drops, at the place we first met. The blonde temptress, eyes blazing, drops the bombshell. Her voice dripping with a challenge, asking. As Cha Hyen Song and the observing student walk through a gritty alley, the message hangs in the air, echoing. Dropping the precise time, tonight at 12. The location repeats, and the observing student's mind screams. Her dark eyes snap wide in disbelief. The blonde temptress's presence still palpable. Leaving the student reeling, wondering. Her face a mask of pure shock and confusion, what exactly she just heard. The city skyline stretches out, a concrete jungle hiding countless secrets. But one figure strides through it all, a voice cutting through the silence, you're a guy who keeps his promises, huh? Cha Hyen Song, the monster killer, stands his ground, a silent storm brewing behind his eyes. Then, a new player steps onto the scene, his voice booming, I'm Yoon Chan-woo. Yoon Chan-woo confronts Hyen Song, who's chilling on a railing, the mysterious blonde temptress watching from the side. Hyen Song's hand shoots out, his voice laced with challenge, what did you call me? But Yoon Chan-woo just walks away, dropping a bombshell, I heard you were the one who killed the monster. But you're just a kid. The revelation hits Hyen Song like a truck, leaving him absolutely speechless. He stares down his challenger, a defiant glint in his eye, demanding to know what they want him to do. He bitterly recalls how he tried to get help from teachers, adults, even the cops, but he was always the one who got blamed. The two officials just stand there, taking it all in. His crimson eyes ignite with raw power as he clenches his fist, declaring that he never wanted their useless advice, because deep down, they never gave a damn. His face calms, but the intensity in his voice doesn't waver as he repeats, that's not what he wanted. Yoon Chan-woo's face twists in pure frustration, finally losing his cool and snapping, at the kid. His eyes blaze again, a chilling smirk gracing his lips as he reveals his ultimate, brutal answer, just beat them up, but make it look like an accident. Yoon Chan-woo is absolutely floored, glasses practically flying off his face, while Hyen Song just holds that unnerving smirk, his chilling words echoing. Meanwhile, the blonde temptress watches the whole scene unfold, a sly smirk playing on her lips as she whispers, a kid with that kind of power has to be careful, or everyone around them will end up dead. He flashes back to a younger version of himself, rocking glasses, standing with a young Yoon Chan-woo, both staring up at some massive dude. The scene cuts to a brutal fight, with young Cha Hyen Song landing a sick kick right to the chest of some big bully, as a voice questions, what kind of person is he? The bully stumbles back, yelling that he had no choice, and young Cha Hyen Song just stares, totally unfazed. Back to reality, a phone sits there, contact info on the screen, and he's clearly weighing his options. A slight smirk crosses his face as he mutters a quiet, thank you, taking in the help he's been given. But his face turns serious as he states his responsibility, making it clear he's got everyone's back. He swears he'll never be like those adults who stabbed him in the back, his eyes burning with fierce determination. Elsewhere, Jo Jun-ho, watching with the blonde temptress, scoffs at him as just a punk, wondering what he's really up to. The temptress, though, has a darker take, pointing out how dangerous it is for a kid to have that kind of power. The director, a figure of authority, cuts straight to the chase, revealing why he summoned them. He lays it all out, citing Professor Huang's chilling report, they're as cold and ruthless as the professor, the only one he couldn't crack. The director's expectations are sky high, a heavy burden not to disappoint. A younger Cha Hyen Song, sporting glasses, stands alongside Sun Gaeong, both locked onto the director's words, as he drops his final verdict on Hyen Song's oversight. The director, now facing them head-on, makes a powerful declaration, starting today. Cha Hyun-sung and Sun Gaeong are officially paired up for all future missions, a formidable new duo unleashed. He drives the point home, they're a team now. Cha Hyun-sung and Sun Gaeong exchange a look, a mix of shock and apprehension on their faces. The director's words echo, this is happening, right now. And just like that, the flashback snaps shut, the scene fading behind a dramatic sweep of red curtains, leaving us to wonder what comes next. A primal scream of absolute despair erupts, tearing through the silence as he and his partner are engulfed in pure, unadulterated terror. His eyes blaze an electric blue, blown wide with pure horror, while Sun Gaeong's golden stare reflects the same raw terror, their faces twisted in a silent, desperate shriek. Amidst the crushing dread, his hand tightens into a desperate, bone-white grip. With a frustrated frown, the young man behind his glasses demands answers from the blonde woman, pressing her to finally reveal where they're headed. But she snaps back, her voice dripping with disdain, mocking him for acting like a whiny kid who desperately needs to go to the bathroom. He fires back, questioning if she seriously thinks she can make him do anything, only for her to cut him off with a chilling warning not to mess with her, branding him a pervert. He vows she'll regret it, but she just shrugs him off, coolly asking why he's so fixated on her, before casually admitting she's just utterly bored with her mundane life and craves some excitement. Suddenly, she flips the script, shouting at him for daring to read such material, sneering that he's clearly not as perfect as he pretends to be. Pushing his buttons even harder, the blonde temptress digs deeper, probing into his family and friends. But he flat out refuses to answer, his face twisting in pure frustration as a sudden, sharp BBAAK rings out. Trapped for an agonizing week, the creature seethes, its mind screaming in frustration. Why is it here? The stress is crushing. He can't stand her. Her personality, her very scent, it's all disgusting. Elsewhere, the notorious team leader Yoon Chon-woo makes his appearance, already earning the ire of an unseen observer. Finally free of his presence, she lets out a triumphant laugh, a deep, cleansing sigh following close behind. His frustration boils over as he vehemently declares, I really hate this. A stark, imposing government building looms, its silent facade hinting at the bureaucratic machinations within. Within the sterile confines of a government hallway, two figures in dark suits stand, one's face obscured by a mask, the other's expression grim. Team leader Yoon Chon-woo, his brow furrowed in disbelief, voices his utter bewilderment. How could these unknown entities have seized control of the crime scene? His colleague, with a knowing glance, advises ignorance, asking if Yoon Chon-woo truly grasps the terrifying scope of the incident. The city is gripped by a terrifying wave of disappearances, and the government is desperately trying to keep a lid on the truth, censoring every report. Cha Hyun-sung, his crimson eyes burning with a haunted intensity, finds himself surrounded by a horrifying pool of blood, as whispers of a deranged cult echo through the city, blaming them for the escalating disappearances. Everyone knows the crazy things people are capable of, but some secrets are just too dark to uncover, a grim truth for anyone hoping to survive. Elsewhere, a mysterious masked operative, his presence radiating authority, cuts straight to the chase, ordering his subordinates to lead the way. Cha Hyun-sung and the blonde temptress, a striking pair, stand together, an aura of calm defiance around them, their faces betraying no emotion. The horrific incident, a bloodbath beyond imagination, was immediately swept under the rug, the public fed a flimsy lie about a mere murder. Team leader Yoon Chon-woo, his face etched with concern, presses for any sign of life, but the brutal truth hits hard, there were no survivors. The grim reality unfolds before their eyes, a horrific crime scene, bodies scattered across a floor drenched in blood, a silent testament to pure savagery. Blood paints every surface, a gruesome canvas of lives brutally cut short. After the last revelation, Cha Hyun-sung's face is a mask of pure terror, his eyes wide with an unspeakable dread. But the blonde temptress just keeps pushing, her voice chilling as she demands to know what he really sees in this twisted world. A horrifying, blood-soaked face screams the silent truth, as she coldly states, that everyone else is just blind, unable to see the brutal reality. It's too much. The sheer horror of it all hits him like a truck, and he's violently sick, the blonde temptress observing his breakdown with an unnerving calm. She just stares, but inside, he's screaming, feeling like he's going to puke his guts out. He clamps his hand over his mouth, his mind racing, screaming that he can't take it, that he hates the sight and smell of blood. He stumbles away, his whole body rejecting the horror, cursing that he never signed up for this kind of messed up job. His head spinning, he knows, he has to get out, to find some air and pull himself together. And then, the full, gut-wrenching truth is laid bare, a horrifying, blood-drenched massacre, bodies everywhere, the brutal reality they tried to hide. A brutal scene, drenched in crimson, a figure broken on the ground, the horror is palpable. Suddenly, a man's face, glasses glinting, stares with a grim resolve, his hand extending, trying to hold on to something slipping away. A mother's voice, filled with heartbreaking love, pleads for her child to survive, even if it means living without her, because that's the only thing that counts. Young Hyun Song, eyes wide with a terrifying blend of innocence and dread, gazes into the abyss of what's to come. His mother, face etched with exhaustion, desperately asks him to come closer, to help her, but the young boy, grasping the terrifying truth, can only whisper, "Are you dying, Mom?" Her hand reaches, a desperate, final plea, as she whispers his name, then a father's voice cuts through, laying bare the brutal truth. He turns and bolts, the sound of his desperate escape screaming through the void. He runs, a desperate, frantic flight, because he knew no one could escape or run away from the crushing inevitability. That memory, the terror of everything ending again, fuels his relentless flight, a constant, desperate escape. He's down, battered, and a cold, hard truth just slammed into him. He thought he'd buried it, that the past was dead and gone, but it's all back, screaming at him, demanding to know why this nightmare is repeating itself. Then, a taunting voice slices through his mind, demanding to know if he's just going to hide again. She keeps pushing, declaring they're already en route, bringing in the big guns, fortune hunters, to clean up the mess, her tone dripping with pure contempt. She sneers, detailing how those cowards, after barely taking down the monster, just bolted, abandoning their own comrades, not a single one even trying to stand their ground. It was all part of their pathetic scheme, she scoffs, letting others do the heavy lifting only to walk right into her trap, mocking them as morons who couldn't even take out a few weak humans before getting ensnared. Her voice cuts like a knife, challenging the very idea of pathetic humans, her stare burning. She doubles down, confirming they are absolutely pathetic, because not one hunter dared to fight, they all just ran. Every single one of them, she declares, got wiped out because they were too weak to fight and too slow to run, her words a brutal verdict on their failure. Trapped in his own mind, Cha Hyun Song's eyes snap open, burning with pure rage, his thoughts screaming about fucking cowards and these people. Right there, in front of him, the blonde temptress's words hit like daggers, a direct challenge. He flinches back, utterly stunned by her audacity. His voice cracks with fury, demanding she cut the nonsense. But she just smirks, twisting the knife, telling him he's nothing without his power, just like the weaklings he hates. His rage explodes, challenging her to even think she understands them, these humans who don't fight. His fist clenching so hard it shakes, as he roars that those who won't fight deserve to die. The sheer, raw power of his fury erupts. Unleashing a devastating explosion, his eyes burning with an unholy red glow. Amidst the shattered ruins, Cha Hyun Song confronts the blonde temptress, his resolve hardening with every passing second. A furious thought rips through his mind, a defiant challenge. Crimson eyes ignite with raw power, a blazing refusal as he roars. Unwavering, he stands his ground, the temptress watching his explosive transformation. His voice a gauntlet thrown. His foot slams down, a chilling vow echoing in his mind. His fury solidifies into a deadly promise. His face twists into a primal snarl, raw, untamed power surging through him. And his foot slams down, taking a decisive, earth-shattering step forward, ready to unleash his vengeance. His eyes ignite, blazing with an infernal red as his very being cracks under the strain, a chilling testament to the sheer, devastating cost he's willing to bear. Inside a dark, grimy room, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. A man with dark hair snarls, his voice cutting through the silence, "Stop stuffing yourself, you pig." The bald man, looking utterly defeated, can only think about the questionable food, wondering if they'll ever get more. He finally looks up, his voice laced with frustration, "Why are we being given such pathetic food?" The other man just smirks, laying out the harsh truth, "Look, we can't let those punks get wet. So, we make them come to us." A wave of anxiety washes over the bald man as he realizes, if we're captured, even one of us, they'll find out about the base or something, right? Suddenly, a heavy thud reverberates from the metal door. Making the dark-haired man snap his head up in surprise, a chilling question escaping his lips, "Is that for me, by any chance?" A fist clenches, a voice cutting through the tension, "It's probably the girl we called. But this isn't just any danger, even top-tier hunters face severe consequences for defying orders or staying silent." Elsewhere, a man with piercing red eyes and a cigarette can only stare, muttering, "Where does that guy get that energy?" The answer explodes into view as a monster's lower body is brutally shredded, flesh ripping, blood everywhere. The creature is utterly annihilated, a bloody mess. Cha Hyun Song, a blur of dark power, slams into another monster, his strike devastating, leaving nothing but carnage. The impact reverberates, a crushing blow. Crimson eyes blazing, a terrifying, sharp-toothed grin splits his face as he turns, a chilling question forming on his lips. The man with the cigarette, utterly stunned by the display, can only stammer, "The bastards who killed the hospital. You're..." All around Cha Hyun Song, the horrifying result of his power is clear, a battlefield littered with dismembered monsters. Crimson eyes blaze from a monstrous face as a voice confronts him, demanding to know if he's the one who annihilated his own people in this very region. No hesitation, his human form flashes, a chilling confession on his lips, "I killed them all." The monstrous form surges back, muscles rippling with raw, untamed power. And a chilling declaration rips through the air, and now it's your turn. With a savage roar, he unleashes a devastating, bone-shattering attack. His form a blur of raw power and crimson splatter, driving his opponent back with relentless, unstoppable force. The impact leaves a bloodshot, veined eye staring blankly into the void, utterly destroyed. He absolutely shreds the monster, his crimson eyes blazing with pure, unadulterated rage. As flesh explodes and gore erupts from the creature's form, revealing its shattered insides. The monster's entire body warps and shatters under the brutal onslaught, its very essence ripped to shreds. Then, with one last, earth-shattering blow, the monster is vaporized in a crimson explosion. His razor-sharp claws clench, still dripping with the monster's ichor. Even as it ceases to exist, the monster's remnants are still being violently shredded. Amidst the crimson devastation, Cha Hyun-sung stands as an absolute titan of destruction. His gore-covered hand clenches once more, a chilling testament to the sheer brutality he just unleashed. His glowing crimson eye burns with an unsettling, primal intensity, the monstrous transformation now complete and terrifyingly clear. A primal roar tears from his throat, his eyes blazing crimson, a terrifying glimpse of the monster within. The monster, once a terrifying threat, is utterly annihilated, reduced to a gruesome, bloody mess. And from his arm, a shadowy, wicked tendril erupts, a terrifying manifestation of his raw, destructive might. He stands, a dark god of war, scythe still gripped tight, the undisputed victor amidst the absolute devastation. But the fight isn't truly over for him, his movements are pure explosion, a crimson blur tearing through the air. His face, a twisted snarl of pure rage, shows off those terrifying fangs and the burning fury that still consumes him. He stands, a titan of terror, surrounded by the bloody aftermath, Cha Hyun-sung, a monstrous force of nature. The ground itself is shattered and drenched in crimson, a testament to the sheer, cataclysmic power he just unleashed. The monster's remains are utterly obliterated. Its body ripped into unrecognizable, bloody chunks. A gruesome testament to the sheer, unbridled force unleashed. Crimson blood splatters paint the entire scene. Clinging to his dark trousers, a grim trophy of his victory. As a primal, guttural roar rips from his throat. His eyes still blazing with an intense, crimson inferno. He clenches his blood-stained hands, utterly pulverizing the last remnants of his defeated foe. A blood-soaked hand tightens, the interrogator's mind racing as he grapples with the sheer scale of this violent guest. He sits, back-turned, staring out at the sprawling metropolis, a silent observer of the chaos. The sheer, brutal evidence of that violence is undeniable, a powerful, blood-splattered torso hinting at the raw, untamed strength unleashed. Shifting his focus, the man in the hat cuts straight to the chase, declaring, "I waited for you for so long, you know it to be a pain, right?" His words are aimed at an emaciated, elderly man, hanging by his wrists, his body a testament to unimaginable hardship. The interrogator, his face still splattered with blood, glares, his voice sharp as he demands, "Those eyes. Why are you looking at me like that?" Yet, the elderly man, despite his dire situation, replies with an unnerving composure, "A question. Certainly. You're not around." From the void, a sinister voice cuts through, "Why do we kill humans? To eat, to survive, to uphold our beliefs." Blood stains the ground, and the voice presses on, "After I became this thing, of course, the only reason to kill humans is." Elsewhere, the creepy old man, with his stringy red hair, just grins, a truly disturbing sight. The red eyes burn brighter, and the voice drops the bombshell, "Because it's fun. You killed me. So, how was it?" Hyun-sung's face, slick with blood, twists in agony, as the monster's words hit hard, "Wasn't it fun?" Then, a grotesque, cracked hand explodes from the darkness. Slamming into him with raw power, a crimson spray erupting. He's thrown back, a shocked "oh" ripped from his throat. But even through the pain, his fist tightens, a fierce determination burning within him. The monster's clawed hand rips right through him. A brutal kick slamming into him next, sending him flying. His face, now a bloody mess, twists in pure shock as he screams, "H how?" Then, a chilling vision of a gaunt, long-haired figure flickers into his mind, a silent, terrifying memory. But the monster's relentless assault doesn't stop, a devastating blow crashing down. It hits with bone-shattering force, a sickening explosion of blood and gore. His face, utterly destroyed, takes the full, brutal impact. The monster's chilling voice rings in his head, mocking, young, reckless, and inexperienced. Towering over his shattered body, the creature sneers, "Such a waste. If only you had listened." The monster's voice cuts through the silence, a cruel taunt, "You're still alive, huh." It's annoyed by his sheer will to live, by the blood, then snarls, "Get up." Its crimson eyes blaze in the darkness, a predatory gleam. His hook still bright so It growls, a chilling reflection, though it's been a while. But Cha Hyun-song refuses to break. Every muscle screams, yet he pushes, fighting to rise from the brink. A terrifying, clawed limb reaches out, ready to deliver the next devastating blow. And then, the monster's chilling declaration echoes, a promise of pure agony. How about a lesson? Cha Hyun-song is absolutely wrecked, bloodied and bruised, but his crimson eyes still burn with defiance, even as a chilling doubt creeps in. A desperate thought flashes through his mind, he just can't hit this thing. But before he can even react, the monster explodes forward, a terrifying blur of pure destruction. A crushing punch lands directly on his face, blood exploding everywhere. He's sent flying, his mind screaming, he's fought bigger, badder guys, but this is something else. Another glowing fist connects, and the brutal reality hits him, he's completely outmatched. His arm, now a mangled mess, hangs limp, utterly shattered by the monster's might. A primal scream of agony tears from his lungs, as the monster just keeps on hitting. He's slammed with bone-shattering force, his body recoiling violently from the unseen blow. But even battered and bleeding, he spits out a defiant challenge. The monster just snarls, its glowing red eyes burning with pure malice, ready to unleash more pain. His face twists in a silent, blood-soaked scream as the torment becomes unbearable. A primal shriek rips from him as another crushing blow connects. Blood explodes into the air from the sheer force of the hit. His body is violently launched, a ragdoll against an unseen wall. Inside, he feels his very essence tearing, his bones screaming under the relentless, brutal assault. He's finished, he can't fight back, and the terrifying question screams in his head, is this it? Is he going to die? Cha Hyun-song's broken body takes yet another devastating hit, the monster's voice booming with a chilling, taunting challenge. With its crimson eyes blazing, the monster lets out a chilling, satisfied sigh. Another explosive impact rips through the air, leaving Cha Hyun-song utterly pulverized and defeated, his face a mask of pure agony. The monster, its blazing eyes still locked on the broken figure, grumbles about the pathetic, shitty night. But then, a new challenger bursts onto the scene, a fierce female warrior with flowing hair and a gleaming sword already in hand. She immediately confronts the monster, her voice cutting through the silence with a defiant challenge. Turning to face the beast, she takes a battle-ready stance, her sword gripped tight, ready for anything. She throws down the gauntlet, offering the monster a real fight, but the creature just scoffs, calling her another toy. With a challenging grin, the newly arrived warrior, Yunha, taunts the monstrous entity before her, ready to throw down. Her words hang in the air, a silent challenge to the hulking beast, daring it to make a move. She continues, her voice unwavering, daring it to snicker all you want, because today's the day you kick the bucket. This is it. Her grip tightens on a heavy metal bat, its surface gleaming as she prepares her assault, ready to unleash hell. With a powerful, blurring swing, she brings the bat down with devastating force, a true beast burner. The impact shatters the very ground, sending shockwaves and debris flying. Pure destruction. Her feet land firmly on the cracked earth, the force of her blow reverberating through the desolate landscape, a true power move. The monster recoils from the unexpected assault, its massive form momentarily stunned by the sheer power of the attack. What a hit! The ground was absolutely obliterated, a brutal reminder of her last attack, but the metal bat she used was now completely trashed. But before she could even blink, the monster's massive tentacles exploded forward, wrapping around her in midair, locking her down in a death grip. The pressure cranked up, crushing the air right out of her as she fought against the relentless grip. Then, with a brutal, bone-jarring slam, she was driven straight into the ground, the impact shattering the very earth beneath her. Pinned and crushed by the monster's sheer power, a thought ripped through its twisted mind, this girl was seriously well-trained, a total beast. The tentacles just kept squeezing, refusing to let go of their prey. Just a few feet away, the shattered bat lay abandoned, a grim trophy of the brutal fight. But then, with an explosive surge of pure defiance, Yunha twisted, unleashing a devastating kick into the monster's grip, shattering its hold and sending those tentacles flying back. She landed light as a feather, instantly back on her feet, as the monster's arrogant thought boomed, all that power, and still just a kid after all. The monster's tentacle whips out, a blur of motion, snapping shut around its target. A bone-crushing grip slams her down, leaving her utterly exposed. But wait, a glitch in the monster's cold calculation. Something's off. Yunha's pinned, but don't count her out. That stillness? It's a trap. Then, boom. A sudden surge of power. She breaks free, shattering its grip. Her counterattack connects with a sickening crunch, making the beast roar in pain. Blood explodes from the hit, a brutal display of her raw power. The monster stumbles back, utterly stunned, its glowing red eyes screaming, "How? You think you're against?" The monster, battered but not broken, roars, unleashing its combined force. But in a flash, a devastating counterstrike rips through its defenses. Yunha, a whirlwind of fury and blood, lands the critical blow. The monster's head snaps back, its eyes squeezed shut in agony. As a thunderous impact rocks its entire being. Yunha stands triumphant, blood-soaked and unyielding, ready for anything. The crimson aftermath paints the scene. The monster, now gaping with a massive wound, can only gasp, this is a surprise. Its injuries are far worse than it ever imagined. Staring down at Yunha, it bellows, "Kid, who's your teacher?" completely floored by her sheer power. He can't believe it, sputtering about her mother and teacher, then laughs it off, calling her a child talking nonsense. A chilling, guttural laugh rips through the air, and then he's like, "Fine. You want to see my true power? You got it." His body starts to twist and crack, the ground itself shattering as he begins to transform. His face rips apart, revealing a grotesque, primal maw as his beastly fangs burst forth. The transformation goes into overdrive, his body exploding with violent, distorting power. A crimson aura explodes around him, spiraling into a monstrous, tangled tower of pure power. The air is practically screaming with evil energy as the monster finishes its terrifying transformation, now a towering, twisted mass of flesh and glowing red tendrils. But down below, Yunha just stares up at the colossal monster, not even flinching. "Oh. Is that your killer move?" she taunts, a smirk playing on her lips, looks. With her eyes blazing, she throws down the gauntlet, taunting the monster. And the beast, a crimson blur of pure rage, explodes into a charge. Its grotesque form tearing through the air. But Yunha doesn't flinch, meeting the charge with a devastating downward arc of her weapon, shouting, "Thanks for coming straight from the front." Her declaration echoing with lethal intent, "I'll split that head in half." And then, a cataclysmic impact. Shattering the monster's form. Its head cleaving apart in a grotesque explosion. The creature's entire being violently disintegrating under the sheer power of her attack. The sheer force of the blow ripped through the air, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent debris flying in every direction. A deafening roar of impact followed, as the ground itself seemed to buckle under the pressure. The destructive energy continued to spread, tearing apart the very structure of the surroundings. When the dust began to settle, only a desolate landscape of shattered rubble remained. Cha Hyun-song, battered and bloodied, could only stare in disbelief, muttering that he hadn't imagined such power. A moment of tense silence passed before he wondered if it was truly over. A ragged breath escaped him, a quiet phew of relief. Standing amidst the fading remnants of the monster, Yunha remained composed, the creature's body disintegrating into glowing particles around her. From his vantage point, Cha Hyun-song could only marvel, acknowledging how truly remarkable her power was. His blood-soaked hand twitches, a raw, visceral reminder of the absolute chaos he just survived. A dark, almost insane thought cuts through the pain, a twisted laugh at the sheer insanity of it all. What a fun night. His body, utterly wrecked, finally gives out, crashing down onto the pulverized ground, his blade a forgotten relic beside him. The very ground beneath him, ripped apart and fractured, screams in silent agony, reflecting the torment in his own body, as his blood paints the desolate landscape. Yunha's voice slices through the post-battle silence, hitting him with the accusation, "You wiped him out." She glances at the blood-drenched ground, acknowledging the beast's might, but her focus quickly snaps back. Her eyes lock onto Hyun-song's bloodied face, a sharp question in her tone. She jabs a finger at her own stomach, demanding to know why he's acting like he's the only one who's hurt, her anger palpable. She snaps at him from behind, reminding him that a wound like that isn't going to kill him. Amidst the carnage, Hyun-song stands silent, his body a canvas of blood and grime. He clutches a small, glowing object, a thought crossing his mind, it's been a while since he faced a high-rank foe like that. And for an old man, those blows were seriously potent. He gasps, a sharp, agonizing pain ripping through him as blood explodes across his arm, a brutal reminder of the fight he just barely survived. His fist clenches, still dripping with the enemy's essence. As a chilling thought crosses his mind, moments like this are always the most fun. He finds a twisted, exhilarating enjoyment in the struggle, a sentiment he knows others share. His gaze falls upon the blood-soaked ground, where the monstrous form of his defeated opponent lies, and he muses that while raw crushing power is certainly enjoyable, reversing a desperate situation offers a different, more profound kind of satisfaction. He wonders if his silent observer, Yunha, understands this feeling, too. After all, he reflects, he is like them, another being made to fight, and he could tell from their eyes that they shared this fundamental, primal nature. These creatures were created to fight humans, cheap copies made by replicating the body parts of beasts. Many failed the test. And the others were disposed of, except for one. The beast is utterly annihilated, its grotesque form a bloody mess. But Cha Hyun-song isn't done. He holds up the monster's severed head, a chilling question on his lips, made to fight? He scoffs, dismissing the creature's pathetic resistance, a kid's level, huh? No big deal, right? Then, a terrifying question hangs in the air, directed at the now headless monster. Did you think it was over after cutting off my head? Because his head, he declares, wasn't there in the first place. The headless body stands firm. His sword still clutched in hand. And then, a booming, triumphant "oh" erupts from the headless warrior. Suddenly, a brutal assault. A monstrous entity absolutely shreds a blonde fighter, claws tearing through everything. Blood explodes with every single devastating hit. The monster snarls, "What's wrong? You don't seem like yourself." It mocks, "What, did losing an arm and getting your gut ripped open actually weaken you?" The beast continues its verbal assault, reminding the copy that even after mimicking its form, they're still just a human. A crushing wave of impact slams into the blonde fighter, the burden of pain threatening to shatter their resolve. The relentless tearing continues, their body being shredded limb by limb. A choked gasp escapes the blonde fighter, their eyes burning crimson as blood smears their face. The monstrous attacker lunges with beastly fangs, its claws ripping into the struggling copy one last time. But then, a sudden, explosive counterattack. The blonde fighter unleashes the rotating fist of victory. The red-wrapped monster goes absolutely berserk, unleashing a torrent of crimson energy that rips through the very fabric of reality. Its tendrils of raw power closing in on the blonde fighter with terrifying speed. The blonde fighter, realizing this is a long-range technique, curses under his breath, knowing he has to brace for the full force of the hit. The monster's attack connects with brutal efficiency, sending him flying from the sheer, concussive force. But in a shocking turn, the blonde fighter unleashes a devastating counterattack, ripping into the monster's body and making it bleed. Suddenly, a guttural scream rips from Cha Hyun-song's throat, his body convulsing from an unseen, brutal assault. Crimson energy explodes around him, the impacts relentless and absolutely crushing. He's completely engulfed by the destructive force, his form barely visible amidst the absolute chaos. Just as quickly as it started, the red energy begins to fade, leaving behind only the chilling echoes of the brutal assault. Still reeling from the brutal, unseen assault, he lets out a primal scream of pure anguish, his body absolutely drenched in blood and fresh wounds. His screams quickly morph into a furious, guttural accusation, "You, moronic bastard." The words rip from his throat, laced with resentment, "Did I ask for your help?" A raw, desperate hatred boils over in his voice, "I hate you." He continues, his mind fixated on the other's perceived arrogance, that condescending look on your face, and how you think fighting is so important. A flicker of conflicted understanding crosses his features, but, even if that's true. His rage shatters, revealing a profound, desperate fear, "I don't want to see you die." He clutches the severely injured blonde fighter close, his face a mask of utter despair. His voice hardens with an unshakable new resolve, "Not anymore." Cha Hyun-song's voice rips through the air, a primal scream of pure defiance. He's not letting anyone else die on his watch. While the severely injured blonde figure he's cradling hangs lifelessly. And a terrifying transformation rips through his face, his eyes blazing crimson, demanding a brutal cost. The blonde figure's legs buckle with a soft clatter. As their injuries finally take their toll. But Cha Hyun-song holds them tight, his resolve burning brighter. His eyes still blazing, he lays down the law, follow his lead to win, and death won't even be an option. Then, with absolute conviction, he declares, "I'll handle the rest." The very air hums with the power of his declaration, leaving only dust and blood in its wake. He lets out a guttural roar, his monstrous form absolutely exploding with power. A devastating impact follows, absolutely shattering everything in his path. But a mocking voice cuts through the chaos, taunting him, "Are you done? Or did the little bitch run somewhere? You're trying to act like a man, huh, putting on a show like this?" Undaunted, Cha Hyun-song continues his furious assault, his crimson eyes absolutely blazing with resolve. He moves with blinding speed. Each strike a thunderous blow that tears apart the very fabric of their surroundings, sending shockwaves of destruction outward. Another explosive impact echoes, a testament to his raw, untamed power, with a resounding "pwong." The unseen tormentor persists, taunting, "You little bitch. Still trying to run away, huh? Let's see if you can handle this, huh?" The monstrous entity unleashes its ultimate move, the beastly fangs, a spiral-flowing arc of pure, unadulterated destruction. A colossal, crimson, tentacled horror erupts, its raw power threatening to consume everything. Hyun-song can only gape at the sheer, impossible scale of the attack, a single, desperate thought screaming in his mind, "That's huge." Bloodied and battered, he stares up, questioning if he can even dream of blocking this cataclysmic force. But the truth slams into him, there's no facing this head-on. He has to dodge. Wounded and weary, he looks down at his own blood-soaked form, a chilling question forming in his mind, "Am I still thinking of running away?" He hated everything. The brutal reality he was born into, the endless cycle of pain and suffering, and eventually, even the very life he was given, all of it, shattered like fragile glass. He'd unleashed the full fury of his heart's hatred, aiming it at everything he despised. A primal, burning anger surged through him, mixed with a crushing sadness that threatened to overwhelm his very being. He thought he was battling the world, fighting those external threats. His fury a shield, a weapon against everything. But the brutal truth hit him like a physical blow. He wasn't fighting, he was just running away, and absolutely nothing had changed since then. Even as a kid, lost in a sea of anger and despair, he was already seeking an escape. Chasing strength, using every single fight as a desperate excuse to run from the one thing he hated most, himself. His bloodied face contorts in a primal scream, pure rage burning in his eyes. The real battle isn't out there, it's against the coward inside, the one he has to defeat. A fight that will push his very being to the absolute limit, his bones, his muscles, his entire body. He's pushing past his limits, forcing the weakness within him to shatter. A primal roar tears through the air. As a singular, burning desire ignites within him. The power surge explodes, manifesting as raw, untamed, explosive energy. And from the shadows, a shocked voice gasps, "What? How did he awaken his fangs in so little time?" Eyes burning with raw, crimson power, he lets out a guttural roar, screaming, "Take this." He rockets forward, a crimson and white missile, absolutely demolishing the monster with a single, explosive impact. His arm ignites with a furious, fiery glow, every ounce of his new power surging through him. The hit explodes in a blinding, concussive flash, ripping through the very fabric of the air. As the monster desperately flails, he scoffs, "Still, it's just baby teeth." The raw power threatens to tear him apart, but he pushes through, gritting his teeth, "I just need to bear with it for a second." The power stabilizes, and a fierce resolve hardens his gaze. He declares, "You did it." His inner voice echoes, "You endured well. Cha Huen Song." He stands triumphant over the monster's broken husk, his hair now a shocking, vibrant blonde, a clear sign of his ultimate evolution. His glowing crimson eyes lock onto the defeated enemy, a terrifying vow spilling from his lips, "To cut up your throat," he snarls. Amidst the chaos, his newly transformed form, blonde hair blazing and crimson eyes glowing, tanks the monster's last desperate assault, a defiant "wah" ripping from his throat. But he knows it's already over for his foe, declaring with absolute certainty, "That's more than enough time," as the monster can only choke out a bewildered "wah." Then, with a sudden, explosive burst, his attack detonates, ripping through the monster's form, drawing a horrified "wadaat" from the creature. The devastating blow manifests as the sword of blood, cracking and shattering the monster's very essence. He follows through with a powerful, sweeping motion, engulfing the monster in a torrent of crimson energy. The final impact, known as the Destroyer of Demonic Source, lands with cataclysmic force, sending debris flying. The monster's form is violently shredded, disintegrating into a maelstrom of explosive red energy. A final, guttural cry of, "Ugh!" "Ohoha!" rips from the creature, as its very existence is annihilated. Its last thoughts are of disbelief and pain, a fading "Yo, you rascals," and a final, "Ah," as it is utterly erased from reality. The monster lets out a blood-curdling scream, its face twisting in absolute torment as the power rips it apart. Its body cracks and shatters under the relentless assault, the creature's last, desperate screams tearing through the silence. Then, a blinding crimson blast explodes, swallowing everything in its wake. The destructive energy rips outward, leaving absolutely nothing of the monster behind. As the brilliant red light finally fades, darkness creeps back in. Above, the very sky is now painted a deep, terrifying crimson, a full moon hanging like a judgment amidst the blood-red clouds. The lingering aura of the attack still spreads, a chilling testament to the sheer, overwhelming power unleashed. Amidst the blood-soaked debris and the crimson-tinged air, Cha Hyen Song stands alone, the only one left in this desolate, ravaged landscape. The scene slowly fades to black, the silence a chilling contrast to the absolute chaos that just erupted. He once craved infinite power. A body that couldn't be broken, but as the days turned into weeks, his body just got weaker, his fists lost their punch. Why? Because he was just a human. But then, out of nowhere, a shadowy figure appeared, offering him the body he always wanted. He promised him eternal power, and the ability to feast on blood. He laid out everything he could ever want, an immortal body and unstoppable strength. But what was the catch? The price? His very humanity. And so, he would live on, as something far beyond human. He gave it all. Every last piece of himself, for this power. A primal scream rips from his throat, as he finally understands the true nature of his transformation. He'd chased power his entire life, but at the end of that brutal chase, all he found were the ghosts of his parents and friends. Beneath the unforgiving full moon, he confesses his fear, accepting the humanity he traded for this immense power. A chilling, almost insane laugh rips from his throat, as he grasps the horrifying truth: this ultimate strength, this power, barely lasts a moment. The sheer, untamed energy of his transformation explodes outward. Only to reveal a brutal truth: this power, this immense strength, will wither after just 10 days. Later, absolutely drenched in blood and grime, Cha Hyun-sung stands with the blonde figure, both utterly ravaged by the brutal battle. With a ragged breath, she asks if they won, and he, utterly spent, can only manage a grim, "I guess we won." Cha Hyun-sung, absolutely wrecked and covered in blood, barely manages to thank her, admitting she saved his life. But the unnamed blonde figure, just as messed up, lets out a rough grunt, shrugging off his thanks like it's nothing. A tense silence hangs heavy, broken only by a dull thud. Then, she pulls out a lighter, its tiny flame dancing in the gloom. She turns to him, calling his name, demanding to know why he's still so stubborn in this mess. He's baffled, asking why she didn't just ditch him and run, and she just coolly offers him a smoke. She reminds him the old man said the power only lasts 10 days, so what's the point now? Then, she hits him with the real question: you asked me to protect your family, right? Battered and bruised, he grapples with his very being, confessing his life's sole purpose has been to fight monsters. He'd never imagined a different path, questioning his own identity if he couldn't be like them, and fueled by a burning hatred for death, whether it struck his loved ones or complete strangers. He absolutely despises seeing anyone fall. But from the depths of his anguish, a fierce determination sparks to life. Knowing that more monsters are undoubtedly crawling out, he clenches his bloodied fist, vowing that if his power can make a difference, he will fight. He will fight. Rising to his feet, bloodied but unbowed, he makes a solemn vow: he won't run. No more hesitation, no more regrets, even if he doubts he'll ever find forgiveness. Turning his back on the past, he stands tall, a bloodied silhouette of unwavering resolve. The call drops, the screen flashing ended, as blood spatters tell a silent, brutal story. High above the city, the dust settles, but the real work is just beginning. After the brutal fight, Hyun-sung coolly reports, 27 monsters down, 0 losses on his side. Mission accomplished. Across town, a sharp-suited woman takes the call, barking orders to the cleanup crew to lock down the area and spin the whole thing as a gas leak explosion. Pulling up to the chaotic scene, hazmat teams already swarming, she's met by a subordinate, confirming her authority as team leader Yoon. Hyun-sung stands coolly by her side, unfazed by the cleanup operation. Later, in the car, he probes if she got anything useful, but she shuts him down, warning him there were no survivors and to not push his luck. He left a war zone, but the official records: 0 casualties. Someone had done a serious cleanup, making the building look like nothing happened. A subordinate briefly took over the scene, and team leader Yoon already knew the answer: who else would clean up a mess like that? But since the monster was just like him, it was impossible to tell them apart, and it was only a matter of time until the government came knocking. This kid, never knowing love, just kept growing up, trapped. And if any adult tried to help him, it was just more fear, more rage, an endless loop for his entire life. A voice, disappointed, reveals the truth: he didn't kill the monster, he made it disappear. That's when you finally figure out what you really want, right? He just takes a long drag, admitting, yeah, he's complicated. Flashback. The kid's monstrous eye glows, screaming, "Let go," while other kids are just sobbing, terrified, begging him not to be mad, completely overwhelmed by the fear he instills. The tempter keeps going, explaining, that's why you shipped him off so fast. Then he asks the real question: why didn't anyone teach him to fight? Make him a hunter? He's like, but why you? Of all people, you made the search request. He points out, they're so similar, aren't they? Both of them. His mind drifts, picturing the kid and the monster, wondering about those two. He finally says, okay, you know him then. But then he scoffs, why the obsession? He's just a kid, clueless, destroying everything without even realizing it. And he adds, they don't even have a choice to fight, if their whole lives are just one big battle. The tempter's mind races, pondering if these two wouldn't be better off with an ally. Though he's skeptical they'd ever get along, even in the heat of battle. Taking in the brutal scene, he can't help but think. As he gazes upon the battered duo. They're just kids, aren't they? A screen flashes a gruesome image of a colossal beast ripped apart. They actually split the old man in half, he exclaims. Cha Hyun-sung's bloodied hand trembles, a chilling realization dawning, asterisk this feels wrong. No matter how I look at it, this is just too much, asterisk. The tempter, a glint in his eye, considers the sheer power of the defeated monster, then wonders if the humans who took it down aren't incredibly dangerous themselves. A wicked grin spreads across his face. Are we even safe? Difficult to handle is an understatement. Out of the inky blackness, a terrifying monster with blazing red eyes bursts forth, its aura screaming pure menace. It challenges the very notion of danger itself. Its massive, gray-skinned body, rippling with dark power, dominates the scene, utterly scoffing at the idea that 1,000 weaklings could ever stand a chance. A colossal foot slams down, asserting its dominance, as it boldly proclaims that with us three on the field, victory is absolute. Armed with deadly fangs. Then, a sleek, black-haired figure with piercing red eyes smirks, declaring the impending battle a massive welcome, for 3 siblings have descended. A stunning woman with flowing white hair and burning red eyes then steps forward, her voice dripping with absolute certainty, proclaiming that no mere human on this planet can ever hope to halt their advance. And then, a battle-hardened man with blonde hair, a scarred face, and blazing red eyes, his gaze utterly merciless, snarls a chilling command, "Keep up your desperate attempt." His muscles bulge, a primal roar tearing from his throat as he promises to tear his enemies apart. His wounds, once a death sentence, are now healing at an insane speed. A wild power surging through his veins. He's back on his feet, and the blonde healer can only stare, saying, "Okay, then. Looks like your wounds are all healed now." She's absolutely stunned, staring at him with pure disbelief. Confessing she's never seen anything like it, not even with her healing powers. "I didn't expect you to heal from the hole in your chest so quickly. Even though I'm a healer, I've never seen anything like it." But he just smirks, dropping a bombshell, "That's because I'm not a normal hunter. I'm an awakened." These awakened can morph into terrifying beasts using their mana, regenerating their bodies at insane speeds, but the real danger? They can twist and reshape their very forms at will. This is the terrifying power of the beastly fangs. From the outside, it's like they're literally turning into monsters. Seriously, the beastly fangs users are on another level of scary. The monster charges, but he's already moving, a blur of raw power, his eyes glowing crimson as he unleashes a brutal combo. Every hit lands with bone-shattering impact, sending the beast reeling. He just keeps going, a whirlwind of destruction, finishing with a massive hit that sends the monster flying. His face, covered in blood, shows just how savage that fight was. But even after that insane display, he knows the truth, he's still not strong enough. He's left wondering, whose abilities are they even talking about? Later, chilling out but still deep in thought, he has to face the fact, he can't do this solo. Elsewhere, a dude is totally flexing on another guy, who's practically begging to be let go, but the first guy just laughs. "You think I went through all that trouble to get hunters on my team just to let you walk away?" Just a few feet away, a blonde woman watches the whole scene unfold, her face totally serious, not giving an inch. The trainer lays down the law, his voice cutting through the air, hammering home the brutal truth: to survive against those monsters, they need to push their limits, now. But she's not having it, snapping back with an exasperated sigh, I get it. No need to lecture me, I know the score." Unfazed, the trainer just grins, declaring, "Awesome. Time to get this training started. Today, we're hitting the core." He drills into her the absolute necessity of their teamwork, emphasizing that they need to become so in sync, so responsive, they can practically feel each other's heartbeat in the chaos of battle against any monster. The blonde warrior stands poised, every muscle in her athletic frame ready to explode. While the trainer's arm bulges with raw power, a living testament to his words, "Strengthen your core to fight." It starts now. Face to face, the trainer begins his relentless instruction, demanding she strip away every unnecessary motion. Then, with a fierce grin, he roars, "And give me all you got." His own chiseled physique, a monument to relentless training, silently screams the intensity of what's to come. A smartphone screen stays totally blank, and there's still no reply. A black-haired student, phone in hand, is totally confused, like, what is Cha Hyun-sung even doing to be so busy lately? Flashback. A blonde student with glasses is next to Cha Hyun-sung, thinking, he's totally hiding something. Alone again, the blonde student is still thinking about it, realizing Cha Hyun-sung was acting the exact same way last time. He's still stewing, totally annoyed that Cha Hyun-sung won't even call, and decides he's gonna confront him at school. Meanwhile, back in the present, the black-haired student is by the lockers, still glued to her phone. Her face is etched with serious worry, you can practically feel her growing concern. A black-haired student, glasses glinting, lets out a heavy sigh, the weight of time pressing down. Dressed sharply in a vest and tie, he keeps his eyes fixed on the ground. Then, a black-haired student lets out a piercing scream of pure frustration, her eyes practically bulging. The setting changes to a classic school building, sunlight glinting off its many windows. Inside, the student tries to backtrack, insisting it's not what she thinks, and that his training just got a little out of hand. But she's having none of it, her voice practically a roar as she reminds him his weirdness started way before his workouts, calling out his endless excuses, especially after getting clobbered by weak humans. This is totally out of control. Having reached her breaking point, she lunges, grabbing him by the collar, and declares they're heading straight to the police station. She can't take it anymore. Still reeling from the confrontation, Dongwoo stands there, arm in a sling, utterly bewildered. The black-haired female student, absolutely fuming, confronts him, her voice cutting through the air as she shouts his name. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure in a dark suit hints at unseen forces at work. As Dongwoo looks down, deep in thought, his face a mask of worry. Then, a shocking vision. Hyun-sung, absolutely drenched in blood, but radiating an insane, crimson power, his eyes burning with an unholy, unyielding resolve. Snapping back to reality, Dongwoo lets out a small, surprised sound, his glasses reflecting his inner turmoil. The female student keeps going, her voice dripping with disbelief and pure rage, bringing up the punks who used to mess with Hyun-sung. Dongwoo's thoughts drift, a quiet reassurance forming in his mind, he believes those punks won't bully him anymore. He silently apologizes to the female student, for always causing her worry. The black-haired female student is locked in thought, a serious look on her face. Over on the school's soccer field, chaos erupts as a voice screams, urging everyone to stop him. The defense is in shambles, completely overwhelmed, unable to contain the sheer power on display. How is this even possible? To be utterly dominated, pierced through by Hyun-sung's sheer skill. He's a blur on the field, effortlessly dribbling, the ball practically an extension of his will. A strange sensation washes over him, his legs feeling impossibly light. Is this what it means to transcend humanity? Still untouchable on the field, he can't help but feel a little bad for the others. Sweat drips, but his gaze is sharp, this effortless power is unlike any fight or labor he's known. It's absolutely captivating. He never imagined such a state, to be drenched in sweat, yet completely free from the strain of battle. He launches himself into the air, a blur of motion, unleashing a powerful kick that sends the soccer ball rocketing. As he touches down, an incredible surge of refreshing energy courses through him. Boom! The ball smashes into the net. A stunned, almost manic laugh bursts from him. He can barely believe it, he actually scored. His first goal ever. His teammates are absolutely floored, swarming him with questions, demanding to know how the benchwarmer suddenly became a superstar. But their awe quickly turns to anger, as they accuse him of faking it, yelling for him to cut the crap. Meanwhile, the black-haired female student and Dongwoo watch the chaos unfold from afar. Her eyes, sharp and analytical, never leave the scene, a silent calculation playing out behind them. She stares at him, a flicker of worry in her eyes, as if he's transformed into a completely different person. He just stares back, a quiet, confused, slipping out. Her expression softens, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. He turns his head, a thick silence filling the air, as if he knows she'll never truly forgive him. His own apology is barely audible, a soft, sorry. She clarifies her recent distance, I've been a little busy lately. I didn't contact you or couldn't talk to you. He finally opens up about the heavy secret of what happened to him, admitting he knew she'd worry, so he kept it hidden. Standing a distance apart, he repeats, but I didn't want to upset you. He glances down, then meets her gaze as she presses him, are you really sorry? A soft, escapes her lips, as she doubles down, I'm telling you, if you really are sorry. Her conviction flares, a firm, yeah. I really mean it, leaving no room for doubt. A beat of silence hangs in the air as he processes her sincerity, then she pushes on, seriously, I'm telling you. If you really want to apologize to me. A gentle smile plays on her face as she pivots, backpack casually slung. Her ultimate demand, a playful challenge, echoes, you can spend a day with me, right? He'd agreed to meet her downtown. But Hyun-sung was totally baffled, why did she have to meet downtown? They could have just hit up their usual PC cafe, so he's left wondering if she's got some secret mission downtown. He waited. When a voice snapped him out of it, saying, oh, you're here early, huh? Hyun-sung looked up from his phone. As the speaker walked closer. It was a girl with long, dark hair, who then called out his name, Cha Hyun-sung. She's on the move, making her way through the city with a determined stride. She finally arrives, immediately calling him out, seriously, you made me wait here all by myself. He fires back, what, you think some weirdo's gonna hit on you? She stumbles, trying to find the words. Her face instantly changes, revealing her true priority, but I'm starving. Did you eat already? He's totally blindsided, mumbling, trying to figure out what's good, confessing he's never actually eaten out. Then it hits him, she's hungry, of course. His eyes land on a sign for the Beastborn sausage soup, and he's like, whoa, isn't that a bit intense? Her face, glowing against a fiery red, instantly locks onto the words, sausage soup. He desperately tries to pivot, how about stir-fried pork instead, but she's already made up her mind, firm and unwavering, sausage soup. She drags him into a restaurant and he's totally lost, like a deer in headlights. He just mumbles, spaghetti. They finally hit up the spot Yunbai told them about, the legendary Beastborn Sausage Soup restaurant. Cha Hyun-sung grabs the menu, but he's totally clueless, these dish names are blowing his mind. He's literally thinking, what even are these dishes? Never seen them before in my life. His brain's practically melting from the menu overload, so she just takes over. She just tells the waitress, excuse me, we'll take 2 Beastborn sausage soups. She's beaming, totally stoked about her order. And just like that, their food's here, time to chow down. She's eyeing the menu, thinking, couple meal, huh? But hey, she's totally down for it. But he's freaking out. Couple meal. That's way too obvious. He's trying to play it cool, thinking they should just use free drinks as a cover. She cuts him off, no, that's totally fine. She's quick to clarify, we're just friends. But he's still stuck on it. Couple meals are only for couples, right? He's convinced they have to order from the regular menu because this whole place screams date night. Then, a sudden ACK. He's startled. But she's already decided. We're getting a couple's meal, she announces, then adds, and 0-calorie drinks. And just like that, the feast arrives. Juicy sausages, fresh greens, and perfectly toasted buns. He stares at the food, eyes wide, then shouts, this is so good. They dig in. She asks if he likes it, and he's all, yeah, it's the best food I've had in ages. Secretly, he's thinking about his usual instant noodles and school lunches. Yunbai brought him here, otherwise he'd never step foot in a place like this, he thinks, a rare moment of reflection. She lets out a quiet sigh, while he awkwardly notes it's a couple meal. Fine, then I'll just devour it all, she boldly states, ready to tackle the food. His mind drifts to his usual, mundane cafe lunches. He'd expected nothing, yet this meal was blowing his expectations out of the water, proving far more fun than he'd imagined. This wasn't the brutal release of combat stress, but the profound care of his mother. A pang of sadness crosses Yunbai's face. He's kind of pathetic, she muses, watching him, but is Hyun-sung actually enjoying this? A subtle tremor runs through his hand, betraying the depth of his feelings. Yunbai is absolutely stunned, gasping as she realizes he's actually crying, right here, right now. His eyes are bloodshot, not just from the tears, but from pure exhaustion, a truly gut-wrenching sight, she thinks, looking at a younger Hyun-sung, his face tear-streaked, one eye swollen and red. Then, it all just clicks, he remembers. Yunbai's mind flashes back, realizing that even before the Hyun-sung she knows now, he was already carrying this heavy weight. An angry parent's voice screams from off-panel, what are you teaching these kids? Another panicked voice shouts, oh my god. Look at his face. Hyun-sung. Are you insane? Get him to the hospital, now. His homeroom teacher, clutching the young boy, frantically apologizes, I'm so sorry. I'll punish Hyun-sung. Just give me a chance to fix this. But another parent cuts in, yelling, move him to a different class, now. The furious parent doubles down on their attack, orphans without guidance can infect our kids too, you know. Why aren't you saying anything? Young Hyun-sung, utterly alone and crushed by the hateful words, just walks away, his back to the world. Yunbai, still trying to get through to him, points out the obvious, the adult started it. He was just defending himself. He barely even touched them, so why was he the one who had to apologize for everything? Her eyes pleading, she challenges him, they're adults, right? Tell me I'm wrong. His face unreadable, Hyun-sung finally responds, I'll listen to you. A flashback hits Yunbai, remembering her homeroom teacher's advice, the only thing you can do for someone like Hyun-sung is just listen. Even if you don't get it, just being there to hear them out is everything. Back in the present, Yunbai doubles down, no matter what anyone else says. Hyun-sung, his fist tight, echoes his promise, I'll listen to you. A single drop hits the floor. Then a raw, guttural sound of pain. His face twists in a guttural cry, the sheer weight of his past crushing him. A desperate urgh escapes him, his hand clenching, the crushing loneliness of years without a true ally, without reason, finally breaking through. But then, her hands, a beacon of hope, gently intertwine with his. She sees it all, the profound isolation, the years he spent utterly alone. He's never known unconditional love, never been held without a hidden agenda. Tears stream, blurring his vision, but a new resolve sparks within her. She vows to be his light, to show him a smile so genuine, so pure, that no one else could ever miss it. His hand reaches, a silent, desperate plea for a future, for her. And as her touch ignites a spark on his cheek, she declares her unwavering truth, you're thinking it too. I'll love you forever. As dusk descends, the city hums with a quiet energy, setting the stage for what's next. The movie's over, the date's done, and Hyun-sung just drops the bomb, I'm heading home first. Yunbai's left reeling, a tiny, bewildered sound escaping her as she thinks, huh? What just happened? He gives a quick wave, shouting, oh. Oh okay. Bye. I had fun today, leaving Yunbai with a quiet, drawn-out oh. But as he walks away, Hyun-sung's mind is a whirlwind of self-doubt. What just happened? She barely said a word. Is she mad I was a blubbering mess during the movie? Oh no. I totally blew it. But Yunbai's still frozen, her own thoughts a mirror of his regret. I came to make him happy, but I just made him feel worse. And why did I even grab his hand? Her feet stay glued to the ground. While a soft, warm glow surrounds her, her heart hammering with a dagoon beat. Then, another dagoon beat, and the full realization slams into her, making her yell at herself, you idiot. What was I thinking back then? I got lost in old memories and just went for it. Their hands connect, and a chilling realization hits her, he probably knows her weak point. He looks utterly shocked, or is he just imagining it? His mind is a total wreck. No, she absolutely can't. She instantly regrets grabbing his hand. Apologize now? Tell him everything? No. Is she insane? What is she even thinking? Tomorrow at school, what will she even say? A dark, sweet feeling. He's almost grateful she ran. Then, a chilling whisper from the darkness, so sweet. A gruesome vision flashes, a severed arm, a testament to a radical, terrifying power. Tears stream down his face as the chilling voice echoes, I'll love you forever. That's sweet. A chilling voice whispers, finding a twisted thrill in the sheer vitality of young lives, because their innocence makes them the most terrifying prey. And just like that, the entity's thoughts shift, anticipating the moment of pure chaos. The exact second their reality shatters right in front of them, a grotesque, wide grin splits a horrifying face, absolutely loving the thought of their fear. Just the sheer thought of their faces lights up a dark, twisted excitement. Thought of their faces is getting me excited. Another day, another school, but where's the main character? Yunbai's face drops, realizing he's a no-show again, and the gossip starts flying. He's out for the whole week, she reports, and you can practically hear the frustration in her voice. She lets out a frustrated groan, thinking she was finally going to confront him today, but now he's gone, and everything's still a mess. She scoffs, grumbling about how even a genius can't just skip school, her annoyance practically radiating off her. But then her eyes snap open, yelling at Go Hyun to spill what they're talking about, and denying that anything even happened yesterday. A mysterious voice echoes, desperately seeking someone. The white-haired student, with an almost ethereal presence, presses on, her plea for help hanging in the air. Go Hyun, completely taken aback by the new student, can't help but think she's straight out of a fantasy web novel. Then, with an innocent smile, the white-haired student asks Go Hyun for directions to the faculty office. With a chillingly sweet smile after getting her directions, she thanks Go Hyun profusely. But her smile twists into something truly sinister as she closes in, declaring she's been waiting for Go Hyun, the transfer student, and plans to educate her on the school's rules, one by terrifying one. A terrifying, glowing red eye appears as the white-haired student's thoughts turn utterly chilling, promising a twisted gratitude that won't make it hurt. Before Go Hyun can even process the threat, a monstrous, clawed hand snatches her head. After an intense training session, a seasoned mentor, all smiles, recognizes the incredible progress, declaring his student has absolutely leveled up past the basics and pushing him to keep grinding to surpass his own limits. But elsewhere, Go Hyun is freaking out, clutching her head as a dark premonition hits her, desperately asking if they should just call it quits. She's right there, patching up Cha Hyun-sung's bleeding leg, as he lets out a sharp, guttural cry of pain. Her face a mask of pure anguish, she beats herself up, convinced she's nothing but a burden, always holding him back. But Cha Hyun-sung's eyes blaze with an inferno of resolve, snapping back at her, daring her to question his drive, and swearing he'll shield her so she never has to lag behind. Then, in a flash, he unleashes a devastating blow, connecting squarely with the old man's face, who yelps in shock, demanding to know how much longer this kid can keep pushing him. The old man, left alone in the training room, finally collapses with a heavy sigh, utterly wiped out. How many more weeks can he keep this up? Fighting beasts every single day, just to get used to it. Then, an unknown number flashes on his screen, and he knows instantly, no one else would dare call him. He picks up, a wary hello, hanging in the air. A sinister voice cuts through, mocking his supposed carefree attitude, demanding to know if he's forgotten the emergency. The caller's voice drips with venom, twisting the knife by bringing up his past, turning his own kind into monsters. Hyun-sung's face hardens, the caller's chilling warning echoing, don't think you can run. Then, the ultimate threat, the caller is at his school. Hyun-sung sits, surrounded by the bloody remnants of his training. The caller's voice cuts through the silence, demanding a meeting, with a chilling promise of pain if he dares to run or cause any more trouble. He's absolutely seething, eyes blazing crimson as a single, burning thought consumes him: he's going to kill them all. But the sight before him is pure carnage, a classroom utterly annihilated, desks flipped, blood everywhere. What kind of monsters did this? Thick, viscous drops of crimson glisten ominously on the shattered remains of the room. Amidst the carnage, a white-haired student is absolutely wrecked, her body mangled and drenched in blood, a horrifying testament to the brutal assault. Her eyes are wide with sheer terror, as she barely manages to gasp out, "What are these monsters?" Close by, another student, black-haired and bespectacled, gasps for air, his face a mask of agony and pure terror. He weakly cries out for help, but a white-haired student looming over him just calmly says, "Don't worry." With a chilling, predatory smile, the white-haired student adds, "We won't kill you." Amidst the carnage, the injured white-haired aggressor chillingly whispers that the others are just terrified of being eaten, as a black-haired male student leans in, calmly assuring him there's nothing to worry about. He then drops a bombshell, explaining they'll calm down once they've devoured her friends, a chilling revelation that sends a shockwave of horror through a nearby black-haired female student, who can only gasp out questions about these monsters and why they'd commit such atrocities, as the black-haired male student grins chillingly, dropping the bombshell that it was all a favor for her boyfriend, a name that hangs heavy in the air as the female student's eyes go wide with pure terror. With a truly sinister grin, the black-haired male student clarifies the horrifying truth: her boyfriend explicitly asked them to slaughter everyone in the school. Meanwhile, the school building looms silent and ominous in the distance. As Cha Hyun-sung takes in the full, horrific devastation within the classroom, bodies and blood splattered everywhere. A raw, guttural sound of distress rips from him, his face contorted in pure shock and horror. He killed everyone. The words reverberate through Hyun-sung's skull, while the black-haired student reveals to the battered aggressor and the petrified Yunbai that these monsters were hired, just to lure him here. He remembers the brief happiness of having friends, a simple joy now shattered by the brutal reality, friends to share laughs with. Hyun-sung's face twists in pure agony, a silent, guttural, "damn it all," tearing through him, as he chokes out a desperate, "I'm sorry." The sheer weight of the tragedy absolutely crushes him, all because of him. His mind spirals, wrestling with the crushing guilt. A cold dread seizes him, the terrifying thought of what would unfold if they ever discovered his connection to them. Meanwhile, the black-haired student seizes Yunbai's hand, his voice cutting through the chaos with a bombshell revelation: this is her boyfriend's true identity. Yunbai's eyes snap wide open in pure horror, her mind utterly reeling from the bombshell, a choked, disbelieving "what" is all she can manage. The scene is pure horror, a mangled body sprawled in the debris, and a voice echoes the shock: "What is this?" The gruesome remains are barely recognizable, leaving the observer to wonder if this could truly be the person they once knew. The realization dawns with chilling clarity: this is not the Hyun-sung they remember. He is no longer human, but something far more terrifying. A single, dreadful word escapes their lips: monster. Cha Hyun-sung, his face splattered with blood, dismisses any pity, declaring that he cares little for their misery, for this is his true nature, and he revels in their suffering. The white-haired aggressor, her eyes glowing with an eerie red light, confirms the horrifying truth to Yunbai, proclaiming him a true monster. Yunbai's eye widens in disbelief, the revelation of all that was hidden from her crushing her with its weight. The gruesome reality of what truly lay beneath the surface, the dismembered remains of a victim, was actually something far more horrifying. As the white-haired girl pressed on, she asked if Yunbai could truly believe that someone like Cha Hyun-sung, who reveled in such depravity, wasn't a monster. A younger Hyun-sung looked on, his face etched with a silent, profound despair. Yunbai, overwhelmed by the accusations, could only weep, the truth too painful to bear. With her eyes glowing crimson, the white-haired girl cut through Yunbai's denial, demanding she stop the bullshit. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung's bloodied hand clenched, his voice echoing a chilling confession: he didn't know about others, or what happened to them. But with a monstrous grin, he admitted he truly enjoyed it, the suffering of the very kid he'd been with for all these years. Yunbai, still in tears, tried to defend him, insisting that even if he was a monster, he wasn't some filth like the white-haired girl. Hyun-sung's bloody mouth twisted into a chilling question: who would enjoy others' suffering? She'd been suppressing her gut feelings, trusting him even after he turned into a monster. That's just how it went down. Cha Hyun-sung, standing right there, drops a chilling question: so, you two actually trust each other? The white-haired aggressor's voice slices through the tension, exposing the raw truth: but you are. I absolutely despise that about you humans. A twisted grin spreads across Cha Hyun-sung's face as he drops the bombshell: isn't it just a blast to watch people suffer? Especially when they're super close to you. Yunbai's face twists in pure agony, her brain screaming in denial at the monstrous confession, as she desperately thinks: no way, that's a lie. I refuse to believe it. I just can't. The white-haired aggressor's hand extends, a chilling move as Yunbai's world shatters. A primal scream rips from Yunbai's lungs, her hands clawing at her head, trying to keep her mind from breaking, RAACK. Her hand shakes, a lone tear tracing a path down her cheek as she barely breathes. Please, let this just be a nightmare, and let me wake up. But the ground beneath her feet stays fractured and broken, mirroring the absolute devastation of her reality. Her reality absolutely shatters, a desperate cry for help screaming in her head, someone please save me. Her mind completely breaking, jagged cracks absolutely explode through her entire world. Her entire existence disintegrates into a blood-red abyss, leaving her utterly lost in a torrent of despair. But through the absolute chaos, a blood-soaked hand shoots out, grabbing hers in a desperate, last-ditch effort to drag her back from the edge. Hyun Song goes absolutely ballistic, crimson eyes flaring as he slams into the white-haired aggressor, a whirlwind of pure power. He lands a brutal hit, the impact echoing with raw force. No mercy, no hesitation, he unleashes a devastating mid-air kick. The kick connects with explosive power, sending the aggressor absolutely flying. A massive PUNG echoes, as the aggressor is launched into oblivion. Go Hyun can only stare, jaw dropped, utterly stunned by the raw power she just witnessed. He turns, cool as ice, just as she screams out his name, Hyun Song. His fists clench, a cold fury in his voice as he demands if his foe is a moron, asserting that they're just executing a plan, and it's he who's getting in the way. But the black-haired man with glasses, defiant, dares the caller to unleash his supposed power, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind that this isn't the whole story. Then, a chilling realization hits him, he's not just fighting one person, they're going to catch him. A quick, regretful apology escapes his lips for dragging someone else into this nightmare. Meanwhile, Go Hyun's eyes snap wide open, a sharp gasp of pure shock escaping her. Then, a devastating, unseen force explodes, shattering the very ground with a thunderous impact. The sheer, raw energy of that blast absolutely rips through the air. The black-haired man with glasses is violently launched through the air, a storm of debris exploding around him. He screams in agony, a terrifying thought flashing through his mind, if he doesn't get out now, he's going to be captured and used to erase all traces. His fate was sealed. The voice on the line had declared him obsolete, his mission accomplished. After meticulously scrubbing all traces of evidence, he thought he was in the clear, but a terrifying truth was about to hit him. The unseen attack kept him on the ropes, and the caller's voice twisted the knife, taunting him about running with his girlfriend, as Go Hyun could only gasp in shock. But then, a new player entered the game. A white-haired girl, cool as ice in her school uniform, just watched the whole thing go down. His desperate attempts to cover his tracks were all for nothing, as a bloody, broken device, his last shred of evidence, lay utterly annihilated. The unseen beatdown kept coming, and the caller just kept talking trash, calling him heartless as Go Hyun stood there, absolutely stunned. Then, the white-haired girl's eyes flared with an ominous red glow, her voice dripping with pure venom as she noted his treasured companion. In a sudden, explosive blur, she lunged, promising to bury them both, side by side. The impact was absolutely devastating, shattering everything in its path with raw, unbridled power. Blindsided by an attack from impossible range, he barely gets his guard up, a frantic thought screaming, attacking from that far. But it's not enough. A devastating blow connects, and he cries out in agony. The impact rips through him, sending him flying back in a shower of crimson. He slams into the environment, obliterating everything in a burst of rubble. He scrambles to his feet, shielding Yunbai, a furious UGH. Damn it, tearing from his throat. The brutal assault didn't spare Yunbai either, her legs now stained with fresh blood. His hand trembles as his mind races, the chilling truth sinking in, that woman's power is insane, hitting him from that far, making her an almost unstoppable force. Then, a horrifying, tentacled monstrosity erupts, a grotesque manifestation of the aggressor's raw, destructive might. Holding her close, his voice filled with desperate panic, he screams, "EUNBI. Are you hurt? Any injuries?" He lets out a pained gasp, the sheer force of the attack tearing through him, but even amidst the chaos, a defiant thought burns, he's a good guy, always has been. Bandages barely concealing her fury, the white-haired aggressor screams, "Worry about yourself, you bastard." Boom. Another devastating blow rocks his entire frame. His face explodes with blood as the relentless barrage keeps coming. A raw, primal scream tears from his throat. He throws up an arm, a desperate, last-ditch block, but it's not enough, the impact still sends shockwaves through him. His arm rips open, blood spraying in a crimson arc. And through it all, the aggressor just watches, a chilling, predatory smirk spreading across her face. "Oh, great reflexes," she purrs, a twisted compliment for the brutalized fighter. The white-haired aggressor's assault rages on, a crimson, claw-like energy ripping through the air with insane force. Sending Hyun Song absolutely flying, blood exploding from him as he's slammed through the air. The impact absolutely shatters the ground beneath him, leaving him absolutely reeling in agony. He can only manage a guttural, pained grunt. Even through the absolute haze of pain, he recognizes the sheer, overwhelming power behind each blow. This punch's strength is just off the charts. Before he can even think about recovering, the aggressor just lifts him again, slamming him down with another sickening, bone-jarring impact. A cruel, twisted smile plays on her lips as she holds him by the head, taunting him, calling him, "Too light, kiddo." He struggles, a desperate, raw cry escaping his lips. But she slams him into the ground one final, brutal time, the impact shaking everything. A guttural scream rips from him, his face contorted in agony. As the white-haired menace unleashes another devastating kick, launching him airborne. He's absolutely pulverized into a wall, the sheer force obliterating the structure, a desperate, primal scream tearing from his lungs. Barely clinging to consciousness, he tries to push off. But he's instantly driven back down. The aggressor's relentless assault slamming into him again mid-descent. He smashes into the earth, carving out a massive crater, his anguished roar shaking the very ground. The impact ripples outwards, tearing the concrete apart, sending a violent cloud of dust and rubble skyward. The brutal beatdown continues. He's launched through the air again, slamming into the earth with a sickening thud. No opening. No chance to fight back. He's barely conscious, clinging to the edge of his power, knowing he has to survive just a few more seconds. She towers over him, a chilling presence, as he can only gasp out a desperate plea, "Just leave me alone." But she just scoffs, her words like ice, twisting the knife deeper. "You can't even protect yourself. You'll never protect anyone, even if you awaken." Suddenly, a vicious yank. She snatches him by the hair, forcing his head back, locking eyes with her. Her grip is iron, her words a cruel whisper, "Your weakness makes you useless. Just stay still now, please." Even through the agony, he tries to speak, a last, defiant gasp, but his words catch in his throat. Her eyes blaze with an unnatural red glow, and then, a bizarre shift. She suddenly reminisces about their meal, calling it tasty. He stares up, utterly bewildered by the sudden change in conversation, as she casually admits, "Well, I always mess up." Battered and broken, his eyes burning with a desperate light, he gasps out Yunbai's name, his mind racing back through the very essence of his existence. From the moment he drew his first breath, he despised his own existence, his life a relentless, brutal fight. A relentless torrent of unbearable pain, he never once dared to dream it would ever improve. He had nothing to live for, yet through every crushing hardship and impossible challenge, she stood by his side. She unveiled truths he never knew existed, and ignited a smile he thought impossible. Lost and isolated in a cruel world, her hand was his anchor. His own blood-soaked hand clenching, he suddenly understood the ultimate revelation. He can conquer any obstacle, face any terror, as long as she remains by his side. Battered and bleeding, he fights against the crushing pain, a desperate thought echoing, "I can't do anything if I'm alone." His gaze unfocused, a single thought pierces the haze, "It's impossible without you." Unbelievable. A haunting memory of Yunbai, tears streaming down her face, her voice a desperate plea, "Why? I can't do anything without you." His own internal struggle mirrors her words, a silent cry, "Why, of all times, won't you listen? I can't leave you alone." Elsewhere, a white-haired man with an unyielding gaze snarls, "So, against punks like that," he vows. His declaration ripping through the air with explosive force, "No way we're." He finishes, a whirlwind of motion, losing. Suddenly, Hyun Song's head snaps up, a desperate plea escaping his lips, "Hey, you're late, Ajusi." And just like that, a black-haired man in a sharp suit, a sword at his side, appears with a blonde woman, their arrival a game-changer. The very world around them shattered, a voice booming, "Perfect timing for you to show up. All the good ones are gone, only you punks remain." And from the dust, there she was, a blonde powerhouse, a smirk playing on her lips as she took in the chaos. Hyun Song, bloodied but unbowed, glared up at his saviors, spitting out, "You're late. I almost died." He then roared, "You think I'm letting you take this from me after all I've been through?" Do Jun Hyung, cool as ice, just smirked, giving a nod to Hyun Song's distraction skills. But the blonde wasn't having it, scoffing, "Is this how you fight?" Then teasing, "Should I have just stayed home?" Hyun Song's eyes snapped to a new threat, yellow eyes, a sword. Another supervisor. They'd been played, big time. The bald beast's voice boomed, "How about it, Do Jun Hyung?" And Do Jun Hyung, with a fierce grin, shot back, "Let's go for a round." The bald beast just grinned, a terrifying, toothy smile, ready to throw down. He roared, "These are the best opponents to have fun with." And Do Jun Hyung just nodded, "At least we agree on one thing. The fight is on." Cha Hyun Song's entire being crackles with raw power, his hair practically exploding with energy against that blood-red sky. He's a crimson blur, absolutely tearing through the first wave of enemies with insane speed, a one-man wrecking crew. But wait, Do Jun-hyung isn't messing around. He immediately grapples with the bald supervisor. It's a full-on brawl of pure muscle. The supervisor lets out a savage snarl, his razor-sharp teeth flashing, and screams at his troops, "Rush them with all you got." A light-haired fighter gets into position, fists up, ready to unleash hell. Facing off, Cha Hyun-sung locks in, his eyes burning with intense focus. Then, BAM. The light-haired opponent strikes first, a lightning-fast combo, his moves a total blur. He unleashes a brutal kick, his reflexes insane, his control absolute. This guy's a machine. But hold up. Cha Hyun-sung, even after that barrage, blocks the hit, his control is next level. Then, a sudden, explosive counter. Cha Hyun-sung sends his opponent flying. The light-haired fighter is stunned, reeling from the sheer power, a hit he's never felt before. Cha Hyun-sung's arm, absolutely drenched in blood and coiled with raw power, just keeps going. And the chilling truth hits you, we're talking monsters for monsters here, pure madness, fiends among fiends. Blasting forward with insane power, he's a total blur of pure, unadulterated destruction. Then, boom. A massive impact explodes with blinding white energy. His face twists into a terrifying, monstrous snarl, a guttural scream ripping from his fanged mouth, crimson eyes blazing with pure, raw power. The sheer, insane speed of his attack just rips through the air, leaving trails of red and black. A colossal structure just explodes into a million pieces, utterly annihilated. Blood just absolutely gushes out, splattering everywhere, painting the whole scene crimson. The last, earth-shattering echoes of that insane blow just rip through the now destroyed area. The impact sends him flying, a brutal wound ripping through his arm as he screams in agony. Blood explodes onto the ground, a gruesome testament to the devastating power unleashed. His red eyes blaze as he realizes this guy's strength and speed are on a whole other level, beyond anything he's ever seen from a human, but he's still playing it cool. A monstrous, blood-soaked grin splits his face, as he arrogantly declares this is all his enemies got. But Cha Hyun-sung just stands there, unmoving, ready to unleash even more hell. Then, another unseen impact rips through the air, a violent red glow signaling pure devastation. He gets hit again, blood exploding from his body with sickening force. He clutches a fresh, gushing wound, a raw, agonizing scream tearing from his throat. The sheer impact sends him soaring, a helpless ragdoll against the monstrous power. The impact just keeps going, ripping through the ground and exploding everything in its path. The destruction just keeps spreading, showing off the insane power that just got dropped. But Cha Hyun-sung is still in control, his attack hitting its peak with a massive energy blast. Even though she's getting absolutely wrecked, the white-haired aggressor still has the nerve to smirk, asking if he's gonna drag it out and have fun. Bloodied and furious, Cha Hyun-sung's face just locks up, shutting down her trash talk as bullshit. His eyes are practically on fire with rage, as he throws her past actions against Yunbai right back in her face. No hesitation, no mercy, he flat out tells her he's not forgiving her for any of it. His blood-soaked arm clenches, as he promises to wipe her out. That's when it's most thrilling, right before they plunge into utter despair. And just like that, as if his dark thoughts manifested, a flurry of white, tentacle-like horrors explodes from the crimson earth with a sickening, tearing roar. They're twisting, stretching, lunging with savage intent towards something unseen, their ends practically blazing with a sudden, blinding light. The very air around them shreds, pure energy streaking in their wake as they lash out. This chaotic surge of power just keeps going, a whirlwind of pure, unadulterated destruction. Then, with a sudden, sharp crack, those monstrous appendages snap back, vanishing as fast as they came. Now dripping crimson and still writhing, they plunge back into the gory earth, leaving nothing but a churning pool of blood. Cha Hyun-sung's power explodes, dark tendrils ripping through an unseen target, unleashing a brutal, crimson shower. But across the chaos, a white-haired aggressor, coolly puffing on a cigarette, just sneers, calling the whole thing boring and daring her opponent to step up. With a dangerous glint in her red eyes, she just brushes off their arrogant attitude. A confident smirk playing on her lips as she braces for a real fight. But before she can even blink, the ground explodes beneath her, and Cha Hyun-sung's monstrous, shadowy tentacles burst forth, wrapping around her in an instant. A shocked gasp rips from her as the brutal force of the attack slams into her, leaving her reeling and utterly bewildered. Her mind races, flashing back to a thought about her precious limbs, how they were once so delicate and beautiful. The ground cracks and splinters around her as she struggles, the terrifying reality of losing her limbs now staring her in the face. The tentacles morph, twisting into a grotesque, fanged monster that lunges directly at her, its razor claws ready to shred her to pieces. From inside the building, a sickening impact echoes, as Cha Hyun-sung's monstrous entity delivers a devastating blow. Its fanged maw tears through flesh, leaving no doubt about the brutal fate of its unseen victim. In a gruesome display of power, only a severed body and head remain. Meanwhile, the white-haired aggressor remains suspended, caught in the relentless grip of those glowing tentacles. Her face contorted in fear and desperation, she struggles against the binding force. Yet, a defiant taunt escapes her lips, promising to turn her opponent into a pretty doll, because she's not like that, sweetie. But her words are cut short as the tentacles tighten, pulling her inexorably upwards. The monstrous maw looms closer, and her defiance crumbles into a desperate plea for salvation. With jaws agape, the entity prepares to consume her whole. Trapped within the beast's gaping maw, its blood-soaked fangs promise oblivion. But wait, is that even possible? The beast unleashes a deafening roar, its blood-soaked visage a nightmare made real. But from the abyss, the white-haired aggressor's voice cuts through the chaos, a final, furious roar of defiance. She screams, "Bring it on! Shoot hundreds," as Cha Hyun-sung snarls back, his rage boiling over. Then, a cataclysmic force explodes, devouring all in its wake. A desperate, defiant fist, the last stand against oblivion. The very earth cracks and splinters, unable to withstand the sheer power unleashed. When the smoke clears, only Cha Hyun-sung remains, a lone figure of triumph amidst the ruins, the fight decisively over. He faces down a new threat, a white-haired powerhouse in a killer red cape, who can't help but admit, quiet. Solid. You're the real deal. But then, the white-haired man's vibe totally changes, throwing down a challenge. You seriously think you can control your crew with just cash, don't you? Hyun-sung's hand clenches on his weapon, his voice cutting through the air, not anymore. They're mine now. Then, he cuts straight to the chase, demanding, "So, what do you even want?" The white-haired dude just keeps pushing his buttons, sneering, "You've always been like this. Same old, same old. Why don't you actually do something about it? You're supposed to be special, right?" Hyun-sung's reply is ice cold, "So easily." The white-haired man's voice booms, "Then use your strength to find out." He clenches his fist, the white-haired man's defiance clear as he declares, "No way, I'm telling you." The very ground explodes with a deafening impact. As he struggles to brace himself against the relentless, brutal assault, a raw grunt of pure exertion tearing from his throat. Another devastating blow sends cracked spiderwebbing across the very fabric of reality. The sheer, unbridled force of the impacts absolutely shredding the environment. As Cha Hyun-sung is violently, brutally driven back, his body contorting under the white-haired man's absolutely relentless kick. The impact unleashes a shockwave of pure destruction, shattering everything in its path. As the white-haired man lets out a primal, fierce cry of exertion, pushing his attack to its absolute, devastating limit. The final, earth-shattering blow absolutely devastates the surroundings, leaving a trail of utter ruin in its wake. Still reeling from the brutal assault, Cha Hyun-sung screams, his body recoiling violently from another unseen impact. The destructive force continues to tear through the environment, sending fragments of the city flying. Red energy pulses with each strike, ripping apart structures with terrifying ease. The relentless barrage shows no sign of stopping, as entire buildings crumble under the immense power. Each impact intensifies, driving him further back amidst the widespread devastation. Violently thrown through the air, Cha Hyun-sung's body twists in agony. He crashes down, his battered form barely visible through the rising dust. Yet another unseen strike lands, sending shockwaves across the devastated landscape. With a primal roar of pain, Cha Hyun-sung endures the relentless battering. The onslaught continues, and Cha Hyun-sung takes another devastating, unseen hit, his body exploding with blood and shrapnel. A primal scream rips from his throat, as the invisible attacks just keep coming, tearing him apart. His eyes blaze crimson, a raw, defiant scream etched onto his bloodied face as he refuses to break. Slammed backward, he smashes into an invisible wall, sending more debris flying. Still in the air, his body spins wildly through a maelstrom of concrete and blood. Crunch. He's slammed into the ground, the impact ripping through the very earth itself. But it's not over. He bounces off the ruined pavement, launched skyward by another invisible strike. Leaving a crimson trail of destruction, he falls back down, a broken silhouette against the ruined city. He's still getting absolutely pummeled, body flying through the air as blood explodes around him. Another unseen force just slams into him, a massive kaboom ripping through the air. He smashes through more wreckage, a sickening crunch as everything breaks apart. Even while getting absolutely wrecked, he's gotta admit, that leader title. Totally earned. His body, completely trashed, is screaming at him that this level of combat is just too much. A raw grimace of pain and pure grit contorts his face, his jaw locked down tight. He clenches his bloodied fist, a sudden realization hitting him, he needs to change tactics. A subtle shift in his gaze, a flicker of resolve, and he knows he needs to get serious. With a primal roar of pure determination, he stands his ground, muscles bulging, ready to go all out. He's tapping into something deep, something forged in the fires of every single fight he's ever had. And with a primal roar of determination, he's about to unleash everything. Get ready, because he's showing his beastly fangs. His eyes are burning, glowing crimson with raw power as he locks onto his target, a silent, blood-soaked promise of pain etched across his face. Even with his body battered and bruised, his muscles are absolutely exploding with power, a raw display of his unbreakable will. He's about to show them his beastly fangs. A devastating, unseen force absolutely annihilates him, sending him flying, his body twisting grotesquely from the sheer, brutal impact. His very bones scream as they splinter and crack. The relentless assault continues, driving him brutally into the ground. Clutching his mangled side in pure agony, he's sent spiraling downward, a broken, bloody mess. His very organ seize up, the damage too catastrophic to even comprehend. And then, the final, bone-jarring impact. A monstrous, clawed limb fills the frame. His consciousness flickers, Cha Hyun-sung plummets through the wreckage, his body already broken. The boundary between flesh and bone blurs, his mangled hand a gruesome trophy of the attack. A flash of the monstrous attacker. And his very sense of self blurs in that instant, the world a chaotic blur as he plummets. That moment, an eternity of agony and freefall. He remembers the beast's teeth, those beastly fangs, snapping the hound's neck in a brutal explosion of blood. Then, the nothingness of life, his own mangled face a mirror of his brutal end. The world explodes around him, a cataclysmic impact ripping through everything. The sheer force of the blow echoing like a sonic boom, leaving behind a chaotic, ruined landscape. The sound of pure destruction finally fading out. But then, from the heart of the devastation, covered in his own blood, Cha Hyun-sung rises. He's still standing. No one can believe it. How did he survive that? They were sure they hit his heart. He lifts his head, his bloodied face a mask of pure grit, scanning the wreckage. And then, his eyes ignite with a terrifying red glow, a single thought burning through him: where did they go? Then, it hits him, a primal voice confirming the beast blood inside him is unbelievably powerful, pure, unadulterated strength. Speed, and regeneration, an unseen voice taunts, recognizing the raw power now surging through him. You've got it all, just like a man with a beast's body. Cha Hyun-sung, a bloody mess of fresh wounds, pushes forward, every step screaming defiance and newfound power. But that's all you've got, the voice sneers, a pale hand waving him off. It's just like your last moments, the taunt echoes, as a dark, viscous liquid drips with sinister intent. The fangs of the beast who abandoned humanity and craves blood, the voice snarls, revealing razor-sharp, predatory fangs. Right now, you're nothing more than a... The aggressor finishes, as Hyun-sung's blood-red eye blazes with fierce, unyielding resolve. His crimson gaze locks on, a silent, burning challenge. Then, bam. A brutal impact rips through the air, slamming into him with bone-shattering force. His body is torn apart, a geyser of blood and debris exploding from the devastating blow. A blood-soaked blade cuts through the mist, signaling an intense battle already underway. A fierce young woman, blood streaking her face, lets out a frustrated gasp, muttering. Ha, they just don't end, those fuckers. She stands poised, katana ready, her athletic body covered in blood from the non-stop onslaught. Writhing tentacles surround her, and she thinks, 10 tentacles, in a one-on-one fight. I can't even get close to her. Her blue eyes blazing with determination, she declares, if I stay away from her, I can't crack her core completely, then I'll just have to end it with this. Her stance shifts, gearing up for a final, game-changing move. And a monstrous creature lets out a guttural, pained cry, ugh. Cullen. Followed by a sickening, explosive splash of blood, bleck. A devastating blow lands with a sickening crunch, painting the battlefield crimson. Her golden eyes, now blazing with raw power, lock onto her next target, a silent promise of destruction. Another monster's limb, shredded and spurting gore, hits the deck, and she just brushes it off, already planning the next move. Then, with a terrifying surge of power, she unleashes her beastly fangs and scent-chasing butterfly abilities, standing tall amidst a storm of crimson tendrils, an absolute force of nature. But even from the wreckage, a monster's voice snarls, a chilling declaration: I like humans. Her face twists into a terrifying grin, eyes blazing crimson, fangs now fully extended, as she retorts, they're weak, oh so terribly, and they all like me, but it's my first time seeing someone like you. With a final, bone-chilling promise to make her foe her favorite doll, she turns, leaving an unseen witness to gasp, she's totally mental. She lets out a guttural snarl, a raw, untamed sound, as some unseen force tries to get her to focus on the monsters. But her only response is a hard-hitting, nope. Her eyes blaze crimson, fangs extending as she screams, no way I'll let you go. You don't have to worry, 'cause it won't take long. Her predatory smile stretches wider, a chilling, bloodthirsty promise of what's about to go down. With a savage, explosive leap, she absolutely shreds the monstrous, tentacled creature, a blur of pure, unadulterated carnage. She keeps up the brutal assault, her voice dripping with disturbing sweetness as she adds, "Just let me have your body," her crimson eyes practically burning with twisted delight. Then, out of nowhere, a foot slams into view, Cha Hyun-sung making his epic entrance. He moves with blinding speed, a red-streaked blur tearing through the very fabric of space. Boom! The entire area erupts in a blinding flash and a shockwave of pure destruction. Cha Hyun-sung gets absolutely rocked, a guttural "urgh" ripped from his throat as the force hits him. He's fighting to stay upright, barely able to process the sheer power. He's heavy. This guy's strength is on a whole other level. He's a monster. But even amidst the chaos, his mind flashes back, a pang of regret for those he couldn't protect. Wham! Another devastating hit sends his head snapping back, the impact rattling his very bones. A dark thought cuts through the pain, a memory of his past self. Had zero talent. His body, now a canvas of blood and scars, bulges with raw, monstrous power, every muscle screaming defiance. Then, a chilling clarity washes over him, a brutal truth about his own existence. I realized only after I got this body. The only thing I'm good at is hitting, smashing, and killing others. He unleashes a devastating strike, his claws ripping through the air with the raw power of beastly fangs. The blow connects with Jisung, whose spirit of the demonic bull is absolutely overwhelmed, sending him flying back. The sheer force of the attack causes the ground beneath them to absolutely explode, showering the area with shattered debris. Crack spiderweb across the concrete. As the impact continues to ripple outwards, absolutely tearing apart the very foundation of the street. The ground buckles and shatters, a brutal testament to the raw power unleashed. Finally, Jisung collapses amidst the ruins, his body battered and absolutely broken. A pained grunt escapes him, his face contorted in pure agony. His ribs feel cracked, and he wonders if the ability to explosively increase one's body's strength is truly his opponent's power, a chilling thought as he struggles to comprehend the overwhelming force. Still reeling, Jisung gets absolutely rocked, slamming into a wall that explodes on impact. But there's no stopping him. Cha Hyun-sung just keeps coming, radiating a terrifying crimson glow with every step. The sheer brutality of the attack leaves Jisung's face twisted in pure agony, blood just gushing as he can barely process what's happening. The very air is practically screaming with energy, a terrifying warning of the next hit. Then, with brutal precision, Cha Hyun-sung lands a monster kick, sending his foe flying again in a shower of blood and rubble. The impact is so insane that dark, shadowy energy explodes from the hit, mixing with the crimson spray. More of the building just shatters, it can't handle this level of power. Another geyser of blood just erupts, glowing with an ominous red light. Finally, a bloodied hand just drops, a clear sign of total defeat. The sheer, unbridled power just keeps ripping through everything. Absolutely shredding the environment and sending chunks of the world flying. The ground itself can't handle this onslaught. Exploding outwards in a blinding flash of pure, destructive energy. Even as the chaos starts to fade, those crimson power streaks still linger. And then, through the smoke, he emerges, a blood-soaked, terrifying grin plastered across his face. A chilling, guttural roar of laughter tears through the air, ha ha ha. His eyes, now blazing with an insane, malevolent red, are pure, untamed fury. And then, just like that, a terrifying silence falls, leaving only the echoes of absolute devastation. A colossal explosion rips through the air, sending shrapnel flying everywhere. The sheer force launches him airborne, a crimson spray painting his fall. A raw, primal sound rips through the chaos. A long, drawn-out breath escapes the triumphant figure. Amidst the wreckage, the white-haired man stands tall, his eyes locked on his defeated foe. This is it, he thinks, a sense of satisfaction washing over him, as if he'd given his all. Cha Hyun-sung, utterly broken and bloodied, lies motionless, crushed by an unstoppable force. In the end, the victor scoffs, this is the absolute limit of humanity. The dust and debris slowly begin to clear, revealing the full extent of the devastation. He'd hoped for a challenge, something truly unique, but against his might, they're utterly powerless. So many, he mutters, almost bored. Still breathing, even after that brutal beatdown. The white-haired man sneers, gazing down at the broken figure. You're still not dead. Seriously? Cha Hyun-sung, a bloody mess, glares back with raw defiance. Think you're hot stuff, huh? Underestimating humanity? The white-haired man scoffs, why even bother? If you just cut and run, you might have survived. Are you completely insane, or just begging for death? Run away. No way. Hyun-sung snarls, his mangled hand twitching. If I had any sense, I wouldn't be here right now. His crimson eye blazes with unyielding fury. I'm not scared. Battered and broken, Cha Hyun-sung's mind is a whirlwind of defiance. He's screaming internally, I don't want to die. Or maybe, just maybe, I want to die. But deep down, he knows he can't die. The sheer weight of his past, the mountain of his transgressions, it all chains him here. He has too many sins on his hands to just give up. Cha Hyun-sung is absolutely wrecked, sprawled on the blood-soaked ground, barely able to breathe. His chest is on fire, his heart's going wild, and he's gasping for air, every beat a brutal punch. His lungs are screaming, his vision's blurring, and his eyes are fighting to see through the agony. But even through the pain, a terrifying thought hits him, in just a split second, his enemies got messed up too. Then, a twisted, monstrous mouth splits into a terrifying grin, and a deep, chilling laugh rips through the air. The monster's voice, dripping with pure evil, snarls, I'm not forgiving you for any of this, was it? All around him, razor-sharp, blood-red spikes are tearing through the ground, a brutal monument to the sheer power just unleashed. The aftermath of the fight is a total nightmare, a landscape of pure destruction and hopelessness. Still reeling from the previous assault, he lets out a guttural cry as a monstrous, blood-soaked hand crushes him, its grip tightening with immense force. His face contorted in agony, the entity's voice echoes, mocking his struggle, he's already on his last legs. He's got no mana left. He's nothing but a corpse. He's useless. This is brutal. With a sickening thump, the monstrous hand glows with a malevolent red aura, preparing for another devastating blow. The tension is insane. Then, with another brutal thump, a massive, shadowy spike erupts, impaling him cleanly through the chest. This is it. A raw, agonizing scream tears from his throat, a sound the entity finds lovely as it continues its torment. The villain is just reveling in his pain. The monstrous hand, still glowing, maintains its hold, radiating dark energy, ready for more. Despite the overwhelming pain, a defiant thought forms in his mind, he won't forget this. And in any instant, everything changes. This is the turning point. The full, grotesque form of the entity is revealed, a towering figure of pale, muscular flesh covered in writhing tendrils. This thing is terrifying. As he gazes upon his tormentor, he wonders about the fragments it spits out before it all vanishes. What could those fragments be? He's on the ground, absolutely shattered, his body shaking, but there's this insane defiance burning in his eyes, even as the world screams about fear. Then, the white-haired man just towers over him, spitting venom, saying he'll end up exactly like all those other chumps who died for justice or duty. But a raw, contemptuous laugh rips from his throat. Justice. Duty. He sneers back, dripping with sarcasm, yeah, those are just fancy words for idiots. The white-haired man just stands there, watching, his face a total blank. Even now, with his life slipping away, there's only one thing he truly wants. It's to spend the weekend with Yunbai. And get this, his bleeding just stops, out of nowhere. That's no accident, especially with that terrifying red eye watching. His wounds are absolutely fatal, but he gets it now, the impossible truth, he's pushing his second beyond all ordinary limits. His body, pushed to the absolute brink, instinctively fights back, desperately trying to seal off the torn blood vessels. He clenches a bloodied fist, a stark contrast to the memory that flashes through his mind, a time when he felt pure, unadulterated happiness. Those last few days, before everything went to hell, they felt like an impossible dream. He flashes back to a younger self, vibrant and alive, soaring through the air to kick a soccer ball. Celebrating with his friends, a moment of pure, unadulterated joy. He thought he could live like that forever, basking in that happiness, but that dream? It's shattered. It can't become reality. Back in the blood-soaked reality of the ruined hallway, he stares down the grim path, a silent challenge to the universe, wondering if anything, truly exists. But deep down, he knows it does. And to get that life back, to live that dream, he has to kill. His face twists into a monstrous snarl, eyes blazing crimson with terrifying resolve, as he fully embraces the brutal, undeniable truth, he has to kill. Unleashed and utterly consumed, Cha Hyun-sung explodes with a primal roar, his crimson eye burning with pure, unadulterated rage, ready to obliterate everything. With a terrifying snarl ripping across his face, he's fully embracing the raw, destructive power, screaming that this monstrous form is him. This primal fury, he screams, is their natural instinct, a call to absolute war. Plummeting through a chaotic, debris-filled void, his body becomes a living weapon, a force of pure, unadulterated destruction. The descent continues, a terrifying blur of raw, untamed power. He screams his vow to fight, until one of them drops dead. Then, with a bone-shattering crunch, he slams into the ground, blood exploding outwards as the impact absolutely shatters the earth beneath him. The sheer force of his landing continues to reverberate, leaving a devastating trail of destruction in its wake. The earth absolutely explodes, showering everything in a crimson mist and jagged shrapnel. The sheer, unbridled force of that impact just keeps ripping through the world. A bone-rattling "kwang" rips through the air, the very ground screaming from the impact. The earth lets out a deep "diang" of protest, as the chaos just keeps on spreading. But then, a sharp voice slices through the pandemonium, a furious cry of, "What are these bastards?" The white-haired woman surveys the carnage, her foes mangled and broken around her, but she's not done yet. "Even if I chop off their heads," she growls. Her frustration boiling over as she snaps, "They're still moving. Most of them are still useless," she thinks. She finally reveals the secret to their unnerving resilience, because dolls aren't living creatures. Her eyes glow with grim determination as she declares, "I can only destroy them even if I crush their heart." A chilling voice taunts the blood-soaked, blonde-haired figure, claiming they have the power to break free, but hinting at a terrifying price. The voice sneers, mocking their futile efforts as out of reach. The taunts intensify, demanding they give up their pointless fight, because what else is there for them but battle? Then comes the ultimate insult, a chilling declaration, "You're just the doll." The voice twists the knife, calling the doll a mere hunter dog, all teeth, no brains. But then, the taunts vanish, leaving the doll stranded in a desolate, misty void. Utterly disoriented, they can only wonder, "Where am I?" But then, a brutal assault on the senses, a burning, stinging smell floods their perception. Cold rain, burning smoke, and the putrid stench of rotting blood, what is this horrifying cocktail of smells? He's hit with a bitter, overpowering wave of pure chaos, a sensory overload of epic proportions. Then, a weird warmth hits him, and a voice drops a bombshell name, Sun Jieyang. His eyes snap open, one red, one blue, as the name hits him hard. "That's your name," he thinks, then immediately, "Sun Jieyang? What even is that?" Total confusion hits him like a truck, his own identity a complete mystery. My name. Who is this guy? But then, conflicting voices erupt inside his head, one shutting down the outside world, "Don't listen to him. No matter what you see, these amateurs' nonsense will just fade away." Another voice screams at him to ignore them all, a brutal reminder, "Right now, you've got absolutely nothing." Then, as the rain starts to fall, a new, powerful command cuts through the noise, "Find them as you live." And then, the ultimate, empowering command solidifies, "Live however you want." A blinding, lightning-fast strike just rips through the air, catching him completely off guard. The sheer force of that blood-of-sword attack just mangles him, drenching him in his own crimson, but you can still see that defiant spark in his eyes. And as that corpse mountain blood rain technique just swirls around him, the white-haired aggressor stands there, absolutely poised, her attack hitting dead on. She's just questioning his resolve, wondering if he really has no past to cling to, her glowing red eyes locked onto his absolutely battered form. But despite all that pain, he just declares his intent to fight for who he is, then he challenges her, like, "What's your problem, huh?" The aggressor just stays silent, her stance absolutely unwavering, sword held ready, like she's totally preparing for the next phase of their brutal exchange. He just keeps up his defiant outburst, condemning those ing losers who were too scared to live as humans, his resolve hardening with every single word. The aggressor's voice cuts through the air, a chilling taunt aimed at his very core, from their eyes looking up, and that villainous little tongue, even the last drop of sweat on that flesh. Her imposing form looms over him. Her piercing, glowing red eyes locked onto his battered face. But Cha Hyun-song's resolve is unbreakable, a fierce, defiant declaration burning in his soul, "I'll make all of you fall in love with me." A faint, mocking smirk plays on her lips, "Seems impressive to me." She retorts, her voice dripping with pure condescension. "Thought you honored your civil servants? Looks like you had fun in life, huh?" He casts his gaze downward, a profound reflection on his own existence taking hold, "I live meaninglessly. That's why I'm fighting." Then, his gaze snaps upward, ignited by a fierce, renewed purpose, to avoid going back to that life. "Me, you, kids, too. All the filthy bastards who were standing in their way." His voice erupts, a powerful accusation, "Through life, and you snatched it all away from them." The white-haired aggressor's eyes burn with contempt, her voice cutting through the air as she utterly demolishes his words, branding his entire motivation as an absurd, pathetic excuse. Her expression hardens, a chilling certainty in her tone, as she declares that humans are always the same, challenging him to prove they're any different. Her chilling words paint a brutal reality, reminding him that even family members will slaughter each other for any reason, even when someone is desperately trying to save humanity. The brutal truth of her words is hammered home by the visceral image of a blood-soaked knife and a severed hand, a horrifying testament to humanity's inherent savagery. Her face returns, a grim acceptance in her eyes, as she confirms the brutal truth, "It has always been this way." Then, a chilling confession, a dark admission, she reveals she's done the exact same thing. Meanwhile, a blood-soaked, bandaged hand clenches in agony, a brutal reminder of the relentless fight and crushing pain. The aggressor's face reappears, her words a cold, hard truth of hatred and resentment, culminating in the brutal, inescapable reality of humans hurting each other. Despite the crushing weight of her grim pronouncements and the brutal visuals, the scene closes on a quiet shot of 2 feet, hinting at an unyielding, defiant resolve that refuses to break, no matter what. Clenching his bloodied, bandaged arm, a fierce resolve ignites within him. There's only one person who truly believes, and that belief. That's his fuel, his courage to keep pushing. Even if those bastards try to rip it all away, he lets out a primal scream, his eyes blazing with furious crimson light. He vows they won't be crushed that easily, but then, a chilling voice slices through his defiance, a cold reminder that raw power can absolutely shatter any courage. Then, with a guttural roar, Cha Hyun-sung explodes forward, his body morphing into a monstrous, empowered beast, eyes blazing with pure, untamed energy. But before his monstrous charge can even land, a blinding force slams into him, the impact ripping through the air with explosive shockwaves. The ground beneath him absolutely shatters, exploding outwards in a violent, deafening burst of debris. He's hurled backward with unbelievable force, smashing into a distant structure and leaving a massive crater in his wake. After taking a brutal hit, he's still standing, a monstrous titan radiating raw power. But the taunts cut deep. "Give up now, you foolish bastard." The taunts keep coming, twisting the knife. "You must know by now that your strength isn't enough." Then, bam. A colossal blue energy surge explodes from the ground, a devastating attack they call Full Bloom. The impact shatters the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. But from the wreckage, he rises, battered but not broken, his eyes blazing electric blue as a sudden, explosive surge of strength rips through him. The onlookers are stunned, gasping, "What's this?" He lets out a guttural, "Ugh," his monstrous eye now blazing crimson red with the sheer, raw power he's barely holding back. The shock is palpable, as everyone wonders, He unleashes an earth-shattering roar, pushing back with an explosive force that rips through reality itself. The impact sends a storm of debris and blood flying, a chaotic explosion of raw power. His bloodied body screams with effort, every muscle bulging as the agonizing power surges through him. This is it, Full Bloom. The ultimate fighting method, humanity's last resort against the most brutal beasts, unlocking superhuman power to absolutely crush any foe. But this power isn't free. It's a ticking time bomb, lasting only minutes, and the ultimate price is total bodily destruction and death. But Hyun-sung doesn't care about the cost. He unleashes the forbidden technique, and his attack explodes in a blinding, bone-shattering burst. The impact just keeps growing, leaving nothing but absolute devastation. And when the smoke clears, the very ground is ripped apart, a testament to his raw, destructive might. He's still going. Cha Hyun-sung unleashes pure, unadulterated destruction, a guttural roar ripping through the air as Full Bloom absolutely demolishes everything in its path. Kwang! Explosions rock the entire area, his power just ripping the world to shreds. His face is a snarl of pure rage, he's pushing Full Bloom past its breaking point. Those eyes are burning with crimson fire, pure, destructive energy is just exploding from him. The very air is shredding around him, dark energy just ripping through everything. In the middle of all that chaos and flying debris, he's the absolute center of a destructive hurricane. Unbelievable strength. He can't help but wonder if his enemy was just holding back this entire time, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash it. But Full Bloom is a ticking time bomb, he's gotta finish this now. Even with all this insane power, he's still not strong enough to flip this fight around. He knows this power is draining him, but his enemy is paying the same brutal cost. The realization hits him, and his bloodied face hardens with grim resolve as he looks up, knowing there's only one path forward. His eyes blaze with raw power as he screams, ready to unleash every last drop of his strength. Debris rains down around him, but nothing can break his focus now. A primal scream rips from his throat, his intent crystal clear, he's going to kill this bastard. His arm tenses, engulfed in a maelstrom of raw energy and shattered fragments. As a crimson glow erupts around him, signaling an imminent, devastating attack. His body contorts, transforming into a monstrous, winged form as he unleashes the devastating Beast Burn. The Beast Burn explodes with devastating force, shattering the very ground and sending debris flying in a crimson-stained explosion. The shockwave absolutely obliterating the surrounding city. As a blinding yellow energy blast absolutely erupts outwards, consuming everything in its path. A final, overwhelming surge of power. The aggressor's body absolutely crumbles, a pained gasp escaping them. As Cha Hyun-sung, now fully transformed into a monster, stands victorious over the utterly defeated white-haired mage. He surveys the mangled form before him, noting that despite the devastating blow, the aggressor is still not truly defeated. A scoff escapes him as he stares down at the pathetic creature, taunting, "Be happy to see your face again, huh? You've lost, little rat." He continues to mock her resilience, muttering, "This thing is a trash form, really. It's hard to beat in a physical fight. His monstrous form looms over her, his clawed hand reaching down as he begins the grim task of finding the true source of her power. He mutters to himself, anticipating the difficulty, the core will be a headache. Come. What's this? The aggressor had proven unusually resilient, even after having his head severed, which typically housed the core, he had recovered. It was only after the complete destruction of his entire body that he had finally been put down, a testament to his bizarre physiology. Despite being a trash form, as Cha Hyun Song called it, the creature still possessed a core, one that required complete destruction to reveal its hidden location. Holding the newly discovered, glowing dark orb in his monstrous hand, he questions its nature. What's this? I don't know. He's standing there, absolutely wrecked, next to some blonde dude, who's like, no matter what, we gotta try. His legs, totally covered in blood, show just how insane that fight was. Then the blonde guy just blurts out, seriously, I'd rather not end up buried next to you. And as the dust finally clears, you can see the chaos left behind. But wait, the white-haired aggressor's eyes just pop open, and she's freaking out because her dolls are gone. Then it hits her, did they just bail, or was this all part of some twisted plan? Out of nowhere, Cha Hyun Song just gets ripped downwards, a red streak against the shattered earth. He's just free-falling through some crazy void, everything around him turning into streaks of light and dark. And he just keeps dropping, Cha Hyun Song's mind screaming, why am I falling, as dark energy swirls around him. The white-haired aggressor observes the unfolding chaos, a chilling calm on her face. But Cha Hyun Song is in a desperate struggle, the sheer might of his unseen opponent hitting him like a tidal wave. I see, that guy's definitely stronger than I thought, he grits out, he's tackling. They want to get through the dolls and come at me. But. Then, an explosive burst of raw, destructive energy rips through the dimension itself. His hands ignite with a terrifying dark power, pushing back against the impossible odds. His crimson eye blazes with an unholy fire, blood splattering as his true strength awakens. The cataclysmic energy intensifies, shredding everything in its wake. A colossal explosion detonates, obliterating the very concept of space. The sheer, untamed force of his unleashed power echoes through the shattered void. Even with that strength, your movements are shit, the white-haired aggressor snarls, oozing pure menace. You'll be caught by my terms if you come any closer. A guttural, URGH. Escapes him. As the brutal truth dawns, he's truly, utterly trapped. Really? Trapped, huh? I mean. With vicious white tendrils coiling around him, drawing blood. The aggressor's chilling voice rings out, you're really trapped, huh? The crimson void pulses, the tendrils tightening their grip. As the white-haired figure's glowing red eyes fixate on her prey, a cruel smile playing on her lips. But then, a sudden, sharp gasp of OH escapes her. As an explosive force rips through the darkness. His counterattack explodes, a raw, violent surge of power absolutely shredding the crimson tendrils that had him trapped. The white-haired aggressor, eyes blazing with malevolent red, is suddenly caught in her own trap, a chilling question screaming through the chaotic void, did he miss, or was this his master plan all along? Absolutely livid, she snarls, I'll smash you on the ground and crush you. With those filthy tentacles of yours, she screams, but her words are brutally cut off as a desperate, raw cry of, Nuna, rips through the air, and then, a devastating impact. The white-haired aggressor is violently hurled backward, her body absolutely shattering the ground beneath her. The white-haired aggressor hits the ground with a brutal impact, letting out a sharp cry. Her body practically explodes into fragments, a chaotic burst of red and white. The sheer power of the slam sends debris flying everywhere. As Cha Hyun Song keeps her pinned, his grip firm on her head, driving her into the shattered earth. But then, a sudden shift. He looks down, concern flashing in his eyes. Nuna. Are you okay? He demands she wake up, noting her return to a normal state. Standing tall, he looms over his defeated opponent. From the wreckage, she fires back, of course, you had to go save your sister. A smirk plays on her injured face. You can probably guess what happened. Still defiant, she snarls internally, her ability will let her turn forward, and her fist will just rip right through. But before she can even twitch, Cha Hyun Song, a bloody whirlwind, drops from the sky, unleashing a devastating counter and roaring if she wants to splash him with her blood this time. His face a mask of pure, unadulterated rage, he screams, he's going to turn her into a bloody pudding. The white-haired aggressor reels from the hit, her shock instantly morphing into a furious curse. The sheer power of the strike sends her rocketing. Her body contorting wildly mid-flight. Before she slams into an unseen wall with a catastrophic impact. Gazing down at the chaos, Cha Hyun Song shouts, a desperate plea to Seo Bin, his Nuna, to get out of there. From the safety of a car, Seo Bin yells back, telling him to just dodge it, she'll handle herself, and he just manages a stunned, oh, okay. Reeling from the brutal hit, she can barely process what's happening, her thoughts screaming, is he still fighting the leader of these monsters? This is beyond bad. These things are worse than anything she's ever encountered. Then, a terrifying realization slams into her. His crimson eyes blaze across the devastation, hunting for the woman who dared touch his family. A guttural roar tears from his throat, a chilling declaration, "No one hurts my Hwan Song." His face twists into a monstrous snarl, a terrifying promise hanging heavy in the air. From this moment on, there will be no mercy. He clutches the broken aggressor, her body a mangled, bloody mess, a brutal testament to his unleashed fury. The sheer horror of her injuries is laid bare. Still absolutely seething, he makes a chilling declaration, "I'll be the one to sincerely love you to death." Why? Why did this all go down like this? He's reeling, asking himself, why is he even here, forced to confront this monstrosity directly? And why is his Nuna, Seobin, completely at the mercy of that woman? Their mana was too weak, they couldn't handle her. That woman couldn't even lay a finger on Seobin before, but now, by joining forces, how did this happen? His grip tightens on Seobin, both of them battered and bleeding, the situation dire. Have they really been pushed into a corner? A raw, guttural groan rips from his throat, a primal scream of pain and rage. He thrusts out a bloodied hand, eyes blazing with fierce resolve, a single, desperate command tearing from his lips, "Get her." His face contorts, bloodied and scarred, as a monstrous snarl twists his features, sharp teeth emerging. He commands himself to simply get up, the rage boiling over. His crimson eye glows with furious intent, as he internally screams, "You vulgar, filthy, shitty doll." Even as his body screams in pain, he defiantly accepts the challenge, "Sure, kill me. A doll without memories, who only knows how to fight." His monstrous visage fills the frame, the threat clear, "Have your face ripped apart." He continues, his voice a guttural growl, "By this vulgar, filthy, shitty doll." His rage-filled eyes narrow, as he dismisses her words, "So keep barking that nonsense." The monstrous transformation deepens, a primal roar building within him, "Seo Ziyor." Cha Hyan Song roars, his monstrous form reeling from a brutal, unseen hit. The agony threatening to shatter him as he thinks, "No. I can't take this any more, and I'm done for." He could just unleash his fangs, rip through the attack, tear her apart without a scratch on him, but then a chilling realization hits. If he dodges, that monster's fangs, they'll hit his sister. A desperate gasp escapes him, he can't hold on. Is this it? Is he going to die? He won't become like those wretched scumbags. He's trapped in a nightmare, battling the horrifying thought, is this it? Will he just rot, a mere husk of flesh? But no, he won't let it. His monstrous eyes burn with resolve, a silent scream for his sister to escape, to run, even if it means he's left to face this nightmare alone. But the terror has already reached Seobin, her face twisted in pure agony, eyes clamped shut against the horror unfolding. Back to the monster, Cha Hyan Song's mind screams, a guttural, silent plea for someone, anyone, to save him from this bloody fate. His body, a canvas of crimson, is a testament to the brutal war raging within. The primal scream echoes, he doesn't want to die. Meanwhile, another soul is caught in the crossfire, a young man with light brown hair turning away, his face etched with quiet despair. Head bowed in defeat, he can only whisper, "Leave me." A trembling hand reaches out, clutching a blister pack of pills, a silent, desperate cry for salvation. A crimson eye, burning with raw, untamed power, rips open through a web of pulsing veins and splattered blood. As Cha Hyan Song's monstrous transformation explodes into its terrifying peak, leaving a wake of pure destruction and a desperate, guttural cry of "Arg." As the beast unleashes a primal, earth-shattering roar, its form consumed by pain and unbridled fury. Blood continues to erupt across the scene. As a monstrous hand lashes out, and a voice screams in sheer desperation, "Do Jun Hyung." Another desperate plea echoes, "Help us Hyung." As the transformed Hyan Song snarls with raw power, "Get out of my way." His bloody, monstrous arm rises, delivering a final, bone-chilling warning, "You better move." His monstrous form is absolutely terrifying, and a chilling question rips from his blood-stained visage. Demanding to know why they're crying out now, after taking so many human lives. He continues, his voice absolutely dripping with venom, thinking the lives of their little brother and sister are more valuable. This, he screams, is the path they chose, and now they're gonna pay the ultimate price for it. His rage absolutely explodes, the word "choice" hanging heavy in the air. As he imagines a different reality, one where he had that power, that option. His face contorts into a primal scream, monstrous teeth bared, his glowing red eyes absolutely burning with unbridled fury. A bloodied fist clenches, knuckles white with strain, the sheer force of his emotion absolutely radiating outwards. Dynamic lines absolutely streak across the void, emphasizing the explosive power contained within him. He stands, a terrifying silhouette against the chaos, a monstrous guardian or a harbinger of absolute destruction. The sheer destructive force explodes, ripping the very world apart around him. And he unleashes a primal, agonizing roar, his face a mask of pure, unbridled power. His crimson eyes blaze with an infernal intensity as he declares, "I see." With a blood-soaked fist raised high, the monstrous entity screams, "We're the same." A bone-shattering impact connects, unleashing a torrent of blood and destruction. But his defiance is absolute, his voice a raw, guttural snarl, "Even if that's true." No. His fanged jaws gape wide as he presses on, "If that's true, or even more important, that. We fight till the end," he thunders, his entire being a storm of unyielding rage. Amidst the absolute devastation, the transformed monster stands, a terrifying, unstoppable force. He unleashes a devastating blow, sending a shockwave of pure destruction ripping through everything. As shattered fragments and blood rain down from the sheer force of the impact. The monstrous force just keeps tearing through the ground, cracking and splintering it into countless, jagged pieces. The sound of pure destruction echoing like thunder. The sheer reverberations of his power just linger, leaving behind a chaotic landscape of broken earth and scattered debris. All stained with fresh, crimson blood. His monstrous face, glowing with crimson energy, surveys the utter devastation, a chilling thought forming in his mind, such a mortified expression. The monstrous form of Hyen Song towers over the wreckage, a chilling question echoing through the destruction, "Do you get it now?" His enemy, utterly decimated, lies broken and bleeding amidst the ruins. The sheer force of his fury continues, "Do you realize the weight of your actions?" His fangs drip with blood, his eyes burning with an infernal glow, as he roars, crushing all that we detest. This raw, untamed power is our instinct, he realizes, and the one thing he absolutely cannot stand is the bastard who dared to make Yunbai cry. His resolve hardens, "I won't let her cry in fear again. I won't let her cry again." The image of a weeping Yunbai fuels his monstrous rage, a silent promise forming, "If I could see Yunbai smiling again." Surrounded by an explosive aura of power, he makes his ultimate declaration, "Anyone who stands in my way, will be annihilated." He lunges, a monstrous, blood-soaked claw tearing through the air, his voice a guttural roar, "I'll rip you to pieces." A terrifying maw of beastly fangs snaps open, his voice a primal scream, "Those are my." Those beastly fangs flash, a terrifying declaration of his absolute reign, the sole conqueror of thousands. His monstrous form fully unleashed, eyes blazing with raw, untamed power, shadowy figures swirling around him. Then, pure destruction explodes outward, shattering everything in its path into a bloody, fragmented chaos. A primal, ear-splitting scream rips from his throat. His eyes burning with an intense, yellow-white glow, his face cracking and bleeding from the sheer force of his rage. The monstrous roar culminates in a final, terrifying cry, a dark, swirling void consuming his open maw. A primal, earth-shattering scream erupts, its raw power instantly obliterating everything in its path, as a blinding white explosion rips through the scene. Hyen Song's monstrous form is swallowed by the cataclysmic energy, a storm of blood and shattered fragments erupting around him. The destructive wave keeps on surging, ripping apart the world with unstoppable force. The chaotic energy plunges downwards, bringing down even more of the broken world. Suddenly, a blazing crimson aura explodes from him, unleashing an immense, terrifying power. The crimson energy goes critical, forming razor-sharp tendrils that tear through everything. The whole damn place is swallowed, drowned in a blood-red, chaotic energy that leaves nothing but devastation. Even the full moon watches as the sky itself bleeds crimson, a terrifying monument to the power he's unleashed. The ground explodes, a violent burst of crimson energy and white debris ripping through everything. As the chaotic force absolutely devours the landscape, expanding into a deepening, blood-red void. The air hangs heavy with dread, a crucifix drenched in crimson. Fresh blood still pooling beneath it, a gruesome testament. The horror spills into the home, a kitchen ravaged, blood painting the walls, a scene of pure devastation. A figure stands frozen, a choked whisper of "Mom" escaping her lips. Before she crumples to the floor, a desperate, broken cry of "Dad" tearing through the silence. Overwhelmed, she can only gasp, "What happened?" the crushing reality forcing out a single, despairing word, "Everything." Then, Dujun emerges, his clothes splattered, as the young woman's gaze snaps to him, a raw, accusing question tearing from her, "Did you do this?" He can only look down, a chilling confession, "Yeah, I killed them." I had no choice, leaving her utterly shattered, barely able to utter Hyen Song's name. Seo Bin is absolutely floored by the confession, but Do Jun Hyung just calmly tells her not to worry about him, claiming he had no other choice. He drops a bombshell, revealing he met someone who promised to help him, and that he'd already prepared everything to follow them, telling her to live comfortably and take care of herself. Her blood-soaked hand shakes, the weight of his words crushing her. Surrounded by the horror, Seo Bin can only choke out his name, a desperate plea. Her voice cracks into a desperate scream, pleading with him not to abandon her. He can't even look at her, turning his head away, as her heartbroken scream rips through the air. Then, a sudden, explosive burst of blood and gore. Do Jun-hyung looks down, a chilling acceptance on his face, whispering, "So, this is it. The end." A second, even more horrific explosion of blood and viscera erupts, sealing his fate. Bloodied and beaten, Cha Hyun-sung stares into the void, a chilling realization dawning on him, this is my fate. You won. And I lost. As a pale, slender hand reaches out to his battered body, a chilling voice confirms, this is how it ended up. But his crimson eyes, burning with a mix of despair and defiance, snap up, his mind racing to his family, my brother and sister. His bloodied hand clenches. Just as a smaller, unbloodied hand gently takes his, a silent, powerful gesture. He glances down at his blood-soaked leg, a low, guttural escaping his lips. But his gaze hardens, a dangerous question forming, I see. What about those little punks? His eyes narrow, the rage boiling over as he snarls, they ran away, those. His crimson eyes blaze with raw fury as he spits out the final word, punks. The past rips open, a brutal, blood-drenched memory, as Cha Hyun-sung's head hangs heavy, his dark hair soaked in crimson. He scans the brutal aftermath, a chilling certainty dawning, I see. As I thought, that punk. His crimson eyes, burning with raw pain and fierce resolve, lock onto nothing, his face a canvas of blood. A crushing regret rips through him, a whispered, gut-wrenching apology, I'm sorry. He clutches two smaller, blood-soaked figures, a boy and a girl, in a desperate, tight embrace, their very beings marred by the same crimson horror. With his back to the nightmare, he vows to the girl, his voice a steel-edged promise through the agony, I won't ever say that again. So, stop crying, huh? His blood-streaked face hardens with fierce resolve as he makes a sacred vow, let's stay together, the three of us. A bloodied hand descends from above, as a voice rings out with an ironclad promise, no matter what happens. The view drops to blood-soaked feet, planted firmly over the fallen, as the ultimate, unyielding declaration is made, I'll protect you. Shrapnel and smoke choke the air, a grim testament to the chaos that just unfolded. Where a heavily wounded warrior, his muscular frame caked in blood, stands as a monument to the brutal, relentless fight he just endured. The brutal clash has finally ceased, the sheer power of their foes leaving an oppressive silence in its wake. Cha Hyun-sung, his face a mask of grim determination and crimson splatters, acknowledges that one more failed attack would have been his end, yet against all odds, they've found a fleeting moment of relief. But the quiet is shattered by a sharp voice, demanding to know what in the world he thinks he's doing. As a blonde-haired survivor, equally caked in blood but defiantly puffing on a cigarette, fires back that his arms are definitely not okay, while Cha Hyun-sung, exasperated, yells at him to ditch the smoke. The blonde, exhaling a defiant cloud of smoke, retorts that his lungs will take him out long before any monster does, claiming he's practically sacrificing his health for them, then throws a challenge back at Cha Hyun-sung's seemingly boundless confidence. A third, dark-haired survivor, also bearing the scars of battle, interjects, bitterly regretting that if only the blonde had listened to their leader and not charged in recklessly, he wouldn't be bleeding out or missing limbs. The aftermath is brutal. A bloodied blonde companion, cigarette dangling, snarls at Cha Hyun-sung, you got a death wish for talking back. The tension is palpable. A quick, dismissive, I'm sorry, from the blonde, as Hyun-sung, eyes burning with a mix of red and blue, can only think about that last, desperate strategy. But the blonde isn't done, blowing smoke as he jabs back, was it a bad idea, considering you came up with it? The audacity. With a flick of his wrist, the blonde lets it slide, just this once, but the chilling promise hangs in the air, I'll kill you the next time. But Hyun-sung, battered and bruised, isn't taking all the heat, firing back, we both did it together. No solo blame game here. A ragged breath escapes his lips, the sheer exhaustion and lingering danger etched onto his blood-splattered face. Then, a voice cuts through the silence, a worried, Hyun-sung. Echoing through the debris. It's Yunbai, her black hair a stark frame around her dirt and blood-streaked face, a shocking, unexpected sight amidst the chaos. Hyun-sung's focus snaps to her, his voice laced with urgency, Yunbai, were you here all this time? Why didn't you get out? You could have been hurt. The protector instinct kicks in hard. Yunbai's eyes lock onto his mangled hands, her voice cracking as she points out the obvious, he's the one who's truly messed up. But he just brushes it off, a tired smirk on his face, telling her it's nothing, that it'll all just heal up, and new ones will grow back. A quiet, oh, escapes her, but her face still screams pure concern. Then, it hits him, a sudden realization as he quietly admits, oh, right, I totally forgot. He'd just gotten so used to the constant grind, the endless pain, that he didn't even realize how messed up he was anymore. But the real nightmare? What Yunbai herself had been forced to endure today. It was a brutal, cruel ordeal that left her broken and bleeding on the cold, hard ground. Even they, the hardened veterans who faced monsters daily, were utterly shattered by the sheer, unadulterated terror of it all, a monstrous, fanged nightmare tearing through the darkness. He sees himself as a gruesome monster, a twisted reflection of the brutal world he's fighting in. His gaze drops, regret burning in his eyes, he remembers calling himself a monster, and now, seeing her suffering, all he can manage is a broken, I'm sorry. A sharp, pained gasp rips through him. When a gentle voice cuts through his despair, asking if he's alright, her concern hitting him like a shockwave. He stares, utterly stunned, how could she still want him to get back up, still want him, after witnessing such horror? Her silent, knowing thought, a soft punch to his gut, just calls him an idiot. He gazes down at her, her face battered but her smile radiant, and in her eyes, he finds pure understanding. Her hand reaches for his, a soft touch, and she asks, her words cutting straight to the heart of his struggle. Tears stream down his blood-streaked face, but with her unwavering comfort, he finally breaks, admitting he's okay. Still covered in blood, he can only stare blankly as Yunbai, with a soft touch, tells him everything's gonna be alright. Her voice barely a whisper, she recognizes his incredible struggle, telling him he truly gave it his all. He can barely choke out, it's his mind reeling, but she cuts him off, reminding him that being there for him is exactly her purpose. She snaps, and oh, don't you dare call yourself a monster, then gently urges him to finally get some rest. His gaze sweeps over the ruined city, a grim acknowledgement of the chaos, he sighs, this is, yeah, it's a mess. He doubts everything, wondering if any of it was worth the cost, and tells her she'd be better off without a partner like him. She shuts down his self-loathing, declaring that if everyone's scarred, then they're all monsters, then softly reminds him that all he did was protect her. He still can't shake the self-doubt, grumbling he can fight without that punk, then hesitantly asks if they can just be friends, like before, as Yunbai pulls him into a fierce hug. He clutches her tight, but a blonde-haired observer watches, questioning his strength, so what if he can fight? An unseen voice tries to calm him, suggesting a step-by-step approach, but the blonde-haired man scoffs, he doesn't even listen. The unseen voice pushes back, he actually listens to you sometimes now, then adds, and he's a good guy, right? He knows who to fight. Still unconvinced, the blonde-haired man just declares, I don't need any help. Cha Hyun-song's bloodied legs stand unyielding, his inner voice burning with resolve, I can protect. His thoughts race, fixated on self-preservation and the profound meaning of having a partner. Bruised and bloodied, he and Yunbai stand shoulder to shoulder, facing the grim aftermath as one. His legs, still caked in battle's grim residue, stand as a stark testament to his fight. The blonde-haired man finishes his contemplation, a thoughtful expression on his face, muttering, of great importance to me. HM. The blonde man, eyes blazing crimson, challenges an unseen entity, clearly annoyed by their very presence. He then casually drops a bombshell, asking if he should call in the mustache brother to bring someone back. But just as quickly, he shrugs it off, deciding to let things play out. Despite his bloodied and battered form, the blonde man's sinister grin widens as he reveals his true intent, vowing to play with his prey a little longer before making his move. The city's still standing, buildings reaching for the sky, but something's definitely off. But inside, in a stark hospital room, the tension is thick. Cha Hyun-song is right there, by her bedside, and he finally breaks the silence, asking if she's feeling any better. A nurse just breezes by in the hall, totally unaware of the heavy conversation, as the young woman responds, oh, thanks for asking. I'm fine. But I'm the one who should be asking you. You got hurt because of me, didn't you? Hyun-song's face is a mask as he takes in her words, then he just drops a quiet apology. No, it's obvious you're not. I still have to tell you something. I'm sorry. Her bare feet twitch under the hospital blanket, a silent sign of her discomfort. Hyun-song gets up, his eyes unfocused, clearly deep in thought. What's his next move? A faint, almost resigned smile plays on his lips as he mutters, well that's. His mind just explodes into a chaotic, fragmented space, a swirling vortex of red and shattered pieces. They are the hunters, the last bastion against the monstrous tide, the awakened who stand as humanity's final, desperate shield. The blonde man just casually shrugs, same old, just with a few more friends this time. Then, the ultimate challenge echoes through the chaos, come forward if you want to die. And just like that, he's in the thick of it, a blur of motion and raw power, tearing through a monstrous horde like they're nothing. Covered in blood, surrounded by monsters, he just grins and declares, I'm doing great. Behold, the legend himself, Cha Hyun-song, the awakened hunter. His fist slams down with earth-shattering power, and he snarls, "Do you still think monsters aren't IT?" With another explosive, blood-soaked strike, he just keeps going, a whirlwind of pure, unadulterated power. A terrifying roar rips through the air, announcing a monstrous presence. Its jaws split wide, the creature snarls a warning, "Do. Don't come any closer." Clutching a terrified woman, it screams, "If you come any closer, I'll slice her up." Desperation in its voice, the monster warns again, "If you don't want that to happen, get lost right now." But Cha Hyun-song's reply is ice cold, "Go ahead and try." His words hit like a hammer, a brutal truth, "You seem to be mistaken. My job isn't saving humans." His blood-splattered face twists into a savage snarl, revealing his true, terrifying mission, "It's to catch and kill all you bastards." He shrugs off the monster's desperate hostage play with chilling indifference, "Whether you chew that woman or not, is none of my business." The monster's eye bulges in pure, unadulterated shock, its entire strategy crumbling before the hunter's brutal honesty. Cha Hyun-song's inner monologue, "This disgusting thing, not even that tough, but man, it can get tricky. Damn bastard." The monster roars, pure fury in its voice. "Bastard hunter dogs." It screams, as a brutal hit explodes, showering everything in blood and guts. The hulking monster, eyes blazing red, stumbles back, barely holding on. He didn't care. The monster's eyes widen in disbelief, the hunter's only goal was to kill him. Shock. The truth hits hard, and he wonders what happens when things get tricky. He's got a family waiting, he can't just give up, but it's too late. Phew. Cha Hyun-song lets out a breath, finally done. He casually wipes blood from his face, looking exhausted but still tough. His eye glows faintly red, a wave of relief washing over him that no one else got hurt in that insane fight. He flashes back to his youth, a defiant kid facing down a monstrous threat, while his friend begs him to just survive. Cutting back to the present, the blonde man tells Cha Hyun-song to chill out, muttering that some people are just born to get stomped. But Cha Hyun-song just fires back, "You mad, bro?" He internally admits he hates being angry, and would rather feel anything else. He questions if he's getting too chummy with the blonde guy, or if he's just been stuck with him for too long. Strolling away, leaving a bloody trail, he decides he doesn't actually hate it. A Special Operations Bureau report pops up, and he's like, this is adult stuff, not sure about it. The report reveals that Cha Miho is always trying to snag new recruits for the Bureau, with pics of him and Cha Hyun-song together. Cha Hyun-song then smirks, "I guess it's kinda working, probably." At a lively restaurant, a young man flags down a server, demanding more skirt meat and a bottle of soju. Then, he leans into his friend, ready to spill the beans on his dad's business, insisting it's not some terrifying abyss. A brutal memory ignites. A younger, blood-splattered Cha Hyun-song and the blonde man stand defiant, the bitter truth ringing in their ears. To everyone else, they were just kids playing at war. The scene shifts to a gritty PC bang, its sign glowing, a chilling command echoing, "Don't forget." Dramatic red curtains rip open, a passionate voice screaming, "My love. You're." A fierce woman with flowing dark hair belts out a song, her face a mask of raw emotion, her voice soaring with a defiant "always." Then, a terrifying cut. A hand clenches a blood-soaked knife, a sinister voice hissing, "It's been a long time, Cha Hyun-song." And then, a final, cryptic scene, Cha Hyun-song and the blonde man, eyes glowing with an eerie light, chill at a bar, one of them wondering aloud, "Why do these people love to drink so much?" He's left wondering if he's actually having fun, the question hanging heavy in the silent night. Strolling through the city, a friend casually drops, that it looks like fun to him, gesturing towards Hyun-song and mentioning he's deep in conversation. The blonde man then points out, Hyun-song's been grinning non-stop, earning a genuinely surprised, "Really?" in return. Gazing out at the sprawling city lights. The blonde man chimes in, telling Hyun-song he crushed it today as well. Hyun-song confesses he only felt that way once, and it was with the blonde man, who instantly calls it out as cheesy, prompting Hyun-song to finish, that he's just a guy who's always been on his own. The blonde man's hand extends, Hyun-song's hand appears, and the blonde man muses, that didn't change him, and for that, he's thankful. A sudden memory hits, of the day a punk named Cha Miho showed up, a chilling thought commanding him to crush and annihilate everything he despises. This raw, violent impulse explodes into a monstrous, grinning face, its eyes blazing with pure, malevolent red energy. He moved to protect his sister, a primal instinct kicking in. Then, he sacrificed himself, thinking it was the only option. He was stuck in that moment, the second he gave everything to protect his family. But underneath that sacrifice, a dark emotion was brewing. It was the raw, undeniable thrill of absolutely destroying that punk. After that, the thought just wouldn't leave, a nagging question, maybe that day, the one who was truly closest to being a beast. He thinks, staring at his hands, it was probably him all along. Isn't that what I thought? And in that moment of brutal self-reflection, the answer hit him hard. He flashes back to Chan Woo-hyung's words, a message that just didn't click for him back then, totally beyond his comprehension. Chan Woo-hyung's voice was gone, but his words hit different, carrying this insane conviction, a certainty that just stuck with him. He could still hear Chan Woo-hyung's chilling prophecy, "You'll realize it soon, a total mind-bender." And all he could do was pray that day would never, ever arrive, a desperate plea against destiny. The city glowed under the night, totally oblivious, a silent backdrop to his inner chaos. A brutal, bloody memory rips through his thoughts, a raw, primal sound echoing in his head. The scene twists, a sickening crunch blasting through his mind, the sound of pure destruction. Then, out of nowhere, a sharp, external voice shatters his introspection, a direct order, "There's work for you." From the depths of the void, an immense, shadowy horror begins to take form. Its monstrous maw splitting open to unleash a chilling, questioning growl. And then, blazing red eyes snap open in the darkness, finishing its chilling query with a subservient, echoing, "Master." Elsewhere, a bloodied fist clenches, dripping crimson as a desperate, internal voice challenges its very core, "Can you do it?" The monstrous shadow answers, its form now a terrifying mass of writhing, glowing red eyes, a silent, overwhelming surge of raw power. Cha Miho, his face etched with grim determination, demands to know what they're witnessing right now. His colleague grimly confirms, it's the beast's corpse from their last operation. The blond man's mangled, blood-soaked body is a gruesome testament to the brutal encounter. Miho's eyes snap wide, a chilling realization dawning as he exclaims, "That tattoo." A distinctive, unsettling mark etched onto the back of the blond man's hand. It's the exact same intricate design, matching the one on the back of the man they're investigating. His colleague reveals another chilling discovery: after searching the corpse, they found a business card among his belongings. The card, starkly emblazoned with "Club Bleed," points directly to the location linked to this mysterious business card. Get ready, because a new mission just dropped, and it's going to be huge. Hyun Song and a new face are on the scene, and he's already asking the big questions, like, is this really an undercover operation? Miho lays out the mission in the office: find an awakened graphic designer, a hostess at Club Bleed, someone super approachable. The light-haired woman immediately pushes back, asking if maybe someone else should handle this hot mess. But Hyun Song isn't having any of it, stepping up with total confidence, declaring he's the absolute best for the job and will crush it for Miho. Her red heels hit the ground, a determined rhythm echoing through the hall. When it suddenly hits her, her eyes snapping wide open with a shocking realization, is she actually the perfect fit for this crazy mission? She's at the door, and then a voice cuts through the air, "Yo, Yoon Chan-woo, don't tell me." The door bursts open. And there she is, Yoon Chan-woo, totally transformed in a killer black dress, flashing a confident smile as she announces, "Hello, everyone." She's ready to rock this undercover mission. Hold up. A new player just stepped onto the scene, a fiery redhead, and she's not messing around, announcing she's the one taking point on this mission, straight up calling the shots. Meet Special Bureau Manager Hong Yeonjin. And she's all smiles, telling everyone to play nice. Elsewhere, a sharp-looking guy with messy black hair and glasses pops up with a casual, "Hello, just chilling." Yeonjin eyes him, thinking he looks familiar, asking if they've met, but he's quick to deny it, saying he doesn't remember. He's seriously tall. And Yeonjin teases him about being a little rude. Meanwhile, Jie-young, a blonde woman, is totally worried someone hasn't eaten. What's up with that? She confronts Jie-young, her voice dripping with pure frustration, demanding to know how many times she has to tell her to stop fighting, declaring, "Hackers are the absolute worst, and awakeners are right there with them." But Jie-young, ever the pragmatist, just warns her that they're being watched, her gaze unwavering. Then, a searing crimson ignites in Hong Yeonjin's eye, her red hair swirling with an explosive surge of power. Ji-young braces herself, every muscle in her arm tensing, the air around them practically screaming with raw, unleashed power. Hong Yeonjin unleashes a devastating, sweeping attack, a torrent of crimson energy ripping through reality itself. The raw force expands outward, a shockwave of pure, unadulterated destructive power. Debris explodes in every direction, the entire environment shattering under the sheer, brutal impact. But before the full force can even connect, Cha Hyun Song materializes, deploying a shimmering blue barrier that deflects the attack with a resounding "chwuu," shielding Jie-young from certain destruction. The protective energy dissipates, leaving behind a swirling cloud of dust and residual power. Jie-young's jaw drops, her hand flying to her mouth in pure disbelief. What just came out of his mouth? But Hyun Song's eyes are practically spitting fire, his fist a coiled spring as he snarls, "What did you say?" He's got Jie-young by the collar, practically lifting her off her feet as Yunbai looks on. Jie-young, trying to play it cool, blurts out, "I'll stop smoking, okay." But Hyun Song isn't buying it for a second, firing back, "See? I knew you were going to say that. Meanwhile, Yoon Chan-woo is deep in thought, a serious look on his face as he weighs their next move. He's clearly got a plan, muttering, say it again. You think this isn't fighting? I think I might get the wrong idea. I'll explain it to you intimately later. Fast forward, and Chan-woo's got Jae-young and Yunbai hooked, holding up some tech with a smirk. He's pitching a wild idea, Then we can just go in and see what we find. I've never been to a dungeon infiltrating it. We don't have to go to the dungeon ourselves. Jae-young's face lights up with a mischievous grin, demanding, what are you saying? Of course. We have to look really pretty. The squad is assembled, Hyun-sung, Jae-young, Yunbai, and Chan-woo, all looking ready to roll. Jae-young, with a sly grin, promises, don't worry about your appearance. I'll dress you up from head to toe and turn you into the perfect spies. As night falls, a mysterious building looms, ready for their infiltration. Still on the move, Jae-young can't help but comment on the sheer audacity of the guy they just faced. While Hyun-sung, still reeling, can't even process the audio he just snagged from that dude. They keep moving, and a voice chimes in, confirming they're just 5 minutes out. And then we cut to Yoon Chan-woo, looking sharp and determined, confirming he's practically on site. His mind's already on the Hunter Guild, a clear annoyance in his voice as he grumbles about having to clean up their mess. A chilling look crosses his face as he silently swears no one's getting away, vowing to make them wish they'd never been born. His grip tightens, convinced that mere humans can't even begin to grasp who he really is, and that reality is a cage no one breaks free from. Finally, Chan-woo and his crew are all lined up, facing forward, ready to roll. A massive, booming impact rips through the air, revealing an insane, dark crystalline cavern. But a female subordinate, cool as ice, cuts through the noise, ordering, trust your gut and just lock onto those blasts. Yoon Chan-woo, eyes like daggers, just gives a chilling nod, understood. The insane, ornate interior of a secret facility explodes into view, drenched in an eerie purple glow that highlights even more bizarre crystalline formations. The booming impacts just keep coming. He scans the crowd of figures in the massive hall, a silent, powerful presence amidst the chaos. A chilling smirk plays on his face as he needles his subordinate. When did you get so good at lying? You seriously underestimated the power of money. He points to a detailed map, laying out the impossible challenge. So how did you even know we'd be here, hidden in plain sight? You can't find this place unless you already know it. He turns to the female subordinate, ordering, all right, you scout around for now, adding, if I find anything, you'll be the first to know. Later, debriefing with a male subordinate, Yoon Chan-woo ponders, I'm not picking up any beastly vibes from this golden sword, as the subordinate wonders, did they seriously pull off disguising this whole place as a normal business? Yoon Chan-woo scans the club, his eyes like lasers, telling Cha Mi-ho there's nothing overtly suspicious, but the vibe is off, too quiet, too pristine, almost like a trap. He briefly wonders if it's all a bust, just a normal club, even though their target, a dead man, was spotted here multiple times, the club bleed sign mocking them. His eyes blaze red for a split second, a chilling thought crossing his mind, if I were just some normal guy, I'd buy it. But a faint, metallic tang, a scent no human could catch, hits him from deep inside the club, the undeniable, heavy stench of blood that just won't quit. His glowing red eyes sharpen, confirming every dark suspicion. He knows it now. The real target, the hidden facility, is definitely tucked away inside this very building, these towering, innocent-looking structures. And naturally, he thinks, those punks are definitely watching his every move from up there. His crimson gaze locks onto the unseen watchers. He casually turns his back to the main floor, fully aware of the hidden cameras and the complete absence of other hunters, a single, questioning sound escaping him, huh? Still on high alert, Yoon Chan-woo reached out, a hand landing on a woman's shoulder, and she let out a sudden, shocked gasp. She was clearly distracted, asking about someone on the ground, but all he could manage was a stunned "oh." But then, in a flash, her face twisted into something monstrous, eyes blazing red, a terrifying, fanged maw ripping open, and a primal scream tore from her throat. Her monstrous face snarled, demanding to know why he dared touch her, and he was left speechless, barely able to form a reply. He quickly stammered an apology, claiming it was a mistake, then nervously asked if she was cursing him now. But then, just as abruptly, the monstrous form vanished, leaving the woman looking utterly bewildered, her human features snapping back into place. She just stood there, looking completely human again, her light dress swaying gently. A massive, empty hall just sits there, disco balls hanging from the ceiling, reflecting light like a silent, eerie party zone. In this silent space, someone asks, yo, when do you show up? And what's the deal with Cha Hyun-sung's dad, the manager? The reply comes back, totally chill, they're probably just hiding out. So, did you dig up anything? The huge hall stays empty, the only sound a continuing chat, nah, nothing special. Yoon Chan-woo and Hong Yeonjin are locked in a serious talk, and he lays out the plan, we can just slip in through the back entrance. Strolling down the hall, he drops another bomb. I can feel the manager's presence, but I can't pinpoint him. So, Manager Hong, what's your take? Hong Yanjin, with a piercing look, shoots back confidently, oh, I can feel every single one of them. And if something feels off, I'll be the one making the first move. And with a decisive move, she declares, alright, I'll give it a shot. An ominous red glow pulses through the desolate hall, a silent, heavy pressure building in the air. Yoon Chan-woo, a dark silhouette against the void, stands absolutely still, and then, his eyes ignite with a terrifying crimson, locking onto something unseen. His gaze sharpens, a laser focus, and he broadcasts a silent challenge, a declaration to whatever lurks in the shadows, I'm here. He stands, a solitary figure swallowed by the massive, empty space, a single point of raw power in the overwhelming darkness. But then, Hong Yanjin moves, a subtle shift, her own powerful senses now fully online. Her eyes blaze with a faint red, and she's got it. A presence, locked down, location confirmed. It's not just there, it's reacting. It's moving, heading straight for her, and she realizes, it's coming closer. A fight? Here. No way, she instantly dismisses it, this isn't the arena for a brawl, not with potential witnesses. Then, a wild idea sparks in her mind, a ghost. And with a glint in her eye, she's ready to check it out. She points to a secret entrance, a sly grin on her face, hyping up a spot where only they can truly go wild. With her eyes flashing red, she then challenges him, asking what he thinks, totally expecting him to be hyped. Yoon Chanwa's eyes are locked on, and he just tells her to take the lead. Her red eyes burn with pure hype. As they dive into a long, brightly lit passage. Hong Yanjin can't believe this place is actually tucked away under a club. She asks if this is seriously a beast's hangout spot. Yoon Chanwoo confirms it, promising it's a fun zone, and she's like, I'm happy. A sly, almost dangerous smile spreads across her face as she echoes, it's a place where you can have fun. A brutal impact reverberates across the blood-soaked ground. As a chilling command rings out, and follow your beastly instincts. Hyen Song's eyes ignite with a furious crimson glow, a primal, earth-shattering roar erupting from deep within him. His bloodied fist clenching with bone-shattering power. He unleashes a devastating, explosive blow, sending his opponent flying amidst a shower of shattered debris. A guttural scream of agony tearing from the figure as they violently collapse. His face twists into a monstrous, feral snarl, razor-sharp fangs bared in a terrifying display. And with a final, cataclysmic impact, the foe is utterly, brutally annihilated. Their shattered remnants scattering into the blood-soaked air, leaving nothing but a crimson mist. The arena is a bloodbath, a crimson canvas screaming with the echoes of pure, unadulterated chaos. And Cha Hyen Song is screaming, not in rage, but in pure, unholy agony. He's ripping himself apart, blood exploding from every wound. His body is a twisted, thrashing mess in midair. He slams into the blood-soaked ground, still thrashing, a horrifying testament to the war raging inside him. A mangled, bone-shattered hand clenches, the raw, visceral agony etched into every single twitch. But then, Yoon Chan-woo sees it, his face a mask of pure disbelief. What in the world is going on? He locks onto the berserker, and then it hits him, a chilling, gut-wrenching realization, they are fighting. Cha Hyen Song is still tearing himself apart, a maelstrom of blood and bone, a horrifying spectacle. Yoon Chanwa's eyes go wide with absolute horror as the full, terrifying truth slams into him, he's fighting himself. A new scene unfolds, a corridor pulsating with an ominous purple light, leading to a mysterious door. Someone off-screen wonders, what's the move here? Team leader Yoon and manager Hong are still stuck on intel. But a fleeting image crosses their mind, a young woman with light brown hair, her face etched with concern. Then, a couple, a dark-haired woman and a sharp-eyed man, appears in their thoughts, confirming, they totally went into that secret hideout. Back in the purple-lit hall, the speaker's frustration boils over. I'm totally lost here. I can't just charge in blind. A chilling thought echoes, this infestation isn't waiting for anyone. A hand, pen in grip, hovers over a map or report, a grim decision hanging in the air. Just as a monstrous, worm-like creature bursts forth from a gaping, organic hole in the floor. Tied up and covered in crimson, a chilling plea rips through the silence, her voice barely a gasp against the encroaching horror. But no one comes as her body violently twists. Flesh ripping and blood exploding in a gruesome spectacle. The transformation hits warp speed with brutal force. Her very form violently reshaping. Culminating in a final, explosive burst of pure gore. Where a human once stood, a grotesque, fanged monster now snarls, its body still dripping with the aftermath of its brutal emergence. From the deepest shadows, a man with blazing red eyes watches the horror unfold, his shadowy companion silently lurking, ready to strike. He gets it now, the raw, primal force of it all, the instinctive brutality that beasts unleash without a second thought. In this brutal arena, where no outside rules apply, a massive, bloodied figure stands bound, a testament to raw power. The floor is absolutely drenched in blood, a gruesome tableau that makes you question everything. Amidst the carnage, a mangled hand lies, proof that this was a fight to the death, no holds barred. Our mysterious observer, with his shadowy crew, surveys the devastation, already planning his next move to report back. Then, a monstrous, fanged face appears, screaming end of the match, and declaring the one, true victor. The ring is empty now, but who could possibly be the last one standing after all that? As the announcer booms, presenting the champion's glorious award, our observer can barely hide his contempt for the punks he's stuck with, already plotting his escape after the prize is given. A lone, blood-soaked foot is all that's left, a chilling final image of the brutal showdown. And there it is, today's trophy. B1, waiting for the champion of this savage spectacle. On a blood-soaked arena floor, a pile of broken bodies lies still, as a towering, dark-skinned figure looms over them, a silent sentinel of the impending horror. Then, a monstrous roar rips through the air, announcing the arrival of one pack of healthy, fresh humans. One of the captives, a young woman, screams in pure terror, her face a mask of absolute dread. The monstrous voice snarls, a blood-soaked claw gesturing violently, rip them apart in one swing. Or take your time enjoying the meal. A gaping, fanged mouth stretches into a terrifying grin, echoing, as the winner wishes. The terrifying speaker steps into view, a colossal, dark-skinned beast with burning red eyes and a horned crown, its powerful frame barely covered by tattered rags. The silent, dark-skinned overseer watches the helpless prey, as the monster's voice thunders. The real show begins now. The fanged maw splits open, unleashing a deafening, blood-curdling roar. From the inky blackness, a pair of searing crimson eyes ignited, followed by the ominous presence of a towering figure. His voice, a guttural roar, ripped through the silence, demanding absolute annihilation. Kill them. Tear them apart. Pull out their insides. The sleek, dark-suited figure stood, an embodiment of chilling power, his back a silent promise of destruction. A dark, knowing laugh rumbled from deep within him, a cynical acceptance that the chaos was always unavoidable, that nothing ever goes according to plan. Then, a terrifying transformation, his face contorted into a monstrous, wide grin, showcasing rows of razor-sharp fangs, a primal growl escaping his lips. With a final, chilling declaration, he affirmed that this brutal outcome was simply the way of things, always. A voice booms from behind a barely open bathroom door, demanding answers. Outside, Hong Yanjin fires back, her voice sharp, challenging the question and making it clear she wants him to keep showing up. Hyen Song, totally baffled, stands next to her as a weird clattering sound echoes from inside the bathroom. The door slowly, ominously creaks open wider. And Hyen Song's face twists with alarm as another chilling creak fills the air. Yanjin, utterly repulsed, curses loudly, then demands they get out of there, now. The door finally clatters open, revealing Yoon Chanwoo, looking utterly wrecked and groaning, clearly in some serious pain. Hyen Song's face contorts in pure shock and disgust at the absolutely gruesome, squelching mess before his eyes. A monstrous voice cuts through the silence, questioning the bloody scene it's created. It's trying to remember, trying to speak clearly, desperate to recall its own name from the very start. But the memory is shattered, only a desperate plea tearing through its throat. I forgot everything. Ben, you'll let me live, right? A frustrated curse rips through the air, this memory block is driving it insane. Suddenly, a high-heeled shoe lands on a blood-soaked limb, as manager Hong Yanjin makes her chilling entrance. She takes in the carnage with a chillingly calm gaze, a soft oh, barely audible. Her expression turns stone cold as she processes the victim's state, muttering, but, this bastard wasn't fighting. Turning her back on the grisly scene, she strides down a long, desolate corridor. A frustrated sigh escapes her as she contemplates the unpleasant task ahead. Do I really have to go through this dusty shithole? Covered in fresh blood, the monstrous speaker emerges from the shadows, his eyes glowing with a predatory hunger as he contemplates his next move. His voice dripping with menace, he taunts his unseen victims, debating which one to devour first, the scrumptious or the lame, the fat one or another. One victim's face twists in sheer horror, a guttural scream tearing from their throat as the monster's shadow falls upon them. And another, their eyes wide with dread, unleashes a blood-curdling shriek of pure terror. The monstrous speaker's transformation culminates, his form now fully demonic with menacing horns and wicked claws, as he stands victorious amidst a gruesome pile of fallen foes. A heavy, blood-soaked foot steps forward, crushing the remnants of what once was beneath its immense weight. The environment itself screams of devastation, a sprawling, dark industrial complex now a twisted monument to destruction. And as if to punctuate the chaos, chunks of debris plummet from above, exploding on impact and adding to the ruin. The monstrous speaker's bloodied hand clenches, his transformation now complete. As he crouches low, a predatory gleam in his crimson eyes. He scoffs at the idea of a champion, challenging, says who? His pointed ear twitches, picking up every sound. And a cruel smile stretches across his fanged face. He's annoyed they drew his blood, but he's still not having any fun. Standing tall, his muscular form now fully revealed, he just couldn't stand watching them squabble anymore. He turns his back, looking down at an unseen figure, a rhetorical question hanging in the air, "Who are you?" His blood-splattered hair frames a chilling declaration, "The fun matches are over, it's time for a real fight." A confident smirk plays on his lips, his fangs glinting in the dim light. His crimson eyes glow with intense malice, as he taunts the humans, wondering why such a little pipsqueak would dare to show up now. A brutal flashback hits. Cha Hyun-sung, absolutely drenched in blood, stands victorious but haunted, questioning his very destiny. Why him? Why was he chosen for this endless fight? Back in the present, Yoon Chan-woo is locked in thought, realizing he has to stop this monster before more lives are lost. But how do you even confront something that powerful? A deep, guttural rumble fills the air, as the monstrous speaker looms before a massive screen array, his sheer presence overwhelming. That single, terrifying red eye burns through the shadows, a chilling, almost playful sound escaping his lips as he begins to speak. Yoon Chan-woo, watching the whole terrifying spectacle, suddenly gets it. He understands the monster's twisted game. This isn't just talk, it's a direct message from the host. A calculated challenge, designed to lure out the absolute strongest. His eyes blazing crimson, the speaker roars that only the strongest will claim the winner's title, and tonight, the champion and challenger will clash to decide it all. Yoon Chan-woo stares at the monster's terrifying, fanged grin, a chilling realization dawning, the monster's trap worked. He's just been patiently waiting for his prey to show up. A sickening growl echoes as blood stains the very ground, a brutal promise of the carnage that's already happened or is about to explode. He's still running his mouth, calling them fools, saying they can't even handle their own power. Those glowing red eyes are locked on, hyped for the fight, practically drooling with anticipation. He's promising a lifetime of pain, spitting threats, ready to make them regret everything. But Cha Hyun-sung, with those burning red eyes, just shrugs it off, telling the monster to hurry up and fight already. Before the monster can even blink, a brutal hit lands, shattering its arm in a bloody explosion. Boom! Another explosive hit, right after the first, the impact ripping through the air. Cha Hyun-sung is a blur of motion, his fist slamming into the monster's face. The monster screams in pain, reeling back from the insane, non-stop assault. And with one last, earth-shattering hit, Cha Hyun-sung finishes the job. The relentless assault continues, and he lands another devastating blow, unleashing a shockwave of red and white energy. The monstrous speaker gets absolutely rocked, blood flying as he stumbles back, barely managing a pained gasp. He stares down at his opponent, and Cha Hyun-sung's voice cuts like a knife. Were you just acting like a champion? He mocks the very idea that this pathetic strength could ever be champion-worthy. But even after that brutal beating, the monstrous speaker's eyes glow with defiance, a mocking smile twisting his bloodied face as he clenches his fist, spitting out, "How pathetic." His taunts are met with another explosive impact, as Cha Hyun-sung's neck strike tears through the air with brutal force. The monstrous speaker's body contorts from the sheer power, sent absolutely flying through the air once more. He's just a blur, a red and white streak against the abstract background as he's launched even further. The monstrous speaker gets absolutely rocked, a devastating blow sending him flying. A choked, agonizing gurgh escapes him, as the force of the hit continues to propel him. Shards of concrete explode around him as he's launched like a missile. But there's no escape. Cha Hyun-sung is already there, slamming a brutal kick into him mid-air, sending him plummeting. The kick connects with bone-jarring force, cracking the very earth. He's sent flying straight into a concrete wall, which explodes on impact. His face twists in pure agony, as blood erupts from the impact point. A guttural "oh" rips from his throat, as the sheer power of the attack hits him. But even after all that, his eyes blaze with an infernal red glow, a chilling, defiant challenge in their depths. Still defiant, the monstrous speaker gets absolutely rocked by another unseen, brutal strike. Sending him absolutely flying, his body slamming into the ground with a force that creates a massive crater of shattered earth and debris. A deafening coon echoes through the ruined landscape, the sheer force of the impact cracking the very ground beneath him. From the shadows, several figures watch the brutal conclusion, their glowing red eyes fixed on the absolute carnage. Among them, Yoon Chan-woo and Hong Yanjin recoil in absolute shock, their faces etched with disbelief at the sheer, overwhelming power on display. Standing tall amidst the utter destruction, Cha Hyun-sung surveys his work, an imposing figure with a powerful, glowing symbol manifesting behind him like a mark of ultimate victory. A close-up reveals the monstrous speaker's leg, mangled and bleeding, as Cha Hyun-sung's voice cuts through the silence like a knife. The match is over. His crimson eyes glow with an intense, almost predatory light, a chilling declaration of his absolute, undeniable dominance. A brutal impact reverberates, snapping the attention of a shadowy observer. Taking a cool drag from his cigarette, he processes the grim scene, an underground fight arena, kidnapped civilians. He's clearly intrigued. Elsewhere, a manager pores over the data, questioning if the kid's actions hint at something far more sinister. The mysterious figure stays put, high above the chaos, a chillingly calm spectator. Hong Yanjin, the manager, can barely believe it, grappling with the sheer brutality, even if he was the one who took them all out. A hand with a coffee cup makes a subtle point, as Yun Chanwu highlights the non-intervention, even after tracking him. The observer's foot taps, a silent agreement, but he's quick to declare his own hands are tied. From his high perch, watching the whole thing unfold, the enigmatic figure drops a chilling comment: the little ones are really putting in the effort. In the shadows, a sleek woman in a tight dress and heels stands next to a man, both poised, watching something unseen. Her heels tap, a subtle rhythm in the tension, as a voice cuts through the silence, asking the unspoken. So, what do you say? Let's cheer them on. A dark, tiled floor, and then, bam. A fresh splatter of blood just chilling there. Stepping into the absolute silence, a dude in a slick suit is like, HUH. What in the world happened? Who took over this place? The sheer chaos just hits him, and he can only mutter one thing. But before he can even blink, the monstrous speaker, rocking a red hood, just pops out of nowhere, totally annoyed, muttering about how nobody can clean up properly. The suit guy doesn't even see it coming, just a quick, before he gets absolutely rocked. He's down for the count, hitting the floor hard, his body just folding in the middle of the destroyed office. Totally out cold on the cold, hard floor, the suit guy is absolutely done for. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Hong Yanjin is on the phone, looking super worried as she tries to get a hold of someone, totally clueless about the beatdown that just went down. A voice crackles through the comms: "Manager, over here. We hear you loud and clear. Anything wild go down?" The voice scoffs: "Just another city wiped off the map. Nothing special for ages, right?" Chan Wu, cool as ice, walks away from the carnage, a single, silent thought echoing: "Please tell me we haven't been busted." A confident smirk plays on his lips. "Relax," he coolly replies, "I've already handled it." His phone comes out, eyes locked on the display. A glowing map fills the screen, red dots scattered across it, and he thinks, for now, the cameras are blind to us. He continues his mental rundown: a master strategist at work, CCTV footage. Got it, rerouted to a private server. But if they catch on fast, we're still on a tight clock. 10 days, tops. Across town, Yanjin grins, phone pressed to her ear: 10 minutes to rescue and extract the target? Piece of cake. I'll leave the camera work to you, then. A flicker of something, annoyance. Admiration, crosses Chanwu's face: everything's looking solid. But man, that kid, Hyen Song, he's really leveled up. His mind flashes back to Hyen Song's raw, terrifying power, that murderous rage from their first encounter, a primal fury that was just the tip of his unstable emotional iceberg. He flashes back to the raw, untamed power, a monstrous fury that once ripped through everything, leaving only devastation from Cha Hyen Song. But now, seeing his chilling composure, he's blown away by the change. Hyen Song isn't just arrogant, he's mastered his emotions with surgical control. He grew, he fell, and then he exploded with power, every muscle screaming with newfound strength. A smirk plays on his face as he thinks about what's next, knowing Hyen Song is about to blow past him, and he's hyped for it. But then, something totally unexpected hits him. He snaps his gaze to his phone, and a cascade of shocking images explodes onto the display. The screen reveals a desolate, shattered wasteland, burned and ripped apart by some insane force. The devastation just keeps going, a monument to pure, unadulterated power. Amidst the wreckage, a familiar face is fighting, Cha Hyen Song, absolutely wrecked and barely able to gasp out a word. Trapped and bound, a young woman is squeezed into a space so tight she can barely breathe. The darkness closes in, and she's desperate to know when this nightmare will finally be over. Then, out of nowhere, a loud, metallic ripping sound blasts from a vent nearby. Her eyes snap open in confusion: what's that faint noise coming from outside her cage? Meanwhile, an unseen voice from above snarls, wondering what that punk is even doing in the ruined wasteland below. In the heart of a completely annihilated industrial zone, a lone figure stands, back turned, soaking in the sheer scale of the devastation. Blood stains the ground beneath his feet, as the monstrous speaker roars his triumph to anyone listening. A guttural roar rips from his throat: he's the undisputed winner, and he knows it. His face twists into a terrifying, fanged grin, as he declares his absolute dominion over all. He stands, a chilling declaration ripping through the air. The monstrous speaker claims his prize, the humans, for a gruesome feast. A collective, horrified gasp rips through the crowd, as they reel from his shocking declaration. He's actually going to take them? One brave soul tries to speak up, attempting to explain the rules, reminding him that the prizes aren't just free for the taking, even for the winner. But the monstrous speaker unleashes a furious roar, shutting down all dissent instantly. He doubles down on his absolute power, screaming that everything bends to the winner's will, and he is the winner. With a chilling glare and a finger pointed like a weapon, he screams it again, leaving no doubt who's in charge. His voice thunders, a direct challenge to anyone who dares defy him, daring them to step up and prove him wrong. His eyes blaze with an ominous red glow, his face a terrifying mask of pure, unyielding power. The view pulls back to an empty, circular structure, its glowing lines hinting at a desolate, grand arena, waiting for the next act. Alone in the desolate arena, the monstrous speaker realizes he's being played. These bastards are already scheming, whispering behind his back. This is bad, he thinks, knowing he's about to get flanked if he doesn't move fast, but there's only one option left. A terrifying crimson glow erupts from his hand as he decides to just wipe them all out, ready to unleash his fangs if that's what it takes. The heavens themselves seem to weep as the rain pours down, building the suspense. Until a single, chilling word cuts through the downpour, a declaration of war, enough. His demonic fist clenches, a raw, red aura exploding around it. As he turns to confront the unseen threat, his resolve now unbreakable. Then, a cataclysmic surge of power explodes, tearing through the very air. Amidst the shattered arena, the monstrous speaker stands his ground, ready to throw down. With his eyes blazing crimson, he snarls, "Your demand. That's way out of line for a winner." Taking a defiant step, his voice dripping with scorn, "But, you've already claimed your prize." A dangerous glint in his eye, "If you really." He presses on, his voice a low growl, "Want to reassert your claim as the winner here." He spins around, radiating raw power, "Then prove it with your strength." His stance unyielding, "By knocking me down." A fierce, unyielding resolve hardens his features. Who is this crazy man, daring to challenge everyone? Yoon Chan-woo, looking intense, cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know if he's talking to the manager of this whole operation. And gets a blunt confirmation, just a simple, "Yeah, back." Then, with a sigh of resignation, he states, "All right, you win. Do whatever you want." Elsewhere, Cha Hyun-song and a younger guy are totally shell-shocked, frozen as a chilling voice drops a bomb on them, "Wipe out the humans or save M, the choice is yours." But then, the monstrous speaker absolutely loses it, his terrifying, fanged mouth ripping open in a primal scream of rage, bellowing, "What is?" The sheer force of his anger shaking the air, "This bullshit." His crimson eyes blaze with pure fury as he rages on, "My own flesh is getting torn to shreds. What in the world are you even talking about?" He slams his fist down, absolutely fed up with the chatter, "Cut the crap. Just go for the humans' necks. Stop messing around." And with one last, thunderous command, he screams for the chaos to begin, "Start the show." The monstrous speaker's crimson eyes gleam, a predatory grin stretching across his face as he acknowledges the enemy's cunning, declaring, "Your traps." From a commanding height, he surveys a colossal, circular arena, where an army of shadowy beasts stands absolutely paralyzed. Their glowing red eyes locked, their every move arrested by an invisible power. He watches the sheer number of creatures, marveling at how an entire horde has been brought to a complete halt by just one command. A chilling smirk spreads across his face as he declares that he is on another level, truly different. He contrasts this with the brutal, untamed power of every beast he's ever faced, like the colossal, stone-skinned monster now utterly defeated. Its immense, rocky form sprawled across the ground. These creatures are fueled by an uncontrollable craving, by an arrogant pride in their power, and by a primal violence and bloodthirsty madness. He's thinking about the beasts he's faced, those raw, untamed instincts of craving, pride, violence, and pure madness. But when he focuses on this new player, none of that primal chaos is there. What he's picking up on is this intense, crushing heaviness. A suffocating wave of pure darkness. It's a darkness that swallows everything, a primal maw of razor-sharp fangs. But even with all that, he's not overthinking it. Bottom line, if he just crushes this guy right here, right now, then the outcome is already decided. Everything goes his way. He glares, hands outstretched, ready to make it happen. The monstrous speaker's voice cuts through the air, a chilling dare, if you're capable of it. His eyes, sharp as blades, hold an unnerving calm, a silent command to be calm. With a subtle shift, the very ground beneath him splinters, a calculated release of power, ready to dissect his opponent's every move. He throws down the gauntlet, proposing a casual one-on-one, locking eyes with Cha Hyun-song across the desolate expanse. Two titans stand ready, the tension between them palpable. The colossal arena stretches out, a silent witness to the coming storm. A breath-holding silence descends, the calm before the absolute chaos. Then, in an explosive flash of crimson, the monstrous speaker strikes, obliterating the very earth beneath them. The devastating energy rips through the space, engulfing Cha Hyun-song in a maelstrom of destruction. The monstrous speaker's crimson energy attack detonates with cataclysmic power, ripping apart the very fabric of the arena and launching colossal debris everywhere. Culminating in a terrifying void of darkness, pierced only by an ominous, pulsating red energy signature. B-Ben explodes into action, a blur of pure speed. Unleashing a devastating, non-stop flurry of attacks. Every single hit is a bone-shattering impact. The sheer force of his blows ripping through the air. As he absolutely dominates the fight. The final, crushing strike of his combo connects. And the ground erupts in a massive explosion of debris where Hyun-song just was. B-Ben touches down, cool and collected, as the chaos subsides. He takes another devastating blow, the impact absolutely shattering the air around him. A raw, guttural scream tearing from his throat as the relentless assault just keeps coming. Another brutal strike connects, sending even more debris exploding outwards. He's violently thrown backward, completely unable to find his footing against this overwhelming force. A final, crushing blow connects. Slamming him into the ground with enough raw power to carve out a massive crater. The very earth continues to erupt and splinter from the sheer, unbridled force of the impact. Beneath the attacker's boots, the very ground cracks and splinters, a chilling testament to his immense, destructive power. His eyes glow with a malevolent, blood-red light, a chilling, triumphant sign of his satisfaction. The monstrous speaker's onslaught is absolutely relentless, a terrifying blur of pure power and speed. He's just too fast. Leaving absolutely no openings as Cha Hyun-song can barely even react. The raw power behind every hit makes it clear, this guy is seriously strong. Another brutal hit sends him flying. Slamming him into the ground with earth-shattering force. His already bloodied face twists in pure agony. As the monstrous speaker stares down, his glowing red eyes coldly assessing the devastation he's caused. The monstrous speaker's assault just keeps coming, and Hyun-song's hand clenches in pure, unadulterated agony. Then, with a brutal crunch, the monstrous speaker's foot slams down, grinding him into the ground. A shockwave of red energy and debris explodes outwards, as Hyun-song is absolutely decimated, slammed into the ground. His foot stays planted, keeping that crushing pressure on. A guttural UGH escapes him as his body convulses under the sheer, brutal force. The ground beneath him just shatters even more, it can't handle this power. And then, a massive, glowing crater just erupts, a monument to the sheer, unbridled destruction. Red energy pulses violently from the impact zone, the air practically screaming with raw power. And then, above the wreckage, the monstrous speaker's fanged face twists into a triumphant, predatory grin, his eyes burning with pure, malevolent satisfaction. The sheer, devastating force of that last blow just kept ripping through the air. Shattering the very ground beneath it as a violent, earth-shattering explosion erupted from the impact zone. A deafening quang ripped through the air, leaving a trail of pure destruction in its wake. The monstrous speaker just stared down at the devastation, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. He mused, "Whoa, I almost wholeheartedly believed it. They say so, but I don't believe it." Meanwhile, Cha Hyun-song lay broken and bloodied, his face a mask of pure agony as another quang of pain ripped through his body. A guttural scream, an AK of pure anguish, tore from his throat. Suddenly, in a completely different scene, a man with dark hair delivered a brutal, sharp punch, his fist connecting squarely with another man's jaw. The victim reeled from the impact, a rapid succession of brutal blows landing with a quang. He's not holding back. A savage, upward kick launches the man in the suit into the air. The sickening BBEOG of impact reverberating, sending him flying. He's airborne, completely helpless, a ragdoll against the sheer power. Then, a quang as he smashes into the concrete, leaving a spiderweb of cracks. He's down, utterly defeated, struggling to even twitch a muscle. But it's not over. Another devastating blow connects, blood spraying anew. The ground itself shakes with a BBEOG, each hit a tremor of raw power. A HWAAG of pain, and he's airborne again, sent flying by a vicious uppercut. While he's still suspended in midair, Cha Hyun-song unleashes one last, bone-shattering punch. The final, devastating blow connects with a thunderous impact, sending the unnamed man absolutely flying through the air. But Cha Hyun-song isn't even close to finished, his bloodied fist already winding back for another brutal strike. He slams his opponent into the ground, creating a massive crater. The man bounces violently back into the air, still caught in the relentless, brutal assault. Another powerful blow connects, eliciting a monstrous scream of pure agony from the victim. Still airborne. The man is met with a final, decisive punch. The impact was catastrophic, sending shockwaves ripping through the entire arena, tearing it to shreds. A thunderous "kwang" rips through the air, as debris explodes like shrapnel from the point of impact. The massive spherical barrier above, completely overwhelmed, cracks and shatters, adding to the absolute pandemonium. Then, a sickening "puk" and a violent spray of blood erupts, painting the shattered landscape in crimson. And there he is, the unnamed man, utterly broken amidst the wreckage, his face a bloody mess, staring up at the fractured ceiling in pure, agonizing disbelief. Cha Hyun-sung surveys the absolute devastation, a chilling thought echoing in his mind, man, that was risky. He had to admit, his opponent was tough, one who actually forced him to go all out. The ground beneath them is now a massive, gaping chasm, a terrifying testament to the sheer power he just unleashed. Cha Hyun-sung turns his back on the chaos, a chilling thought crossing his mind, man, it would have been a huge problem if my plan had somehow failed. Even after that earth-shattering attack, he felt something seriously off, like every single hit just made his enemy rearrange, not shatter. The attack of the hit reverberated through the destroyed zone, making him question if this guy was even real. Stomping through the rubble, he couldn't shake the thought, how much more could this dude take? No matter how hard he pummeled him. The masked dude just kept getting back up. That sharp-toothed grin practically screaming, you done yet? Even with that glowing red eye and a tear-like streak, this guy's resolve was ironclad, no matter how many times he got dropped. He was like a total robot. Who just couldn't feel a thing. The scene opens on a chilling, blood-red chamber, a hidden nightmare waiting to be explored. The air thickens with dread, as the crimson glow paints a terrifying picture of desolation. The very ground oozes with a sinister, dark fluid, a grim testament to the horrors within. He treads carefully through the gruesome aftermath, a chilling thought echoing in his mind, he sought refuge from the stench of death. Yet, even in this hidden basement, the putrid smell clings, a suffocating reminder that makes him curse under his breath. The reek of decay is a physical assault, a suffocating cloud that never dissipates. How many souls met their end here? The sheer scale of the carnage, and the time it's been festering, is beyond comprehension. Yet, a far more terrifying thought gnaws at him, the winner of the game, who disappeared too easily, leaving a chilling void. He's piecing it together, the one who buried these bodies, making them look stronger, the one behind this mountain of death, they're the most dangerous beast he's ever faced. The sheer scale of the horror is overwhelming. A nightmare unlike anything he's witnessed. Even if the winner is gone, he has to check for survivors, but first, he needs to get out and warn everyone. Then, a whisper cuts through the silence. A desperate cry echoing from the shadows. A bloodied, terrified woman pleads for help, her legs screaming in agony. A survivor. Buried under the corpses, completely missed until now. The CCTV beast is still out there, and saving her could be a death trap, but he'll check her out first, just to be sure. A bloodied, tear-streaked face emerges from the darkness, a desperate plea escaping her lips, it hurts, don't leave. Then, a soft, ominous thud breaks the silence, and a voice barely whispers, Cha. A powerful figure, back to the viewer, stands unmoving, a dark silhouette against the crimson. From the depths of her pain, the injured woman's voice rings out, a desperate cry for help. His eyes, sharp and intense behind his glasses, narrow, a faint scar on his cheek adding to his grim resolve as he takes in the scene. He's sent flying, a crimson blur across the arena. The exchange of attacks rages on, each blow drawing more blood from his battered form. His face, already a canvas of bandages and blood, twists in a raw grimace of pain and pure grit. Then, the ultimate clash. Two titans collide in a furious explosion of power and will. He's gasping, muscles screaming, every breath a shaky struggle from the relentless assault. But even as his body screams, his crimson eye ignites with raw power, shattering the unavoidable reflexes that leave others defenseless. But for his opponent, those weaknesses are met with a brutal, blood-spraying counterattack. Shaky breaths, muscle cramps, defenseless reflexes, for the victor, these things simply don't exist. He gets it now. The monstrous speaker still had some fight left, but there was no way it could break his iron will. The monstrous speaker, completely wrecked, could only choke out one word, can't. He can't feel pain anymore. This battle is a total loss, and he knows it, it's over. Cha Hyun-sung knows he's on the brink, if this drags on, he'll be the one to fall first. He has to finish this now. But the monstrous speaker isn't done. He's throwing every last ounce of power into one final, desperate attack, his eyes blazing. He unleashes his beastly fangs, a massive, glowing claw, going for broke. But before that claw can even land, Cha Hyun-sung is already there, a blur of motion, slamming a brutal counterattack right into the monstrous speaker's face, blood exploding. The impact sends the monstrous speaker flying, shattering through everything in his path. And when the dust clears, there he stands, alone in the devastation, the undisputed victor. Suddenly, the entire facility rumbles. A massive tremor echoing through the entire circular complex. Even the defeated monstrous speaker is caught off guard by the sudden, total darkness, his crimson eye blazing as he wonders if a mere human could pull off a stunt like this. But this isn't just a power outage, it's a calculated move. A glowing phone screen flashes the name, Chanwoo. He didn't just cut the power, he orchestrated the entire blackout. Meanwhile, shadowy figures are freaking out, screaming about where all the humans disappeared to. In the middle of this madness, a civilian is totally losing it, barely able to speak, when a commanding voice slices through the fear. Tears stream down the man's face, his eyes wide with pure terror. Cha Hyun-song, with a determined scowl, yanks the man forward, barking a non-negotiable order, "Follow me if you don't want to die." The facility goes dark, and a hand clenches tight, the owner's identity lost in a sudden, shocking chaos. Then, with a sudden, violent shwaak, the fire's safety sprinklers explode to life, showering everything in a bizarre purple light. The whole place is getting soaked, the purple glow making it look totally surreal. Someone screams in pure panic, realizing the fire safety sprinklers are going off, then immediately freaks out about their phone. Two terrified civilians, drenched and panicking, desperately tell each other to get out of there. One woman, completely freaking out, frantically scans the area, her face a mask of pure terror as she screams about the missing managers. But elsewhere, in a shadowy control room, a mysterious figure with long dark hair watches the chaos unfold on a monitor, completely unfazed. The monitor flashes a chilling message, revealing that this blackout is just the beginning, a new phase is about to drop. She stares at the monitor, realizing this isn't just a blackout, it's a full-blown beast breeding ground, teeming with unknown horrors. The intel drops a bombshell, this beast virus spreads through blood. Twisting DNA, turning people into monsters, driving them insane, or just killing them outright. But the name that keeps popping up in these files, the one everyone's talking about, is the ultimate source of this beastly infection. It's a man named Master. This intel is huge. It's going straight to the lab for analysis. She declares, mission accomplished on the intel front. Now, it's time to rescue those civilians trapped by the beasts. New objective locked and loaded, she strides off, ready for the next challenge. Still trying to get a read on the situation, she urgently calls out, "Hello? Leader Yoon, are you there? Can you hear me?" Her desperate plea hangs in the air, as she tries again, "Chanwoo SSI." But the only response is a horrifying scene, a body, face down in a growing pool of blood, their suit jackets soaked in crimson. A wave of icy dread crashes over her, as the horrifying truth dawns, something is catastrophically wrong. Her eyes lock onto the victim's feet, still in those pristine white sneakers, and a single, desperate question screams in her head, "Why are you here?" Then, she sees his face, a mask of pure terror, and a single, guttural sound rips from her, "So." The sheer, unadulterated horror of it all washes over her. Her face now streaked with his blood, her eyes blown wide with a raw, gut-wrenching anguish. A name, then a term of desperate affection, tears from her trembling lips, "Sora." "Oh. Appa." The bloodied hand, a desperate plea for salvation, is just too much to take in. Tears streaming down her face, she gasps his name, "Chanwoo. Appa." But a chilling thought cuts through her grief, this is a trap. Sora shouldn't be here, it's too dangerous. But even with the danger screaming in her head, she can't help but reach out, her hand finding his blood-soaked one. Even if it's all true, even if it's a trap, she can't just leave him. His hand, lifeless. Then, out of nowhere, a grotesque, fleshy monster with a gaping maw appears, a terrifying beast ready to strike. Her eyes go wide with pure horror, the terror of it all hitting her like a truck. A brutal impact tears through the air, splattering crimson everywhere. More blood explodes, a brutal reminder of the nightmare. A monstrous presence explodes into existence, a violent burst of crimson energy and the sickening sound of flesh ripping through the air. From the heart of the chaos, the monstrous speaker's voice booms, a chilling declaration, "I knew you were here." Another wave of raw, destructive power erupts, as a massive limb crashes down. The very air shatters with the impact, exploding into crimson fragments. A man, his face a mask of pure terror, can only choke out, "What are you?" The monstrous speaker sneers, a chilling dismissal, "Punks playing at?" Its full, nightmarish form is unveiled, a grotesque visage of razor-sharp teeth and burning red eyes. The man's hand shoots out, trembling, a desperate, choked plea tearing from his throat, "Mas. Tr." His mind screams, "Why is my life so miserable here?" The monstrous speaker's maw gapes open, a final, bone-chilling command reverberating, "Eat up all of it." Having asserted his dominance, the monstrous speaker raises a baseball bat, his voice dripping with pure condescension as he addresses an unseen opponent, "And now I talk to you, I guess." A chilling "good" follows, sealing his terrifying intent. With a sudden, brutal motion, he swings the bat, a fierce command echoing, "Now taste this." The impact is imminent. A blinding flash of red energy erupts, marking the devastating force of the blow, a pure explosion of power. Debris rains down from the unseen impact, a thunderous quang reverberating through the space. The sheer destruction is palpable. Meanwhile, in a dark, waterlogged basement, Yoon Chan-woo hears the distant commotion, his mind racing. What's that? A huge echo, unmistakably from the basement, confirms his growing unease. His gaze sharpens, a question forming in his mind: is someone fighting there? The tension is rising. Considering the dire situation, he muses, one less thing to worry about. Now I can focus on the rest. But a new problem immediately presents itself. The remaining problem is how to get out. The stakes are high. His thoughts turn to the greater good, concluding, I need to make the best decision to help the human race. A chilling realization dawns, well, surely follow the winner, then. Suddenly, his eyes widen in pure shock. From the depths of the basement, the monster speaker emerges, his red eyes glowing as he surveys the scene. Oi, he drawls, a smirk playing on his lips. Looks like the match is pure fool. What a terrifying declaration. The monstrous speaker, his crimson eyes burning, stares down his unseen subordinates, a chilling challenge in his voice. What are you going to do about this? A heavy thud reverberates. His imposing figure dominating the space. And then, with a chilling calm, he declares, I have 2 tasks for you. He holds up 2 fingers, laying out the first brutal order: stop those humans from escaping, no matter what. His eyes narrow, the tension palpable as he moves to the next command, and the second. Guard the child sleeping in the basement, he commands, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper, and if anyone, dares to interfere with these orders. His expression turning utterly ruthless, he delivers the final, terrifying word, then. His eyes blazing with pure malice, kill them all. If they dare to defy. His blood-soaked figure looms, screaming that his orders are absolute. These humans are nothing but prey, and absolutely no one. As a sinister aura explodes from him. Shall leave alive, a gore-stained blade gripped tight. His eyes blaze with an infernal, crimson glow, a terrifying promise that all who interfere, their fate sealed by his monstrous grin, will be eliminated. The monstrous speaker absolutely loses it, eyes blazing crimson as he unleashes a primal scream of fury. With fangs exposed, he roars, demanding answers. How could they let this happen? But then, the master steps in, his back to the viewer, demanding to know what the monstrous speaker plans to do about this mess. The monstrous speaker, absolutely livid, screams back, fuck your greatest show. The master, undeterred, starts to lay into him, if you're going to do shows like that, Ju. But the monstrous speaker isn't having it, snapping back, what's with this fucker? Eyes burning with accusation, he screams the ultimate betrayal, he killed his own kind. But away from the chaos, Cha Hyun-song, bloodied and distraught, clutches a dark secret: don't let them come too light. With eyes blazing crimson, the monstrous speaker unleashes a chilling snarl, promising absolute destruction for every human and beast. For anything that dares to breathe. His voice drops to a deadly whisper: I'll bury you all. Suddenly, a figure is seen plummeting through a swirling, purple void, her body helplessly twisting as she falls. Elsewhere, Cha Hyun-song glares at a screen, a chilling premonition washing over him. This feels wrong. The stadium just unleashed too many variables for him to face alone. But the real game changer. His gaze locks onto a man with a distinctive mustache, a figure who is anything but ordinary. The man's very presence screams power, confirming this mustache guy is no ordinary foe. A desperate plea echoes, save Hyun-song. Because there's no way he could be taken down so easily, right? But then, his eyes flash open, a raw, agonizing shock searing through them. The entire stadium is a wreck, a blood-soaked, crimson-splashed disaster zone. Amidst the chaos, Hyun-song is down, bloodied and broken, as a menacing figure looms over him. Then, a terrifying voice booms through the destruction, a single, brutal word: enough. The monstrous speaker's grip clamps down on Hyun-song's throat, hoisting him up like he weighs nothing. Crimson energy sparks around the brutal chokehold. While chunks of the ceiling crash down, a terrifying display of raw, destructive force. The monstrous speaker's wicked clawed hand clenches, its demonic aura practically screaming menace. The aftermath is pure chaos, blood painting the ground, debris strewn everywhere like a war zone. Amidst the carnage, a desperate, raw cry rips through the air: Jie Young. His face a mask of blood and fury, Cha Hyun-song roars, why are you here? What about those people? He presses on, his voice a guttural snarl, they're back to where they came from, so mind your own business. Rather, what happened here? Did you get rid of them? Amidst the wreckage, Yoon Chan-woo drops to his knees, shaking his head in disbelief. No. That guy did all of this. His hands are drenched in crimson. The intel agent, eyes wide with shock at the devastation, demands, what? That guy killed his own kind? Is he someone like you? Master cuts her off, his eyes fixed on something unseen, and oh, it was something different. Contrary to me. Rather, they're killing them of their own will. Even more dangerously. A chilling thought crystallizes, a terrifying vision of the monstrous speaker's skull-like visage. It was as if he was following orders. If that's the grim truth, then there's no escape. He's never letting us walk away. And just as they speak, the monstrous speaker, a chilling presence, holds a terrified blonde woman captive, his grip like iron. No chance. And if we even think about going upstairs, he'll unleash pure chaos up there. No choice. We're out of options. But we'll end this. Right here, right now. A cataclysmic blast rips through the area, obliterating everything. And in the heart of that maelstrom, Cha Hyun-sung lies broken, motionless on the blood-drenched floor, his wounds grievous. The sheer power of the blast continues to ripple outwards, leaving nothing but utter devastation. The explosion's aftermath is pure chaos, a swirling vortex of red and black energy. But from the heart of the storm, a massive, muscular arm explodes out, glowing with a furious red aura. Another violent surge of power just rips through the space, sending Cha Hyun-sung absolutely launching through the air, his body just a ragdoll against this insane power. A guttural roar just rips through the destruction. As he gets slammed again, violently, red energy just exploding around him with every hit. The monstrous speaker's voice cuts through the chaos, a frustrated growl, complaining, too thick. I can't feel his bones. I won't be able to hurt him at this rate. This guy is seriously tough. But the monstrous arm just glows with renewed, malevolent power, gearing up for another devastating strike. Another heavy impact just reverberates, the relentless assault just keeps on coming. The brutal assault rages on, a crimson explosion of power slamming into him. Debris detonates. And a guttural cry rips from his throat. Even as his relentless foe, analyzing the energy cost of their height disparity, plans to unleash a single, crushing strike. Cha Hyun-sung fights to stay awake, a choked sound escaping him, before he finally crashes down into the blood-soaked ruins. A faint whisper for Chanwoo escapes his lips. Then a raw, terrified scream for Sora tears through the air. He's gotta move, gotta get out of there, his brain screaming one word. Run. But the monstrous speaker is already on him, a dark, red-streaked blur of pure menace. Then, a brutal downward strike, and the ground explodes around him in a crimson blast. A heavy boot slams down, grinding him into the shattered ground. The ground shatters, and the monstrous speaker just stares down, utterly cold. Another sickening crunch, the pressure crushing him even more. He's pinned, crushed under that relentless force, Cha Hyun-sung fighting against impossible pain. The monstrous speaker stands victorious, his foot planted firmly on his broken enemy. A raw, guttural scream tears from his throat, as blinding pain consumes everything. Still crushed and screaming, he lets out a guttural cry of agony. But a burning resolve ignites within him, his eye bulging with raw defiance. He screams internally, I won't be defeated like this. My pride won't allow me to fall without a fight. Then, a cataclysmic surge of power explodes from his very being, a phenomenon he mentally labels full bloom. The explosive energy rips through the very earth around him, his muscles visibly bulging and glowing with raw, untamed power. As the ground shatters and buckles, he finally understands this power, realizing why he couldn't connect with it until now. His eyes blaze with an electric blue light, a fierce, unyielding determination etched onto his face, knowing he's not the type to ever give up. But before the battle can truly ignite, a sharp, commanding voice slices through the chaos, demanding the monstrous figure's attention, snarling, Hey, you. Mind getting that disgusting but out of the way? The speaker is none other than the pink-haired agent, her eyes blazing with a fierce, challenging glow, ready to throw down. Her stance unwavering, the agent holds her ground. You boiled fatty. Don't like you, the monstrous speaker roars, pure venom in its voice. But the agent fires back instantly, same here. G. Oh. Away, the monster bellows, its patience clearly gone. Then, a colossal, clawed hand lashes out, exploding with devastating force. Its terrifying fanged maw rips open, a primal scream of fury. As a deep, rumbling growling echoes. Cha Hyun-sung's face contorts in sheer terror, staring directly into the monster's horrifying visage. His attack, building with raw power, connects with a devastating impact. His massive fist clenching, ready to shatter anything in its path. A thunderous blow lands. But before he can even process the hit, the intel agent, a blur of pink, unleashes an impossible counter, sending the monstrous speaker flying back. He stumbles, a shocked question escaping his lips, Did you wait long? The agent, a smirk playing on her lips, fires back, You're doing annoying stuff again, aren't you? The speaker, still stunned, can only stammer, You're not, dead, are you, and she hits him with the ultimate comeback, I'm alive and well, thanks to you. Staring down at her, the monstrous speaker finally concedes, well, that's that. This is too huge. She gives a quick, almost sarcastic, sorry, then her eyes narrow, everything I've faced until now doesn't even compare. I can't help but wonder, what are you? The monstrous figure, now eerily calm, simply confirms, yes, of course. The monstrous speaker drops a bombshell, announcing he's taking the intel agent and a civilian. But wait, a civilian? Didn't everyone already bail? He just casually drops that it's his little sister, the one he mentioned before, and these chumps somehow snagged her. As this unfolds, Master, gripping the intel agent, barks at Sora to get on his back, now. Sora's eyes go wide, her face a mask of shock and worry. Chanwoo, catching the conversation, snaps his head up, utterly baffled, demanding to know what the heck is going on. The monstrous speaker's jaws hang open. His words just hanging there. While Chanwoo's face twists in pure agony, blood already soaking his shoulder. The speaker's chilling words cut through the air, declaring he stands utterly alone.